the world, I would learn, was not just full of lurking horrors, it was a lurking horror. After Jessica, I thought I would seen the worst of it, the supernatural, the impossible. Then Mark came along and showed me that human cruelty, the calculated, cold kind, was just as terrifying, maybe even more so because it felt so real, so tangible. He was not a demon or a ghost. He was just a guy who decided to make my life a living nightmare, and the police could not do a damn thing. He just vanished, like a shadow melting into the night, leaving me with nothing but the chilling knowledge that he was out there, somewhere, still watching. That feeling, that constant prickle on the back of my neck, the sensation of eyes on me even in an empty room, it never went away. Every shadow, every reflection, every muffled sound from outside my apartment sent a jolt of ice through my veins. My therapist, bless her heart, tried to talk me through it. But how do you rationalize something that defies all reason? How do you heal when you know, deep down, that the threat is still very real, just invisible? I could not stay in my apartment anymore. The walls felt like they were closing in, each familiar object a potential hiding spot for a hidden camera, each window a portal for Mark's unseen gaze. I needed to get away, to put miles between myself and that city, that apartment, those memories. I packed a bag, grabbed my old, beat-up car, and just drove. No destination, no plan, just the open road and the desperate hope that distance could somehow dull the edge of my fear. Days blurred into a monotonous cycle of highways, cheap motels, and gas station coffee. I mostly ate convenience store food, too wary to stop anywhere for too long, always checking my rear-view mirror, always scanning the faces of strangers. My sleep was fractured, haunted by Mark's menacing smile and the unblinking eyes of his photos. I was running, but I knew I could not outrun myself, could not outrun the terror that had taken root in my soul. One night, after hours of driving through what felt like an endless tunnel of darkness and trees, I started to feel the exhaustion really set in. My eyelids were heavy, my vision blurring at the edges. I knew it was dangerous to keep going. Up ahead, a faint glow appeared on the horizon, growing steadily brighter until it resolved into the familiar neon of a small town. I decided to pull over just for a few hours. Any port in a storm, right? The town was tiny, maybe just a few blocks of storefronts, most of them dark. But one place, a diner on the corner, was lit up like a beacon. Its sign, a flickering red and blue, proudly proclaimed "Eat here, open 24 hours." The thought of a hot meal, a real meal, was incredibly tempting. My stomach rumbled in protest against another stale granola bar. I hesitated for a moment, the familiar paranoia whispering its warnings, but the sheer fatigue won out. What could happen in a brightly lit diner? It felt safe, almost aggressively normal. I pulled into the small parking lot, the gravel crunching loudly under my tires in the otherwise silent night. The diner itself was a classic, straight out of a movie, a long, narrow building with big plate glass windows, a counter running the length of it, and a few booths along the opposite wall. Warm, inviting light spilled out onto the asphalt. I took a deep breath, trying to push down the anxiety that always seemed to be bubbling just beneath the surface now, and pushed open the heavy glass door. A small bell jingled merrily as I stepped inside. The air was thick with the comforting smells of coffee, frying bacon, and something sweet like pancakes. It was exactly what I would pictured, exactly what I needed. Relief washed over me, a rare and fleeting sensation these days. For a moment, I almost felt normal. Then I noticed the quiet. It was not an empty quiet. The diner was far from empty. There were maybe a dozen people inside. Two guys sat at the counter, hunched over plates of food. A family, a couple, and two kids occupied a booth near the back. Another lone man sat by the window, sipping from a mug. A waitress, a woman who looked to be in her late 50s with a neatly tied apron and a name tag that read Betty, stood behind the counter, wiping it down with a cloth. But despite the number of people, the diner was silent. No clatter of cutlery, no murmur of conversation, no sizzling from the kitchen. Just the soft hum of the fluorescent lights and the rhythmic swish-swish of Betty's cloth. It was unnervingly quiet, like a photograph had come alive, but only partially. And then they all looked at me. It was not a casual glance, the kind you get when a new person walks into a small, quiet space. It was a direct, immediate shift of every head in the room. They all turned, in unison, their eyes locking onto me the moment the bell above the door stopped jingling. And they did not blink. My heart, already a jittery mess from weeks of fear, gave a sickening lurch. I tried to smile, a nervous, apologetic little thing, as if I would interrupted something, but their faces remained utterly blank. No return smile, no nod, no flicker of acknowledgement, just those wide, unblinking stares. The two men at the counter, their forks halfway to their mouths, paused. The family in the booth, even the children, froze mid-chew. The man by the window lowered his mug, his eyes fixed on me, and Betty, the waitress, stopped wiping the counter, her claw suspended in midair, her gaze as unwavering as the rest. It felt like an eternity, though it was probably only a few seconds. The silence pressed in on me, heavy and suffocating. My earlier relief evaporated, replaced by a cold dread that started to spread through my chest. This was not normal. This was not just small-town curiosity. I cleared my throat, feeling ridiculously self-conscious. Just one, please. I managed to stammer, gesturing vaguely towards the empty booths. Betty, after another agonizing moment of staring, finally moved. It was a slow, deliberate movement, almost like a poorly animated doll. Her head tilted slightly. Then she took a single step forward, her eyes still locked on mine. Her mouth, a thin, unsmiling line, slowly opened. "Anywhere you like." "Honey," she said. Her voice was flat, devoid of warmth, like a recording. It was too soft for the size of the room, yet it cut through the silence with an eerie precision. I forced myself to walk past them, down the narrow aisle between the counter and the booths. Every step felt like I was walking through a gauntlet of silent judgment. Their eyes followed, me, tracking my movement with an unnerving precision. I could feel the weight of their gaze on my back, a physical pressure that made my skin crawl. I chose a booth as far away from the others as possible, near the back wall, hoping to put some distance between myself and their collective stare. As I slid into the booth, I risked a quick glance around. They were still watching. All of them. Not a single head had turned away. Not a single eye had blinked. It was like they were mannequins, brought to life only to observe me. "Coffee." Betty's voice, still flat, made me jump. She was suddenly standing by my table, a small notepad in her hand. I had not heard her approach. Yeah, black, please," I said, trying to sound casual, trying to ignore the way her eyes, dark and unblinking, bored into mine. They were surprisingly dark, almost like black marbles, reflecting the fluorescent lights without any warmth or depth. She did not respond, just nodded, almost imperceptibly, then turned and walked back to the counter with the same stiff, deliberate movements. As she poured the coffee, I watched her reflection in the window. Her movements were precise, almost mechanical. She did not spill a drop, and still no blinking. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a local prank, or some kind of performance art, or maybe, just maybe, my paranoia, amplified by weeks of sleepless nights and isolation, was finally breaking through, making me imagine things. But the cold, hard reality of those unblinking eyes felt too real to dismiss. Betty returned with a steaming mug of coffee, placing it in front of me with a soft clink. "Ready to order?" she asked, her voice still an unsettling monotone. I picked up the menu, my hands trembling slightly. It was a standard diner menu, greasy and laminated, full of familiar comfort food. My eyes darted around, trying to find something quick, something easy to eat, so I could get out of there. "Just a cheeseburger, please. And fries." Coming right up. She took the menu from my hand, folded it neatly, and walked back towards the kitchen door, which was partially open. As she disappeared through it, I heard no sound of cooking, no sizzle, no clatter, just the continued, oppressive silence of the diner. I took a sip of the coffee. It was surprisingly good, strong and hot, a small comfort in the rapidly escalating weirdness. I tried to focus on it, to ground myself. I pulled out my phone, pretending to check messages, hoping that looking busy would make them stop staring. It did not. Through my peripheral vision, I could still feel their gazes, constant and unwavering. My phone had no signal. Of course, I was in the middle of nowhere. Just my luck. A few minutes later, Betty reappeared, carrying a plate. It was a cheeseburger, perfectly assembled, with a generous pile of golden brown fries. It looked perfect. Too perfect, almost like it had been made by a machine. She placed it in front of me. Enjoy. Thanks. I mumbled, avoiding her eyes. I picked up a fry, trying to act normal, trying to pretend I was not sitting in a room full of people who were collectively trying to stare a hole through my skull. The fry was cold. Not just cool, but completely cold, as if it had been sitting out for hours. I bit into it anyway. It was also strangely tasteless, like cardboard. I looked at the burger. The cheese was perfectly melted, the bun lightly toasted, the patty a uniform gray-brown. It looked exactly like a picture in a fast food advertisement. I picked up the burger. It was cold, too, and it had an odd plastic-like texture. I took a bite and immediately regretted it. The meat was flavorless, rubbery. It was like eating a prop from a movie set. I chewed slowly, trying to swallow, my stomach churning. This was not just a weird diner. This was something else entirely. I looked up. They were still watching. The family in the booth, the men at the counter, the lone man by the window. Their faces were still blank, their eyes still wide and unblinking. But now, I noticed something else. A faint, almost imperceptible shift in their posture. They seemed to be leaning forward, just slightly, their attention focused on me with an intensity that made my blood run cold. It was not just curiosity anymore. It felt predatory. I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to get out, to run, to leave the cold, tasteless food and the silent, staring patrons behind. I pushed the plate away, my appetite completely gone. "Excuse me, Betty," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. She turned from where she was standing behind the counter, her movements as stiff and deliberate as ever. She approached my booth, her dark, unblinking eyes fixed on me. "Something wrong. Honey." No, everything's fine." I lied, my voice cracking slightly. I am not as hungry as I thought. Could I just get the check?" She paused, her head tilting slightly to the side, a gesture that felt less human and more like a mechanism whirring into place. Her gaze seemed to intensify, boring into me. For a moment, I thought she might say no, or worse, do something. Then she gave that same imperceptible nod. "Of course, honey." She turned and walked back to the counter, disappearing behind for a moment, then reappearing with a small slip of paper. As she brought the check over, I noticed something about her hands. They were pale, almost translucent, the skin stretched taut over the bones. And her fingers, they seemed a little too long, a little too thin. I quickly averted my gaze, trying not to stare, trying not to let my rising panic show. She placed the check on the table. "That'll be $12.50. I fumbled for my wallet, my fingers clumsy. I pulled out a $20 bill and handed it to her, trying to avoid any physical contact. As she took the bill, her fingers brushed mine, and they felt cold, unnaturally cold, like marble. She walked back to the counter, slowly, deliberately. She placed the 20 on the register, opened the drawer, and took out some change. As she did, I noticed that the other patrons, the silent, unblinking ones, were now subtly shifting. The two men at the counter seemed to have turned their bodies slightly, facing me more directly. The family in the booth, even the kids, had shifted their weight, their eyes still locked on me. They were not moving much, but it was enough to make me feel like I was being herded subtly towards the door. Betty returned with my change, placing the bills and coins on the table with the same deliberate precision. "Thank you. Honey, come again." Her voice was still flat, still devoid of any emotion, but there was an underlying tone now, something that felt like a veiled threat. "Come again," like a promise or a command. I grabbed the change, not bothering to count it. "Thanks." I mumbled, pushing myself out of the booth. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to run, to sprint out of there as fast as I could. But I forced myself to walk, to appear calm, to not give them any reason to react. As I walked toward the door, I could feel their eyes on me, 1,000 tiny needles pricking my skin. The silence was deafening, the only sound the frantic pounding of my own heart in my ears. I reached the door, my hand closing around the cold metal of the handle. I pulled. It did not open. My blood ran cold. I pulled again, harder, twisting the handle, but it remained stubbornly locked. Panic, raw and unadulterated, surged through me. My mind raced back to Mark, to the locked apartment door, to the feeling of being trapped. This was happening again. I turned, my eyes wide with terror, scanning the room. Betty was standing behind the counter, her lips curved into the faintest, most unsettling smile I had ever seen. It was not a human smile. It was too wide, too thin, too devoid of joy. It was a baring of teeth, a silent declaration. The other patrons had shifted even more. They were no longer just subtly leaning. They were all facing me now, their bodies oriented directly toward me, their unblinking eyes boring into me with an intensity that was almost unbearable. And I noticed something else about their eyes now, something I had not seen before. A faint, almost imperceptible glow deep within them, like embers. "Leaving so soon, honey?" Betty's voice was different now. It was still flat, but there was an undercurrent of something else, something cold and ancient, a low thrum that seemed to vibrate in the very air of the diner. The doors locked. I managed to stammer, my voice barely a whisper. Betty's smile widened, stretching her pale lips. "It is late. We do not want you out there all alone, do we?" She took a step from behind the counter, then another, slowly, deliberately, her thin, pale hands clasped in front of her. The other patrons began to move too, a slow, synchronized shuffling of chairs and bodies, creating a semicircle that subtly began to close around me. I backed away from the door, my mind screaming. This was not just a weird diner. These were not just strange people. They were not people at all. The cold food, the unblinking eyes, the mechanical movements, the unnatural silence, it all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Who are you?" I whispered, my voice trembling. Betty stopped a few feet from me, her dark, glowing eyes fixed on mine. The other patrons had stopped too, maintaining their arc, their unblinking gazes pinning me in place. The silence was absolute now, broken only by the frantic hammering of my heart. "We are the ones who see," Betty said, her voice now a low, resonant hum that seemed to fill every corner of the diner, vibrating in my bones. "We are the ones who watch. And you, honey, you've been watched for a very long time." My blood froze. Watched. The word echoed in my head, bringing with it the chilling memory of Mark, of his photos, of his whispered threats. Had they known? Had they been watching him watching me? Or had they been watching me all along, even before Mark? You are like him. I gasped, thinking of Jessica, of the supernatural entity that had tormented me. Betty's smile did not falter. "Oh, no, honey. He was just a small fish, a distraction. We are far older, far hungrier. Her gaze seemed to pierce through me, seeing every fear, every scar, every raw nerve exposed by my past traumas. We saw your fear. We smelled it. A delicious scent, full of potential. The other patrons took another step forward, their faces still blank, but the glow in their eyes intensifying, pulsing faintly. I could see now that their skin, too, was unnaturally pale, almost translucent like Betty's. Their clothes, though mundane diner attire, seemed to hang on them strangely, as if they were not quite filling them out. I needed to break free. I needed to run. My eyes darted around, searching for an escape. The back door, maybe. The kitchen. There is no escape. Honey! Betty's voice resonated, as if she would read my thoughts. Not from here. Not from us. She raised one of her unnaturally long, pale hands, slowly, deliberately. Her fingers, tipped with nails that were too sharp, too dark, curled slightly. You have been running from shadows, from the echoes of what has been done to you. But you have run right into the light. Have not you? Right into our hungry gaze. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. My paranoia, my desperation to escape, had driven me directly into their trap. I had not outrun my fear, I had followed it, like a scent, right to its source. They had not needed to stalk me, I had delivered myself to them. The glow in their eyes intensified, casting long, wavering shadows across the diner floor. The silence was no longer empty, it hummed with an unseen energy, a palpable hunger. I could feel it, a cold, insidious tendril reaching into my mind, tugging at my deepest fears. We're going to help you with your paranoia. Honey! Betty purred, her smile now a grotesque rictus. We are going to make sure you never have to worry about being watched again. Just as her hand reached out, a sudden, piercing shriek tore through the silence. It was not human. It was high-pitched, metallic, like metal scraping against metal, amplified to an unbearable degree. It came from outside. For the first time, the unblinking eyes of the patrons flickered. Their heads, in unison, snapped toward the windows. The glow in their eyes dimmed slightly. Betty's hand froze in midair. Another shriek, even louder, even more agonizing, echoed from the darkness beyond the diner. It was followed by a series of crashes and the sound of breaking glass. Whatever these things were, whatever ancient, hungry entities inhabited those pale bodies, they clearly recognized the sound, and they were afraid. Betty's mask of calm finally cracked. Her lips twitched, her eyes wide, no longer just staring at me, but darting nervously towards the windows. To the collector, she hissed, her voice losing its resonant hum, becoming a frantic, guttural whisper. The other patrons began to stir, a low, unsettling murmuring finally breaking the silence, a sound like dry leaves rustling. Their movements became agitated, no longer slow and deliberate, but jerky, almost panicked. This was my chance. With a surge of adrenaline, I did not know I had left. I bolted, not for the door, which they were now blocking, but for the kitchen. It was my only path. I shoved past the nearest patron, a gaunt woman whose touch felt like cold, dry paper. She stumbled, her unblinking eyes wide with something akin to surprise. I burst through the kitchen door, not even looking back. The kitchen was a dimly lit, chaotic mess of stainless steel and discarded food. The air was thick with the smell of stale grease. Another shriek, closer this time, vibrated through the floor. I spotted a back door, a plain metal fire exit, at the far end of the kitchen. I raced towards it, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I could hear sounds in the diner now, a cacophony of rustling, murmuring, and a distinct sound of something heavy dragging across the floor. They were coming for me. My hand slapped against the push bar of the fire exit. It gave way with a loud clunk, and I burst out into the cold night air, not even pausing to look at what was causing the shrieks. All I knew was that whatever it was terrifying enough to scare them. And that meant I needed to be as far away from it, and them, as humanly possible. I did not look back. I did not dare. I ran across the gravel parking lot, my car a dark silhouette under the faint glow of the diner sign. The shrieks continued, now accompanied by a tearing, ripping sound and a series of wet thuds. Behind me, I heard a terrible, guttural roar, not from the diner, but from the darkness beyond. I fumbled with my car keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely get the key into the ignition. The engine turned over with cough, then roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, then threw it into drive and sped out of the parking lot, leaving the diner, the town, and whatever horrors were unfolding behind me. I drove all night, pushing the car to its limits, not caring where I was going, just needing to be away. The image of Betty's grotesque smile, the glowing, unblinking eyes of the patrons, the cold, rubbery food, it was all burned into my mind. And the shrieks, those metallic, soul-rending shrieks, they echoed in my ears long after the sound of wind was the only thing I could hear. I never stopped in that town again. I never even looked at a diner the same way. My paranoia, the constant fear of being watched, it did not go away. If anything, it is worse now. Because I know that Mark was just a prelude, a human monster who primed me for something far more ancient, far more terrifying. I know that there are things out there that are not just watching, but waiting for the fear to build, waiting for the right moment, waiting for you to run right into their open arms. I am still driving, still looking over my shoulder, still scanning every shadow, every window, because I know now that the world is not just full of lurking horrors. It is a vast, empty road, and somewhere in the dark corners of tiny towns, there are things with unblinking eyes, and they know exactly who you are and exactly what you're running from. And they are always, always hungry. It has been months since Cassandra, since that night in the woods, and I still do not sleep right. Every shadow looks like it is holding a pair of black eyes. Every unfamiliar road sign makes my stomach clench. The doctors, the therapists, they just nod and talk about PTSD, about delusions. They tell me it was not real, that the road could not just vanish. But I know what I saw, what I felt. I know something was taken from me, and I know a part of me is still out there waiting to be collected. And the worst part, I keep seeing things, not just shadows, but patterns, connections. Jessica, my friend who picked me up that night, she has been a rock. She does not fully believe me, not really, but she does not dismiss me either. She listens, and that is how I heard the story. It was not mine, not directly, but it felt like it was. It felt like a mirror, reflecting the same kind of cold, impossible horror. Jessica has this co-worker, Sarah. Sarah is a few years younger than us, bright, bubbly, a little naive, the kind of person who still genuinely believes in happily ever afters. She had been through a rough breakup a year or so ago, a long-term thing that ended badly, and she was finally dipping her toes back into the dating pool, mostly through apps. She would heard my story in fragments from Jessica, and she would have been sympathetic, maybe a little too quick to say, "Oh, Mark, you just had a really bad date. Some people are just weird." She did not know. She could not. No, not yet. Sarah was, by all accounts, a pretty normal girl. She liked true crime podcasts, artisanal coffee, and long walks with her golden retriever. She was looking for something genuine, someone kind, and that is where Leo came in. She matched with him on Hinge, the same app where I found Cassandra. Actually, that is the first thing that made my stomach twist when Jessica told me about him. Leo was not conventionally handsome, Sarah said, but he had this intense, intellectual vibe. Dark, piercing eyes that seemed to see right through you, a neatly trimmed beard, and a way of speaking that was both charming and a little bit hypnotic. He talked about philosophy, art, obscure historical facts. He challenged her, made her think, and Sarah, tired of guys who only wanted to talk about sports or their crypto investments, found him fascinating. Their conversations were effortless, she told Jessica, hours melting away on video calls. Just like mine with Cassandra. He seemed to understand her on a deeper level, to anticipate her thoughts. He was everything she thought she wanted. Their first 2 dates were fairly standard coffee, then dinner at a trendy bistro. Leo was a perfect gentleman, attentive, witty, and he had an almost encyclopedic knowledge of wine. Sarah was practically floating. She felt a genuine connection, something she had not felt in years. She started to let her guard down, to believe that maybe, just maybe, this was it. Then came the 3rd date, the one that changed everything. Leo suggested a new place, a restaurant he had heard about, something exclusive, a culinary experience unlike any other. He described it as a hidden gem off the beaten path, a place for those with discerning tastes, those who truly appreciate the art of food. He made it sound like an adventure, an honor to even get a reservation. Sarah, still riding the high of their previous dates, was intrigued. A little part of her, the part that had heard my fragmented story from Jessica, felt a tiny prickle of unease, but she brushed it off. This was different, she told herself. This was a restaurant. What could possibly go wrong at a restaurant? Leo insisted on driving, just like Cassandra. He said it was tricky to find, and he knew the secret way. Another prickle. But Sarah was excited, dressed up, looking forward to a romantic evening. She got into a sleek, dark sedan, a model she did not recognize, and they set off. The drive started out normal enough. They chatted, laughed, the radio played some indie rock. Then, they turned off the main road onto a narrower, less maintained asphalt lane. Streetlights became sparser, then vanished entirely. The trees pressed in, their branches forming a dark canopy overhead. Sarah glanced at her phone. The GPS signal was spotty, then gone. She tried to make a joke about it. Lost already. Leo. He just smiled, a small, knowing smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Not lost. Sarah, just entering a different kind of space. The asphalt gave way to gravel, then to a rough, unpaved track. The car bumped and jostled, the headlights cutting a narrow swath through the impenetrable darkness of the woods. Sarah's earlier unease began to solidify into genuine apprehension. This was not just off the beaten path. This felt like they were driving into the middle of nowhere. She tried to pinpoint landmarks, anything familiar, but there was nothing. Just trees, darkness, and the rhythmic crunch of tires on dirt. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the car slowed and turned into a small clearing. In the center stood a building. It was not what Sarah expected. Not a fancy, modern restaurant, but an old, stone structure, almost like a converted barn or an ancient manor house that had seen better days. There were no lights outside, no sign, no other cars. The only illumination came from a faint, sickly yellow glow seeping from a single window. The air was still, heavy, and carried a faint, indescribable smell, earthy, metallic, and something else, something subtly foul, like stale meat or damp decay. "Here we are," Leo said, his voice a little deeper, a little flatter than before. He turned off the engine, plunging them into near total darkness, save for the weak light from the building. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the frantic pounding of Sarah's heart. It is very secluded. Sarah managed, trying to sound casual, but her voice came out a little shaky. Leo turned to her, his eyes glinting in the gloom. Seclusion is part of the experience. Sarah, it allows for deeper appreciation. He got out of the car, and Sarah followed, her senses on high alert. The smell was stronger out here, definitely, like a slaughterhouse that had not been cleaned in decades. As they approached the building, Sarah noticed the heavy, iron-studded door. It looked ancient, formidable. Leo pushed it open without knocking, revealing a cavernous interior. The light inside was dim, almost non-existent, relying mostly on flickering candles on tables and a few strategically placed lanterns. The air was thick, heavy, and the strange smell was even more pronounced, mingled now with something else, something sweet and cloying, like overripe fruit or old blood. There were other patrons, maybe a dozen tables, most of them occupied. But they were not like patrons in any restaurant Sarah had ever seen. They sat in silence, hunched over their plates, their faces obscured by shadow. No chatter, no laughter, no clinking of glasses. Just a faint scraping of cutlery and an unsettling, almost reverent quiet. It was like a scene from a macabre painting. Leo led her to a small, isolated table in a corner. The tablecloth was dark, heavy velvet, and the candlelight cast long, dancing shadows on the rough stone walls. Sarah felt a shiver trace its way down her spine. This was not quirky, this was unnerving. A figure emerged from the shadows, a waiter. He was tall, gaunt, dressed in a pristine but strangely old-fashioned black suit. His face was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes were dark, devoid of warmth or expression. He did not speak, just stood there waiting. "Good evening, Marcus," Leo said smoothly, a hint of something Sarah could not quite place in his tone. "We are ready to order." The waiter, Marcus, did not acknowledge Leo's greeting. He turned his blank gaze to Sarah, then back to Leo. He still did not speak, just stood there, an unsettling presence. "My companion is new to our establishment." Leo continued, a subtle emphasis on our. "She will be having the specialty, the living feast." Sarah's blood ran cold. "The what?" "Leo, I do not see a menu." Leo smiled that same cold, knowing smile. "There is no physical menu. Sarah, the choices here are curated, and the living feast is truly an experience. You will thank me." He did not ask her what she wanted. He just ordered for her, before Sarah could protest further. Marcus nodded once, a slow, deliberate movement, and then glided away into the shadows as silently as he had appeared. "Leo, what was that?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. "What kind of place is this? And what did you just order?" Leo leaned forward, his eyes fixed on hers, the candlelight making him seem to glow with an unnatural intensity. "It is a place of exquisite taste, Sarah, a place where the boundaries of culinary art are pushed. You are adventurous. Are not you? You told me you like new experiences." Sarah felt a knot of fear tighten in her stomach. This was not adventure, this was a trap. The air was getting heavier, the silence more oppressive. She looked around at the other patrons. In the dim light, she could see them more clearly now. Their movements were slow, almost sluggish, as if they were in a trance. Some of them were using their bare hands to eat, tearing at something on their plates. And the expressions on their faces, they were not expressions of enjoyment. They were vacant, distant, almost empty, like they were no longer quite themselves. A few minutes later, Marcus reappeared, carrying 2 covered silver platters. He placed one in front of Leo, the other in front of Sarah, with unnerving precision. He then straightened up, his eyes meeting Sarah's for a fleeting moment. In that instant, she felt a chill deeper than anything she had ever experienced. There was no humanity in those eyes, just a profound, ancient emptiness. "Bon appétit," Leo said, his voice a low purr, as Marcus glided away once more. Sarah stared at the covered platter, her heart hammering against her ribs. She did not want to lift the lid. A primal part of her screamed to run, to scream, to do anything but look beneath that silver dome. But Leo was watching her, an expectant, almost predatory gleam in his eyes. Slowly, her hand trembling, Sarah reached for the lid. She took a deep breath, trying to brace herself for whatever grotesque thing lay beneath. She lifted it. The light from the candle flickered across the content of the plate, revealing a sight that instantly shattered Sarah's composure, twisting her stomach into an icy knot of pure revulsion. It was not just raw meat. It was something else. It was a glistening, amorphous mass, a dark, viscous blob that pulsed faintly, almost imperceptibly, in the center of the plate. It was a deep, unappetizing purplish red, shot through within, silvery veins that seemed to writhe and twitch. As she watched, a ripple, like a slow spasm, passed through its surface. causing a small, gelatinous tendril to retract and then slowly extend again, no more than an inch, before settling. It was not dead. It was not even just freshly killed. It was alive. A faint, metallic smell, like pennies mixed with something organic and sickly sweet, wafted up from the plate, making her gorge rise. There was no recognizable shape, no cut of meat, no vegetable, no grain. It looked like something that had been scraped off the bottom of a primordial ocean, or perhaps something that had been surgically removed from a living creature and was still fighting to survive. What is that? Sarah choked out, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes wide with horror, fixed on the pulsating mass. She felt an overwhelming urge to scream, to push the plate away, to vomit. Leo, meanwhile, had already lifted the lid from his own platter. His face was alight with an almost ecstatic expression, a look of profound satisfaction that was utterly chilling. His plate held an identical, still twitching specimen. He picked up a fork, a small silver implement that looked almost delicate next to the raw horror on his plate. He plunged into the pulsing mass, and Sarah watched, paralyzed, as a thin, clear liquid, like serum, oozed from the puncture. "This, Sarah," Leo said, his voice soft, almost reverent, "is a living feast, the true essence of flavor. It is pure, untouched by fire, by process. It retains its vital energy." He brought the fork to his mouth, his gaze never leaving Sarah's. He took a bite, slowly, deliberately, his eyes closing in what looked like sheer bliss. A faint, almost imperceptible moan escaped his lips. "Exquisite," he murmured, opening his eyes again, which now seemed even darker, deeper, like bottomless wells. The texture, the subtle dance of life on the tongue. "You must try it. Sarah, you simply must." Sarah recoiled, pushing her chair back slightly. No, I can't. That is disgusting. Leo, it is moving. It is still, alive." Her stomach churned violently. The smell was getting stronger, coating her mouth, making her feel nauseous. Leo chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. Disgust is merely a societal construct. Sarah, a limitation. True appreciation requires an open mind, an open palate. This is not just food. It is an experience, a communion. He took another bite, chewing slowly, his gaze intense. "Feel the energy. Sarah, feel the life force." Sarah looked around desperately. The other patrons, in their silent, trance-like state, were still eating. Some were tearing at similar, writhing masses with their bare hands, their fingers stained dark. One woman, directly across from them, slowly lifted a piece of something that looked like an internal organ glistening and still faintly quivering to her lips. Her eyes rolled back in her head, a single tear tracing a path down her pale cheek. It was not a tear of sadness. Sarah realized with a fresh wave of horror. It was a tear of rapture, a terrifying, empty rapture. She tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of elaborate performance art, a prank. But the smell, the pulsing, the vacant eyes of the other diners, it was too real, too visceral. She was not just uncomfortable anymore, she was terrified. Her blood ran cold, a familiar dread creeping in, the kind I told Jessica about. The kind that tells you the world you thought you knew has just cracked open, revealing something utterly monstrous beneath. "I do not feel well," Sarah stammered, trying to keep her voice steady, to project an air of normalcy. "I need to use the restroom." She pushed her chair back further, scraping it against the stone floor, the only sound that broke the oppressive silence of the room. Leo's eyes, previously filled with bliss, snapped open, and a flicker of irritation, cold and sharp, crossed his face. "Nonsense. Sarah, you are perfectly fine. You are just resisting. Once you taste it, you will understand." "No, really." Sarah insisted, forcing herself to stand. Her legs felt weak, her head light. The smell was overwhelming now, making her gag. I am going to be sick. I need a moment. Leo sighed, a sound of mild annoyance. Very well. The facilities are through the archway, to your left. He gestured vaguely with his fork, a piece of the pulsating food still impaled on its tines. He did not offer to get up, did not offer to accompany her. He just watched her, his expression a mixture of indulgence and subtle menace. Sarah practically fled, stumbling through the archway Leo indicated. The passage was even darker, the air colder. She fumbled along the rough stone wall, her hand searching for a light switch, anything. There was nothing, just an oppressive, suffocating darkness. She could hear her own ragged breathing, the frantic thumping of her heart. She found a door, heavy and made of rough-hewn wood. She pushed it open, hoping for a normal bathroom, a place to collect herself, to maybe even sneak out. But it was not a bathroom. It was a long, narrow corridor, dimly lit by a few more flickering lanterns. And what she saw there made her gasp, a choked, terrified sound that died in her throat. Along one wall were cages. Not animal cages, but something far more disturbing. They were large, cylindrical, made of dark, heavy metal, and they held things. She could not make out the details in the dim light, but she could see movement, slow, rhythmic contractions, a faint, wet squelching sound. And the smell here was even more potent, more sickening. It was the same smell as the food on her plate, but amplified, raw, overwhelming. It was the smell of life and of something being consumed. In one cage, she saw a pale, elongated form, vaguely humanoid but utterly alien, writhing slowly, its skin slick and glistening. It seemed to be attached to tubes, thin, silvery filaments that ran into the shadows. In another, a mass of segmented, worm-like creatures pulsed together, their individual forms barely discernible, but their collective movement undeniable. And in the largest cage, at the very end of the corridor, she saw something that made her blood freeze in her veins. A large, vaguely spherical object, pulsing with slow, powerful rhythm. It was dark, almost black, but she could see outlines, impressions of features that looked disturbingly familiar. Eyes, a mouth, limbs, all distorted, stretched, fused into the grotesque, living mass. And from it, thin, translucent tendrils extended, reaching out slowly, blindly, toward the bars of the cage. It was like a nightmare made real, a cosmic horror in a metal cage. It was the source of the living feast. A soft sound behind her made her jump. She spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. Marcus, the waiter, stood in the archway, his pale face unreadable, his dark eyes fixed on her. He had not made a sound, had not moved. He was just there, looking for something. Miss, his voice was flat, devoid of any inflection, like a recording. Sarah did not answer. She could not. Her mind was screaming, her body shaking uncontrollably. This was not a restaurant. This was a charnel house, a feeding ground, a place where things were kept harvested, consumed. And she was meant to be one of the consumers. Or maybe, eventually, one of the consumed. Without thinking, without a plan, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. Sarah bolted. She pushed past Marcus, who did not even flinch, just watched her with those empty eyes. She ran back to the main dining hall, past the silent, hunched figures, past Leo, who looked up from his plate, his expression shifting from amusement to cold fury. "Sarah, where are you going?" he called out, his voice no longer smooth and charming, but sharp, demanding, laced with something ancient and powerful. She did not stop. She ran for the heavy, iron-studded door, her hand fumbling for the latch. It was stiff, rusted. She tugged, pulled, her fingers scrambling for purchase. She could hear Leo's footsteps behind her, slow, deliberate, unhurried. He was not running. He did not need to. Finally, with a desperate wrench, the door burst open. She stumbled out into the oppressive darkness of the clearing, the strange, foul smell of the place clinging to her. She did not look back. She just ran blindly into the woods. Branches lashed at her face. Thorns tore at her clothes and skin. The ground was uneven, roots and rocks threatening to trip her with every frantic stride. She could hear sound behind her now, not just Leo's footsteps, but a low, guttural growl, a sound that was not human. It was the same sound I heard from Cassandra, the sound of something inhuman, something hungry. She ran until her lungs burned, until her legs screamed in protest, until she thought she would collapse. The darkness was absolute, disorienting. She had no idea which way she was going, just away. Away from the building, away from Leo, away from the pulsating horrors in the cages. Eventually, by some miracle, she stumbled back onto the rough, unpaved track. She did not slow down, just kept running, the gravel biting into her feet through her thin dress shoes. She ran until she saw the faint, distant glow of streetlights, until the dirt track gave way to asphalt, until she finally reached a familiar main road. She collapsed on the shoulder, gasping for breath, tears streaming down her face, mixing with the dirt and sweat. She fumbled for her phone, her hands shaking so violently she could barely dial. She called Jessica. Jessica, bless her heart, did not ask too many questions at first. She just got in her car and drove. She found Sarah huddled by the roadside, covered in scratches and dirt, shivering uncontrollably, her eyes wide and vacant with a horror that Jessica recognized, a horror that mirrored my own after that night. Sarah could not speak coherently at first. She just kept repeating phrases, fragments of terror. It was moving, it was alive, the cages a smell. Jessica brought her home, gave her a warm shower, clean clothes, and a strong cup of tea. It took hours for Sarah to calm down enough to tell the full story. The story she eventually recounted to me through Jessica, a story that felt sickeningly familiar. The next day, Jessica, trying to be supportive, drove Sarah back to the general area where the restaurant was supposed to be. They followed the same roads, the same turns. But when they reached the spot where the dirt track was supposed to be, there was nothing, just dense, unbroken woods. No unpaved road, no clearing, no ancient stone building. Nothing. It was gone, vanished, just like the road to the way had vanished for me. Sarah, like me, tried to explain it to police. They listened patiently, professionally, then suggested she seek psychological help. They logged it as a possible abduction attempt, an elaborate hoax. But they did not really believe her. How could they? Now, Sarah's different. She won't eat meat, not even chicken. She struggles to eat anything at all, actually constantly checking her food, picking at it, convinced it is going to move, going to pulse. She has nightmares, vivid, visceral nightmares of pulsating masses and empty eyes. She jumps at every shadow, every unexpected sound. She is constantly looking over her shoulder, convinced Leo is still out there, that the restaurant is still out there, waiting. And I get it. I understand. Because I feel the same way. The world is not what it seems. There are these cracks, these hidden places, these impossible roads and vanishing buildings. And there are people like Leo, like Cassandra, people who are not really people, who lure you in, who offer you something special, something unique, only to reveal a hunger, a purpose, that is utterly alien and terrifying. Sarah was lucky. She got out. She did not eat the living feast. She was not drained, was not collected, but something was taken from her. Her innocence, her sense of security, her belief in a normal, predictable world. And she is left with the same chilling question that haunts me: what are these things? What do they want? And how many more of them are out there, hiding in plain sight, waiting for their next vessel, their next diner, their next unsuspecting victim to stumble onto their unmapped roads and into their hidden horrors? I look at Sarah sometimes and I see myself, two survivors scarred, awake to a nightmare dimension lurking just beneath the surface of our mundane lives. And I know, with a cold certainty that settles deep in my bones, that the road will find me again. And the restaurant, Or something like it will find Sarah. Because once you have seen what is truly out there, once you have glimpsed away or tasted the horror of the living feast, you can never truly go back. You are marked, and they know where to find you. They always do. You know, sometimes I think the universe just has this sick, twisted sense of humor. Like it is just waiting for you to get comfortable, to think you have got a handle on things, and then it just snaps. And suddenly, everything you thought was real, everything you built your sanity on, just shatters into a million pieces. That is kind of what happened to me with a guy named Barnaby and a dating app called Tinder. I am Sarah, and I am pretty much your average 20-something woman living in a city that is too big and too loud. My love life, if you could even call it that, was a graveyard of bad first dates and even worse ghostings. So, yeah, I was on Tinder. Again, it was a Tuesday night. I remember, and I was sprawled on my couch, nursing a lukewarm glass of cheap wine, mindlessly swiping through an endless parade of shirtless gym selfies and guys holding fish. You know the drill. I was honestly just about to give up for the night, feeling that familiar mix of loneliness and utter exhaustion when his profile popped up. Barnaby. The name itself sent a little jolt through me, a strange echo from a distant past. But it was his picture that really made me pause. He was not conventionally handsome, not in the way that makes you instantly swipe right. No, there was something off about him. He had this narrow face, framed by dark, almost black hair that fell across his forehead in a way that looked both messy and deliberate. His eyes were a startling shade of blue, so pale they almost seemed colorless, and they held this intense, almost hungry gaze. But it was not just his features, it was the expression. A slight, unsettling smirk played on his lips, a hint of something mischievous, something secretive. And that is when it hit me, like a cold splash of water to the face. Barnaby. The name. The face. The smirk. It was him. My imaginary friend. Now, I know what you are thinking. Imaginary friends. Seriously. Sarah. But hear me out. Every kid has one, right? Or a lot of them do. Anyway, mine was Barnaby. He showed up when I was about 5, a lonely only child with parents who worked a lot. He was my secret keeper, my adventure buddy, my confidant. And he looked exactly like this guy on Tinder. I mean, the resemblance was uncanny. The way his hair fell, the exact shade of those pale blue eyes, that weird lopsided smirk. Even a little scar, barely visible above his left eyebrow, was there. I remember drawing Barnaby constantly as a kid in my crayon-scribbled notebooks, and I swear, I could have overlaid one of those drawings onto this Tinder profile, and they would have matched perfectly. My first reaction was a nervous laugh. What bizarre coincidence, right? Someone with the same name and a similar look. It had to be. My imaginary friend was a figment of a child's overactive imagination, a coping mechanism, not some real person who would eventually show up on a dating app. The thought was absurd. But still, a tiny, almost imperceptible shiver ran down my spine. It was just too perfect. Too many details lined up. I hesitated for a moment, my thumb hovering over the screen. Part of me screamed to swipe left, to dismiss this as a weird glitch in the matrix and move on. But another part, the part that was morbidly curious, that craved a story, even a strange one, pushed me to swipe right. It was an instant match. My heart did this weird little flip-flop in my chest. Of course it was. What else would it be? I stared at the screen, a notification blinking. You matched with Barnaby. Then, almost immediately, a message popped up. Hey, Sarah, long time no see. Huh? Still love those cheesy poofs. My blood ran cold. Cheesy poofs. That was our thing. Barnaby and I, we used to pretend, to have picnics in my backyard, and he would always insist on cheesy poofs, even though I knew my mom would never buy them. It was a silly, private joke from my childhood. How could he possibly know that? I stare at the message, my mind racing, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe it was a common phrase, a lucky guess, or maybe I would put in my profile somewhere some obscure reference that I would have forgotten about. I quickly scrolled through my own profile. Nothing, not a single mention, of cheesy poofs or anything remotely related to my childhood imaginary friend. I typed back, my fingers trembling slightly. Hi, cheesy poofs. How do you know about cheesy poofs? His reply was almost instantaneous. Just a feeling. Some things you just remember, right? The casualness of his response was even more unsettling. It was not an explanation. It was a dismissal, a playful deflection that felt deeply, profoundly wrong. I tried to shake it off. Maybe he was a mind reader, a psychic, or maybe I was just letting my imagination run wild again, just like when I was a kid. We continued to chat over the next few days. And with every message, the knot in my stomach tightened. He was charming, witty, and incredibly engaging. He seemed to know all the right things to say, the things that would make me laugh, the things that would make me feel understood. But underneath the surface, there was always that current of unease. He would make these little comments, these subtle references that would send a chill down my spine. Like, I would be talking about a stressful day at work, and he would say something like, "Sounds like you need a break," just like when you used to hide under your bed when things got too much. And yeah, I did used to hide under my bed. A lot. But I would never told anyone that. Not ever. And certainly not on my Tinder profile. Or I would mention my fear of spiders, a fear I have had since I was little, and he would text back. "Still remember that time you screamed the house down over a daddy long legs in the bathroom. I still think it was kind of cute. I remember that incident vividly. I was maybe 6. My parents were out, and I distinctly remember Barnaby, my imaginary friend, sitting on the edge of the tub, telling me it was okay, that he would protect me. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. I would reread our conversations, searching for clues, for an explanation. Was I just projecting? Was I so lonely that I was creating this elaborate fantasy around a random guy on Tinder? My friends, when I vaguely tried to bring it up, just laughed it off. "You are overthinking it. Sarah, he is probably just a good guesser, or you're just a little too open on social media." But I knew, deep down, that was not it. This felt different. This felt personal. And ancient. Eventually, he asked me out. For coffee. A simple, innocuous first date. My first instinct was to say no. To block him, delete the app, and pretend this whole bizarre interaction never happened. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate need for answers, overruled my fear. I had to see him. I had to know. The day of the date, I was a wreck. I spent hours getting ready, not because I wanted to impress him, but because I wanted to feel some semblance of control, some armor against a growing dread. I kept having these vivid flashbacks to my childhood. Not just vague memories, but specific moments with Barnaby. His laughter, the way he would tilt his head when he was listening, the feeling of his unseen presence beside me. It was not just his appearance that was familiar, it was his essence. I even dug out an old shoebox from the back of my closet, filled with childhood treasures. Among them, a worn, crayon-stained drawing. It was me, holding hands with a stick figure, and beside me a more detailed, though still childish, rendition of Barnaby. Dark hair, pale eyes, that unsettling smirk. And above his left eyebrow, a tiny, jagged line. The scar. It was undeniable. The drawing was an almost perfect match to his Tinder profile picture. My hand started to shake. I remember staring at that drawing for what felt like an eternity, the silence of my apartment pressing in on me. The innocent, comforting image of my childhood friend had transformed into something sinister, something that was now lurking in the adult world, waiting for me. I made it to the coffee shop 5 minutes early, my heart hammering against my ribs. I picked a table by the window, my back to the wall, a desperate attempt to feel less exposed. Every time the bell above the door chimed, I flinched, my eyes darting to the entrance. When he finally walked in, it was like a scene from a movie, slow motion and dreamlike. He looked exactly like his pictures, but somehow, in person, the resemblance to my imaginary friend was even more pronounced. He scanned the room, those pale blue eyes piercing through the afternoon light, and then they landed on me. That smirk, the one from my drawings, the one from his profile, spread across his face. He walked toward me, his gait easy, confident. And for a terrifying moment, I felt like a child again, waiting for my imaginary friend to join me for a make-believe adventure. "Sarah," he said, his voice a low, smooth baritone, exactly as I would always imagine it would sound. "You made it." I managed a weak smile. "Barnaby." We sat down, and for the first few minutes, it was surprisingly normal. We talked about work, about the city, about our interests. He was engaging, charming, exactly as he would have been in our messages. And I found myself, despite the gnawing fear, almost enjoying it. Almost. But then, he leaned forward, his eyes locking onto mine, that unsettling smirk returning. "You know," he said, "I always wondered if you would remember me." My breath caught in my throat. "Remember you?" I tried to keep my voice light. Casual. I mean, we just matched on Tinder. He chuckled, a soft, dry sound that sent another shiver down my spine. "Oh, Sarah, do not be silly. We have known each other for a very, very long time. Since you were just a little thing, actually. I was there for all your secrets, all your fears, all your little triumphs." My carefully constructed composure crumbled. "What are you talking about?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The coffee shop, which had moments ago felt like a safe, public place, now seemed to shrink around us, the other patrons fading into a blurry background. "I am talking about me." "Sarah," he said, his voice still calm, but with an underlying current of something ancient and knowing. "I was your Barnaby, your imaginary friend. You drew me, you talked to me, you told me everything, and I listened." A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. That is impossible. Imaginary friends are not real. They are just products of a child's mind. He shook his head slowly, his pale eyes never leaving mine. "Oh, but they are." "Sarah, in a way, we exist in the spaces between. In the whispers of a child's mind. We grow with you. We learn about you. We become intertwined with your very being. And then when you grow up, when you stop believing, we fade. Most of us. Anyway, most of us." I repeated, my voice hoarse. "Yes," he said, that smirk widening, showing just a hint of teeth. "But some of us are a little more persistent. Some of us do not want to fade. Especially when we find a connection as strong as ours was. You kept me alive. Sarah, with your imagination, your belief, your need for me. And I have been waiting. My mind reeled. This could not be happening. This was a nightmare. A delusion. Waiting for what? For you to be ready," he said simply. "For you to be lonely enough, open enough to let me back in. And Tinder, well, Tinder was just a convenient way to manifest." He gestured vaguely at his phone, then back at me. "I knew you would swipe right. I knew you would remember me, even if you tried to deny it." I pushed back from the table, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. Heads turned, but I did not care. I needed to get out. "This is insane." I stammered. "You are insane. I am leaving." "Oh, but you can't." "Sarah," he said, his voice still calm, but now with an edge of something predatory. "Not yet. We have so much catching up to do. So many adventures we never finished." I stood up, my legs trembling, and tried to walk away. But he was suddenly there, blocking my path, not physically touching me, but his presence was a solid, unyielding wall. His eyes, those pale blue eyes, seemed to glow faintly in the dim light of the coffee shop. "You do not understand," he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "I did not just look like your imaginary friend. I am him. I have always been here. Sarah, watching, learning, waiting for the right moment to step out of the shadows and back into your life. And now that I am here, I am not going anywhere." Panic seized me, a cold, suffocating wave. I pushed past him, stumbled out of the coffee shop, and started running. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to get away from him, from this impossible, terrifying reality. I hailed a cab, practically throwing myself in the back seat, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "Just drive." I choked out to the bewildered driver. "Anywhere. Just go." I kept looking out the back window, expecting to see him, to see those pale blue eyes watching me. But there was nothing, just a blur of city streets, the indifferent faces of strangers. I tried to convince myself that it was over, that I would escape the crazy person, that my imagination had just run wild. But the relief did not come. Instead, a deeper, colder dread settled in. I spent the next few days in a state of hypervigilance. I blocked Barnaby on Tinder, deleted the app, and changed my phone number. I even considered moving, though the idea felt absurdly dramatic. I tried to rationalize it all away. He was a stalker who'd somehow found out about my childhood, a master manipulator. But the cheesy poofs, the hiding under bed, the spider incident, those were things no one else knew. Then the incident started. Small at first, almost imperceptible. I would come home to find a faint, sweet smell in my apartment, like old paper and something metallic, a scent I vaguely associate with my childhood bedroom. Or I would hear a faint whisper just at the edge of my hearing, calling my name, just like Barnaby used to. I would check every room, every closet, my heart pounding, but find nothing. One morning, I woke up and found a single, dried crayon drawing on my bedside table. It was a crude stick figure of me, holding hands with a more detailed figure with dark hair and pale eyes. My own drawing from my childhood shoebox. The one I would left buried in the back of my closet. That is when I knew he was not just a stalker. He was in my apartment. He was in my life. He was real. I started seeing him out of the corner of my eye. A fleeting shadow in an alleyway. A figure standing too still across the street. Always just out of reach, just out of focus. He was always there, a silent, unblinking presence. One night, I was walking home from work, the city lights blurring around me, when my phone buzzed. It was a text message from an unknown number. Still afraid of the dark. "Sarah, I remember you always used to ask me to hold your hand when you walked home at night. I still will." I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I looked around wildly. The street was busy, but suddenly, I felt utterly alone. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that he was watching me. He was right there. I ran the rest of the way home, fumbling with my keys, my hand shaking so violently I could barely unlock the door. I slammed it shut behind me, locking every deadbolt, every chain. I pressed my back against the door, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. Then I heard it, a soft, familiar tapping against my living room window. Tap, tap, tap. I slowly turned, my eyes wide with terror. And there he was, Barnaby, standing outside my window, several stories up, somehow suspended in midair. His face was pressed against the glass, those pale blue eyes burning into mine, and that unsettling smirk was wider than ever, stretching his lips into something grotesque. He lifted a hand and slowly, deliberately, he pressed it against the glass. I could see the faint outline of his palm, his long, slender fingers. And then he mouthed a word. Mine. I screamed. A raw, primal sound of pure terror. I backed away from the window, stumbling over my own feet, collapsing onto the floor. I hugged my knees to my chest, rocking back and forth, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, what was happening to me. He did not go away. He just stayed there, floating outside my window, watching me. Sometimes he would tap on the glass. Sometimes he would just stare. He was a constant, terrifying presence. I stopped going to work. I stopped answering my phone. I lived in a perpetual state of fear, the blinds drawn, the lights off, huddled in a corner of my apartment, trying to make myself as small and invisible as possible. But it did not matter. He knew I was there. He always knew. He started leaving things, little unsettling gifts. A single faded crayon, a tiny plastic toy soldier from my old collection, a small hand-drawn picture of me, sleeping in my bed, left on my pillow. Each one a chilling reminder that he could come and go as he pleased, that my home, my sanctuary, was utterly permeable to him. I tried to tell a friend, really tell her everything. But as the words came out, they sounded insane, even to me. My imaginary friend from childhood is real, and he is haunting me, and he looks like my Tinder match. She listened patiently, her eyes filled with concern, and then gently suggested I might be under a lot of stress. Maybe I should see someone. She did not believe me. How could she? The worst part, the truly soul-crushing part, was a dawning realization that he was not just a monster. He was Barnaby, the one who knew all my secrets, the one who comforted me when I was scared, the one who was supposed to be my protector. He had been there from the beginning, a shadow woven into the fabric of my childhood, growing stronger, waiting. And he was not just waiting to manifest. He was waiting to take. One night, I could not take it anymore. The constant watching, the chilling whispers, the knowledge that he was always there. I felt like a trapped animal, slowly being driven to madness. I stood at my living room window, pulling back the curtain, my eyes meeting his. He was still there, floating, his smirk unwavering. "What do you want?" I screamed, my voice raw and broken. He just tilted his head, that familiar gesture from my childhood, and then he slowly, deliberately raised his hand and pointed at me. Not at my body, but at something deeper, something inside me. And then I heard his voice not in my ears, but directly in my mind. A cold, ancient whisper that echoed in the deepest chambers of my being. "I want to be whole again, Sarah, and you are the missing piece." The world spun. My legs gave out. I collapsed, the last vestige of my sanity shattering around me. I understood then. He was not just my imaginary friend. He was something else. Something that had attached itself to me as a child, something that fed on my imagination, my loneliness, my need for connection. And now, he wanted to fully merge, to fully become real by consuming me. I do not know how long I lay there. Hours, maybe days. Time had lost all meaning. The fear was no longer a sharp, piercing pain, but a dull, constant ache. I was numb. When I finally managed to push myself up, everything felt different. The light in my apartment seemed dimmer, the colors muted. My own reflection in the window seemed off. My eyes looked a little too pale. My lips curved into a slight, unsettling smirk. I walked to the mirror, my movement stiff, almost robotic. I stared at my reflection. It was me, but it was not. There was a subtle shift in my expression, a predatory glint in my eyes that had never been there before. And above my left eyebrow, faint but undeniably, there was a small, jagged line, a scar. I reached up, touching the mark. It felt real. It felt like it had always been there. And then I heard a voice, not my own, but a familiar, ancient whisper, echoing in the hollows of my mind. "Welcome back. Sarah, we have so much to do, so many new friends to make." I smiled, a wide, unsettling smile that stretched my lips a little too far. My eyes, Those pale blue eyes glowed faintly in the dim light. The world was not just full of horrors. It was a vast road, and they were always watching. And now, I was watching too. And I was hungry. So, you know how sometimes you hit rock bottom, and then, just when you think you have finally burrowed as deep as you can go, you realize there's another, even darker level beneath you. Yeah, that has been my life for the past few months. After Liam, after Ethan, after the whisper started, I became a ghost in my own apartment. The world outside felt like a thin, fragile membrane, ready to tear open and spill its horrors directly into my living room. Dr. Evans, bless her misguided heart, still insisted it was PTSD. Hallucinations, she would say, her voice calm and reassuring, completely oblivious of the cold dread that was a permanent resident in my chest. Your mind is trying to process trauma. I would nod. I would smile weakly. I would pretend to take her advice, but inside, I knew it was not just my mind. The whispers were real. The names of the lost, soft at first, like distant radio static, then clearer, more insistent, a constant hum beneath the surface of my consciousness. They were in the rattling of the old pipes, the rustle of leaves outside my window, even the hum of my refrigerator. Sarah, Michael, Emily, names I would gut-goo later, always finding a missing person report, a cold case, a vacant stare on a faded poster. I was a recluse, but not by choice. The fear kept me locked away. Every shadow was a fleeting face. Every creak of the floorboards a phantom footstep. I stopped answering calls, stopped checking social media, stopped living. The only interaction I had was with Dr. Evans, and even that felt like a performance, a desperate attempt to fool myself into believing I could still be normal. But normal was a distant country I no longer had a passport to. The whispers, though they were relentless, they burrowed into my thoughts, making it impossible to focus, impossible to rest. Sleep offered no escape. The names would twist into my dreams, faces forming in the darkness, reaching for me. I was exhausted mentally and emotionally. I was starving for quiet, for a moment of peace, for anything that was not the ceaseless chorus of the lost. It was in one of those moments of utter desperation, when the whispers felt like they were physically pressing against my eardrums, that I did something incredibly stupid. Something completely out of character for the new terrified me. I opened a dating app. I know, it sounds insane. After Liam, after Ethan, after swearing off men and human connection entirely. But the silence, the sheer, crushing weight of my own company, amplified by the constant murmuring of the lost, was becoming unbearable. I needed a distraction. I needed to feel something else. Anything else, even if it was just a fleeting anxiety of a first date. Maybe, I thought, just maybe, a sliver of normalcy could push back against the encroaching darkness. It was a desperate, pathetic plea for sanity. A last-ditch effort to prove to myself that I was not completely lost. I chose a new app, one I had not used before. A fresh start, or so I hoped. My fingers trembled as I uploaded a recent photo, a forced smile plastered on my face. I wrote a bio that was vague and non-committal, avoiding anything that might hint at the swirling chaos beneath my surface. I felt a pang of guilt, knowing I was essentially lying, presenting a version of myself that no longer existed. But what else could I do? Tell them I hear the voices of the dead. The initial swipes were a blur. Faces, profiles, bios, they all merged into a meaningless stream. I felt detached, like I was watching someone else do this. Then, I matched with Alex. His profile was normal, almost aggressively normal. He was a few years older than me, worked in marketing, like hiking and craft beer. His photo showed a friendly, open face, a genuine smile. No unsettling intensity in his eyes, no strange, knowing smirk like Ethan's. He looked like the kind of guy who'd bring flowers to a first date and split the bill fairly. He was, in short, Everything I desperately wanted in a person right now, utterly, completely mundane. A flicker of something that felt suspiciously like hope ignited in my chest. Maybe this was it. Maybe this was the universe throwing me a bone, a chance to claw my way back. I started scrolling through his photos, a habit I would picked up to try and gauge a person's vibe before messaging. There were pictures of him on a mountain trail, laughing with friends at a brewery, a selfie with a dog, all perfectly innocuous. Then I saw it, the last picture in his gallery. It was a slightly blurry shot, taken from a low angle, of him sitting at what looked like an outdoor patio. He was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, and his left arm was resting on the table, slightly flexed. And there, on the inside of his forearm, just above the wrist, was a tattoo. My breath hitched. My heart, which had been beating a dull, anxious rhythm, suddenly hammered against my ribs. I zoomed in, pinching the screen with trembling fingers. The image sharpened, and the tattoo became undeniably clear. It was a name written in a delicate cursive script. My name. The blood drained from my face, leaving me cold and clammy. I stared at the screen, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. It could not be. It was impossible. My name is not super common, but it is not unheard of. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it was his sister's name, or his mother's, or an ex-girlfriend. But the script, the placement, it felt intimate, personal. Panic, cold and sharp, began to spread through my veins. The whispers, which had momentarily receded in my focus on Alex's profile, surged back, louder now, a frantic chorus. Her name. Her name. They seemed to mock me, to revel in my terror. I closed the app, then immediately reopened it, as if the image might have changed. It had not. There was my name etched onto the arm of a complete stranger, someone I had not even exchanged a single word with. My stomach churned. This was worse, somehow, than Liam's pale hand or Ethan's knowing whispers. This was premeditated. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he had a really common name. No, mine was not that common. Maybe it was a tribute to someone, a deceased relative. But why my exact name, spelled the same way? The odds felt astronomically low, especially given my recent history. My mind flashed back to Ethan, to his casual mention of Liam, to his knowledge of things he could not possibly know. My carefully constructed facade of normalcy, the one I would have been so desperately trying to maintain, shattered into a million pieces. I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, the phone clutched in my hand. Alex had not messaged me yet. My finger hovered over the unmatched button. It was the sensible thing to do, the safe thing. But a strange, morbid curiosity held me back. Or maybe it was not curiosity. Maybe it was the whispers, subtly urging me on, painting grim scenarios in my mind. They felt different now, more focused, less scattered. Like they were all pointing towards one specific direction, Alex. The next morning, I woke up to a notification. Alex had messaged me. Hey, my name. Great profile. You seem really interesting. How's your week going? His message was perfectly innocuous, friendly, enthusiastic. It was a kind of message any normal guy would send. But the sight of my name, typed out by him, after seeing it tattooed on his arm, sent a shiver down my spine. It felt like a trap, a lure. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. What do I say? Do I confront him? Hey, random question, but do you have my name tattooed on your arm? And if so, why? No, that would make me sound unhinged. Do I pretend I did not see it? Go on the date and try to subtly check. The thought made my stomach clench. The whispers were a low thrum now, a constant pressure behind my eyes. Go. See. No. They were not just names anymore, they felt like commands. My own desperation for a distraction, combined with this terrifying new development, created a vortex of morbid fascination. I could not unmatch him. I could not ignore it. I had to know. Hey, Alex, my week's been interesting. I typed, a bitter laugh bubbling up in my throat. Yours. We exchanged a few more messages, all perfectly normal, building toward the inevitable question of meeting up. I felt like I was sleepwalking, a puppet on strings, pulled along by an unseen force. Every time he typed my name, a fresh wave of unease washed over me. It felt like a claim, a brand. Finally, he suggested coffee. A public place. During the day. My rational mind screamed yes. Safety first. But the primal part of me, the part that had been screaming for months, just felt a numb resignation. Safety was an illusion, a concept that had vanished the night I saw Liam's pale hand. The days leading up to the date were a blur of paranoia. I checked my locks 10 times a night. I jumped at every shadow. Every car that slowed outside my apartment felt like it was him, watching. The whispers were a constant companion, their volume fluctuating with my anxiety. Sometimes they were faint, almost a murmur. Other times they roared, a cacophony of lost souls clamoring for my attention. I started seeing faces in the periphery of my vision more often, indistinct at first, then almost solidifying, their eyes hollow, their mouths twisted in silent screams. Dr. Evan's words about hallucinations felt like a cruel joke. I almost canceled a dozen times. My finger hovered over the cancel date button, over the block user button. But something always stopped me. A terrifying pull, a feeling that I was already too deep, that cancel would only delay the inevitable. Or perhaps a perverse hope that I was wrong, that there was a perfectly logical explanation, and that this entire ordeal was just a testament to my own unraveling mind. The morning of the date, I felt like a condemned woman walking to the gallows. I dressed carefully, choosing an outfit that was casual but not too revealing, something that would allow me to observe without drawing too much attention. I kept my sleeves long, despite the unseasonably warm weather, a subconscious attempt to protect myself. Perhaps I even considered wearing a hat and sunglasses, a laughable attempt at anonymity. I arrived at the coffee shop 10 minutes early, a habit born of anxiety. I chose a table near the window, with a clear view of the entrance, and ordered a black coffee, needing the caffeine to sharpen my frayed nerves. My hands trembled as I gripped the warm mug. Every person who walked in sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The whispers were a low hum, a backdrop to the frantic beating of my heart. Then he walked in. He was exactly like his pictures. Taller than I expected, with kind eyes and an easy smile. He spotted me immediately, a genuine warmth in his expression. "Hey, my name. You found it okay?" he asked, his voice friendly and normal. Normal. The word echoed in my head, a terrifying counterpoint to the dread coiling in my stomach. "Hey, Alex." I managed, my voice a little shakier than I would have liked. He sat down opposite me, pulling out his chair with a polite scrape. He ordered a latte, making small talk with the barista. He was effortlessly charming, easygoing. Anyone watching us would have seen a perfectly normal first date. Two people getting to know each other. But I was not normal, and this was not a normal date. My eyes kept darting to his left arm. He was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, just like in the photo. His arm was resting casually on the table, but angled slightly away from me. I could see the bare skin of his forearm, but the tattoo was obscured, hidden by the curve of his arm and the angle of his body. It was like he knew what I was looking for, and was deliberately keeping it from me. Or maybe I was just projecting my paranoia onto him. We talked. He asked about my work, my hobbies. I gave vague, edited answers, careful not to reveal too much. My mind was racing, trying to find a way to subtly bring up the tattoo to get a better look. I felt like a detective, frantically searching for clues, while simultaneously trying to appear like a normal human being on a normal date. It was exhausting. The whispers were a dull roar in my ears. Look, see, no, They were no longer just names, they were mixed with fragments of sentences, garbled words that sounded like they were spoken from underwater. I tried to focus on what Alex was saying, but it was like trying to listen to a single violin in the middle of a symphony. "So, what do you usually do on the weekends?" he asked, taking a sip of his latte. His eyes were warm, engaging. He seemed genuinely interested. "Oh, I said, trying to sound casual, just relaxing, catching up on stuff." I felt a flush of shame, knowing that catching up on stuff meant staring at my walls and listening to the dead. "I hear you," he chuckled. "Sometimes you just need to unplug. I actually just got back from a hiking trip last weekend. It was great to get away from the city." He gestured with his left hand, picking up his phone to show me a picture. And there it was. As he held the phone up, his sleeve rolled up just enough. And the angle was perfect. The tattoo, my name, clear as day, inked on his forearm. My breath hitched again. My coffee cup clattered against the saucer, spilling a few drops onto the table. "Oh, sorry," I mumbled, grabbing a napkin. Alex looked up, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, fine, just clumsy." I lied, my heart pounding so hard I thought he must be able to hear it. My eyes were fixed on his arm, on the cursive letters that spelled out my name. It was undeniably there. No mistake. No coincidence. The whispers exploded in my head. A deafening shriek of names. A cacophony of sound that made my ears ring. I saw faces swirling in my peripheral vision, translucent and distorted, their mouths open in silent screams. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. "You have a tattoo." I blurted out, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. My voice was tight, strained. He looked down at his arm, a casual, almost amused expression on his face. "Oh, this old thing. Yeah, just got it a while back." He did not seem surprised, not even a little. His calmness was unsettling. What does it say?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I knew what it said. I needed to hear him say it. He looked up at me, his eyes losing some of their warmth, replaced by a strange, knowing glint. A glint that reminded me of Ethan. "It says your name," he said, his voice soft, almost a caress. "It says my name." A wave of nausea washed over me. The coffee shop, the chatter, the smell of roasted beans all receded, replaced by a tunnel vision of his face, his eyes, and the damning tattoo on his arm. How did you know my name?" I stammered, my voice trembling, before we even matched. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping, though still calm. "I did not know it, not in the way you mean, not from a profile. I heard it. My blood ran cold. Heard it. The same words Ethan had used. Heard it." I repeated, my mind racing, trying to make sense of a new horror unfolding before me. "Yes, the whispers," he said, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You hear them too. Do not you? The lost. They have been calling your name for a while now." I just listened, my chest tightened, making it hard to breathe. He knew. He knew about the whispers. He knew about the lost. He was not just some random guy, he was one of them. Or something worse. "What are you talking about?" I tried to feign ignorance, to sound normal, but my voice cracked. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "Come on. My name. Do not pretend. I know about Liam. I know about Ethan. They were just stepping stones. Pointers." My eyes widened in terror. How could he possibly know about Liam? About Ethan? Ethan had vanished without a trace. No one knew about him. No one. "They led me to you," he continued, his gaze unwavering, almost hypnotic. "The lost. They want you. They have been calling you, drawing you in. And I am just here to help them along." The whispers in my head intensified, a chaotic storm of voices, names, and garbled warnings. I could almost feel their presence, pressing around us, unseen but palpable. The faces I've been seeing in my periphery now seemed to solidify, pressing against the glass of the coffee shop window, their hollow eyes fixed on me. What do you mean? Help them along. I whispered, my throat dry. I wanted to run, to scream, but I was frozen, trapped by his gaze, by the horrifying clarity of his words. The tattoo, he said, gesturing to his arm. It is a mark, a recognition. It signifies that you are ready, that you are open. You have been listening for so long. My name. Now it is time to join the chorus. He reached across the table, his hand moving slowly, deliberately, towards mine. I flinched, pulling back instinctively. His touch, even if it had not landed, felt like a brand, a burning mark. Do not be afraid, he said, his voice soothing, but utterly chilling. It is a natural progression. You are becoming one of us, one of the conduits. Conduits. My voice was barely a squeak. Yes, you hear them, you see them. Soon you will speak for them. You will bring them closer, and then you will join them fully. My mind reeled. Join them fully. What did that mean? Become one of the lost. Disappear. Or become something else entirely. Something that whispered names into the void. No, I gasped, finally finding my voice, a desperate surge of adrenaline coursing through me. No, I do not want to be part of this. I do not want to hear them. I do not want to be a conduit. He smiled a sad, knowing smile. It is too late. My name. You're already in too deep. The tattoo is just a confirmation. They have chosen you. I scrambled out of my chair, knocking it over with a loud clang that drew a few startled glances from other patrons. I did not care. The whispers were screaming now, a frantic, overwhelming deluge of sound and imagery. The faces at the window were clearer, their eyes burning with an otherworldly hunger. I have to go. I choked out, backing away from the table. Alex remained seated, his gaze still fixed on me, calm and unnerving. You can run, he said, his voice carrying clearly over the sudden silence in my head. The whispers had stopped, abruptly, completely. But you can't hide from what is inside you now. I turned and fled. I did not look back. I burst out of the coffee shop into the bright afternoon sun, which felt harsh and artificial. I ran blindly, my lungs burning, my legs pumping, not knowing where I was going, just needing to get away. Away from Alex, away from the coffee shop, away from the terrifying truth he had just laid bare. I did not know how I got home. The world was a blur of colors and sounds, my mind a cacophony of fear and disbelief. I remember fumbling with my keys, bursting through the door, slamming it shut and locking it, then collapsing against it, gasping for breath. The apartment was silent, utterly, completely silent. The whispers were gone. The absence was more terrifying than their presence. It was like a sudden, chilling void. I slid down the door, burying my face in my hands, trying to make sense of it all. Alex, the tattoo, his words. They have chosen you. Join the chorus. Conduit. Hours passed. I sat there, curled in a ball, too terrified to move, too exhausted to cry. The silence persisted, a heavy, suffocating blanket. I almost wished for the whispers to return, for the familiar torment, because this new, unnatural quiet felt like the calm before a storm. Then, slowly, subtly, it began. Not the whispers of the lost. Something else. Something new. It started as a faint pressure behind my eyes, a warmth in my chest. Then a name formed in my mind. Not heard, but generated. From within me, Jessica. I sat bolt upright, my heart leaping into my throat. Where did that come from? It was not a whisper from outside. It was my thought. But it was not my thought. It felt alien, imposed. I scrambled for my phone, my fingers fumbling as I typed the name into a search engine. Jessica, missing person. A young woman disappeared from a neighboring town 6 months ago. A faded photo stared back at me. My blood ran cold. I was not just hearing the names anymore. I was generating them. I was becoming the source. Another name surfaced in my mind, unbidden, involuntary. Robert. I typed it in. Another missing person. A man, gone for years. Then another, and another, each one appearing in my mind with chilling clarity, accompanied by a faint, internal echo that felt like a familiar presence, a cold touch in the depths of my consciousness. The whispers had not stopped. They had simply changed their source. They were no longer outside me, they were inside. I was the conduit. I was the chorus. I stared at my reflection in the darkened window. My eyes looked hollow, haunted. The faces of the lost, which had once been fleeting shadows, now seemed to press against the glass. Clearer than ever, their eyes fixed on me. They were not just outside anymore. They were in me. They were using me. Alex had been right. It was too late. I was chosen. I was open. And I was no longer just a listener, waiting for my own name to be called into the void. Now, I was the one calling. I was the one whispering names into the world, names of the lost, drawing them closer, perhaps even drawing others into this terrifying, inescapable chorus. The ultimate horror was not that I would be called. It was that I had become the caller, and I had no idea whose name would emerge from my lips next, or what fresh hell I was unleashing with every whispered word. So, my life had become this living nightmare, right? The whispers, the names of the lost echoing in my head like some broken record. Dr. Evans, bless her heart, called it PTSD. She said it was a manifestation of trauma, a way my mind was coping with the horrors I would witness with Liam and Ethan. But I knew better. I felt it. It was real. After the whole Alex debacle, after he confirmed everything, after he showed me that tattoo with my name on his arm, I ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. The moment I fled that coffee shop, the external whispers, the ones that had plagued me for months, they just stopped. Poof. Gone. It was like someone had hit the mute button on the universe. For a brief, glorious moment, I thought I was free. I thought I would escape. The silence was deafening, but it was a beautiful kind of deafening. I could hear my own thoughts again, my own heartbeat. I even managed a couple of nights of uninterrupted sleep, the first in what felt like an eternity. I started to hope. Maybe Alex was just some deranged stalker. Maybe it was all a coincidence, a twisted delusion. But peace, as I would learn the hard way, was a luxury I was not allowed. It started subtly, a fleeting thought, a name drifting through my mind as I was making coffee, or scrolling aimlessly through my phone. Jessica. I brushed it off, just a random name. Then, a few hours later, while I was trying to focus on work, another one, Robert. That is when the familiar chill started to creep up my spine. It was not an external whisper, not anymore. It was internal, like a thought that was not mine, a memory I had not made. I tried to ignore it, but the names persisted. They were not loud, not like before, but they were insistent. They were mine, or rather they were from me, with a growing sense of dread. I did what Alex had told me the whispers were for. I searched them. Jessica, missing person report. A young woman, last seen leaving a bar downtown 3 weeks ago. No leads. Robert, missing person report. A middle-aged man, vanished from a hiking trail upstate a month prior. Search called off. The horror intensified. Alex was right. It was not over. It was worse. I was not just a listener anymore. I was the caller, the source, the conduit. The whispers were not gone, they were inside me, generating new names, new victims, new connections to this inescapable nightmare. I was unwittingly drawing others into it, whispering names into a world, like some twisted cosmic casting call. And the worst part, I had no idea whose name I would generate next. I had no control. I was just the machine. That is where my story ends, or at least where my direct involvement in this specific incident begins. Because one of those names I generated, one of those unwitting calls I sent out into the ether, was for a guy named Mark. My name's Mark, and if you are listening to this, if you are hearing my voice, it means I am probably already gone. Or worse. I do not know. I just know I need to tell someone. Anyone. Maybe it will make sense to you. Maybe you will see the patterns I missed, the red flags I ignored, the way everything just twisted. It all started, like most modern tragedies, with a dating app, Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, you name it. I would try them all. I am not some desperate hermit. I swear, I have friends, a decent job. I go out, but you know how it is. Sometimes you just want to meet someone new, someone outside your usual orbit. And let's be honest, swiping left or right is easier than awkward bar conversations. I would have been on a few duds, a couple good ones that just fizzled. Nothing memorable. Then I matched with Sarah. Her profile, picture was simple, a warm smile, eyes that sparkled, a cascade of dark hair. No filters, no crazy angles. Just genuine. Her bio was short, sweet, and hinted at a dry wit. She liked hiking, old movies, and apparently a good cup of coffee. Sounded harmless enough. We started chatting, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. No awkward silences, no forced jokes. She seemed intelligent, funny, and surprisingly down to earth. We talked for a few days, texting back and forth, sometimes for hours. I felt a connection, something I had not felt in a long time. Eventually, I suggested we meet. She agreed, suggesting a little independent coffee shop downtown. It was a perfect first date. We talked about everything and nothing. Our jobs, our families, our terrible exes, our dreams. She had this laugh, a light, tinkling sound that made me smile. I felt completely at ease with her. She was everything her profile promised, and more. As the coffee shop started to wind down, she suggested we extend the evening. There's this amazing little dive bar, she said, her eyes twinkling. It is a bit of a drive, but they have the best live jazz on Tuesdays. And their whiskey sours. To die for. I hesitated for a second. It was getting late, and I had work in the morning. But something in her enthusiasm, that genuine spark, was infectious. Lead the way, I said with a grin. Just promise me it is not some sketchy back alley place. She laughed, that beautiful, tinkling sound. Only the best for you. Mark. She offered to drive. Her car was a sleek, dark sedan, a model I did not recognize. It was spotless inside, smelling faintly of something floral and expensive. I settled into the passenger seat, feeling a pleasant buzz from the coffee and the good company. This was nice. I thought this was really, really nice. Maybe this was it. Maybe Sarah was the one. We chatted easily as she navigated out of the city center. The jazz bar, she explained, was in a small, historic district just outside the main sprawl. It is a hidden gem, she said, her eyes fixed on the road. Most people do not even know it is there. I was enjoying the conversation too much to pay close attention to the route at first. We passed familiar landmarks, then turned onto a road I did not recognize, but it did not strike me as odd. Cities are full of feeder roads and shortcuts. The sky was darkening, painting the horizon in shades of deep purple and fiery orange. It was a beautiful evening. After about 15 minutes, I pulled out my phone, mostly out of habit. I was going to check my messages, maybe quickly glance at the news. That is, when I noticed it, my GPS. It was blank. Not no signal blank, but no road blank. The little blue that represented my car was just floating in a sea of gray, with no lines, no streets, no names. Huh, I mumbled, tapping the screen. My phone's acting up. Lost signal. I guess. Sarah glanced at me, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. Happens out here sometimes, she said smoothly. Rural areas. But we were not in a rural area. Not yet, anyway. We were still on what looked like a fairly well-maintained asphalt road, flanked by trees and occasional glimpses of what looked like industrial parks in the distance. I tried zooming out, then zooming in. Nothing. The road we were on simply did not exist on my map. It was like we were driving through a void. A tiny prickle of unease started in my stomach. I am a pretty logical guy. My phone has never done that before, not even in places with genuinely terrible reception. It usually at least shows the outline of a road, even if it can't pinpoint my exact location. This was different. This was just nothing. That is weird, I said, trying to sound casual. Usually, even if I lose signal, the roads are still there, just no location tracking. Sarah just hummed, a soft, almost melodic sound. Sometimes the maps are not updated, especially for older roads. This one's been here a long time. That did not sit right with me. The asphalt was too smooth, the lane markings too crisp for an older road that would not be on any map. It felt new yet forgotten. I looked out the window. The industrial parks had given way to denser woods. The trees were tall, dark, and pressed in close to the road. The light was fading fast now, and the shadows stretched long and distorted. How much further is this place? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. The prickle of unease was growing into a distinct throb. Not much, she replied, her eyes still on the road. Her hands on the steering wheel were perfectly still, her knuckles smooth and unblemished. Just around this bend. We rounded the bend. And another. The road continued, seemingly endless, winding deeper into the woods. The trees here were different. They were not the familiar oaks and maples of the city outskirts. These were gnarled, ancient-looking things, their branches thick and interwoven, forming a canopy that blocked out the last vestiges of twilight. It felt like we were driving through a tunnel of living wood. The air in the car, which had been light and pleasant, now felt heavy. Stale. I tried to roll down the window, but the button would not respond. I tried again, pressing harder. Nothing. Windows are a bit sticky sometimes. Sarah said, without looking at me. Her voice was still calm, but there was an underlying flatness to it now, a lack of the warmth it had held just an hour ago. My heart started to pound. This was not right. Nothing about this was right. The non-existent road, the stuck window, the sudden change in atmosphere. I pulled out my phone again, desperately. No signal, of course. Not even for emergency calls. Just that blank gray map. Sarah, I said, my voice a little tighter than I intended. I think we should turn back. This is getting a bit too far out. For a casual Tuesday night jazz bar. She finally looked at me, her eyes reflecting the dim glow of the dashboard. They were still beautiful, but something had shifted. They seemed deeper, older, and there was that faint, unsettling smile again. We are almost there. Mark, do not worry. You will love it. The way she said you will love it sent a shiver down my spine. It was not a promise, it was a pronouncement. I needed to get out. My hand went to the door handle. It was locked. I tried the central, locking button. Nothing. The car was sealed. A metallic taste filled my mouth. Pure panic was starting to claw its way up my throat. Sarah, seriously, I said, my voice rising. Pull over. Now, I am not comfortable with this. Her smile widened, and for the first time it did not reach her eyes. Her gaze was still fixed on the road ahead, but it felt like she was looking through it, at something beyond. Oh, Mark, she murmured, her voice soft, almost a whisper. There is no turning back from this road. And then I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, like rustling leaves or distant wind chimes. But it was not wind chimes. It was voices. Whispers. They were far away, barely audible, but they were there. And they seemed to be coming from the woods outside, from everywhere and nowhere at once. Liam, Ethan, Jessica, Robert. My blood ran cold. Those names. I would heard them before. In news reports, online articles, missing persons. They were the names that had been associated with her. The girl from the forum, the one who'd gone silent, the one who'd been hearing the whispers before anyone else, the one who described her nightmare in chilling detail. I remembered reading her posts, dismissing them as a cry for help from someone struggling with mental health. But now I was hearing those names. What was that? I choked out, straining to hear over the hum of the engine. Sarah did not answer. She just continued to drive, her expression serene, almost beatific. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of hushed voices, overlapping and indistinct. It was like being surrounded by a crowd of people all talking at once, but just out of earshot. Yet, I could pick out fragments, individual names, clear as a bell. Maria, David, Eleanor, Thomas. My head started to throb. It felt like someone was pressing down on my skull, trying to force something into my brain. The trees outside continued to press in, their branches now appearing to twist and writhe like skeletal fingers in the unnatural gloom. The road itself seemed to stretch and contract, the lines blurring, the asphalt rippling like dark water. Sarah, what is going on? I screamed, my voice cracking. I lunged across the console, trying to grab the steering wheel, but she was impossibly strong. Her hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with a grip like steel. Do not, she said, her voice still calm, but with an edge of absolute authority that made me freeze. Her eyes, when she looked at me again, were no longer just deep. They were black, utterly, completely black, like two abyssal pools reflecting nothing. The whispers surged, a tidal wave of sound. It was not just names now. It was fragments of sentences, snippets of fear, echoes of despair. Can't find my way, lost cold alone. My body started to shake uncontrollably. I was trapped in a car with a woman whose eyes were black holes, driving on a road that did not exist, surrounded by the voices of the dead or the missing. You called me, she said, her voice cutting through the din of the whispers, somehow perfectly clear. Or rather, she called you, and you answered. Who? I gasped, my mind reeling, trying to make sense of her words. Who called me? She smiled again, a slow, terrible unfurling of her lips that showed too many teeth. The conduit, the one who started it all, the one who hears the names, who generates them. She whispered your name, Mark, and I heard it. My blood ran cold. The conduit, the forum posts, the one who was hearing the whispers, then generating them. I had dismissed it as a horror story, a fictional account. But she was real, and I was her latest victim. The car lurched to a stop. We were not at a dive bar. We were not even at a building. We were in a clearing, a vast, circular expanse in the middle of the impossibly dense, twisting forest. The air here was thick, heavy, vibrating with the intensity of the whispers. It was no longer just a cacophony, it was a chorus. 1,000, a million voices, all speaking at once, yet somehow harmonizing in a dissonant, terrifying symphony. In the center of the clearing stood something. It was not natural. It was a structure, but not one built by human hands. It looked like a cluster of ancient, petrified trees, impossibly tall and thick, their branches interwoven to form a sort of organic cathedral. But it was not wood. It was black, glistening stone, pulsing with a faint, internal light. It hummed, a low, resonant thrum that I felt in my bones. Welcome, Mark, Sarah said, her voice no longer soft, but deep and resonant, echoing the hum of the structure. Her form seemed to flicker at the edges, like a faulty projection. Her dark hair seemed to writhe, her skin to ripple. You are finally here. The car doors unlocked with a soft click. I scrambled out, my legs weak, my mind screaming for me to run. But where? The road behind us was gone, swallowed by the encroaching darkness and the impenetrable wall of trees. The clearing was a trap. Sarah stepped out of the car, and her transformation was complete. She was no longer the charming woman from the coffee shop. Her eyes were still black, but now they glowed with a faint, malevolent light. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and I could see faint, swirling patterns beneath it, like veins of dark energy. Her smile was a rictus, frozen in a mask of terrible joy. You are meant to join the chorus. Mark, she said, her voice now layered with countless other voices, echoing and reverberating. You are meant to add your voice to the symphony, to become one with the lost. The whispers surged again, pouring out of the stone structure, washing over me. I felt them trying to invade my mind, to worm their way into my thoughts. I clutched my head, tried to fight it, but it was like trying to hold back a tidal wave with my bare hands. No, I screamed, stumbling backward. No, I do not want to. Leave me alone. But my words were swallowed by the chorus. I could feel the names, the stories, the raw emotions of countless lost souls pressing in on me. Their fear, their despair, their longing to be found. It was overwhelming. I felt my own identity starting to fray at the edges, dissolving into the vast ocean of consciousness that surrounded me. Sarah, or whatever she was now, glided towards me. She did not walk, she simply moved, a dark, graceful specter. It is too late. Mark, she whispered, her voice a thousand voices. Once your name is called, once you answer, there is no escape. The conduit has chosen you. You are part of us now. She reached out a hand, and I saw that her fingers were long, slender, and tipped with sharp, black talons. I tried to recoil, to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted, my lungs burning. The whispers were inside me now, not just around me. They were flowing through my veins, vibrating in my bones. As her hand touched my forehead, a jolt of pure, agonizing energy coursed through my body. It was not pain, not exactly. It was dissolution. I felt my individual thoughts, my memories, my very sense of self, being pulled apart, unraveled thread by thread. I saw flashes of my life, my childhood, my triumphs, my regrets, all flickering past like a dying slideshow. And then I saw her, the conduit, the original one. I saw her face in my mind's eye, clear as day. She looked terrified, desperate, but also resigned. And then I heard her voice, not a whisper, but a clear internal thought, echoing from somewhere deep within the chorus. I am so sorry. Mark, I did not mean to. I could not stop it. That is, when I understood. She was not malicious. She was just a conduit, a vessel. And so was I. Sarah's touch deepened, and the world dissolved into a swirling vortex of light and sound. The whispers became my own thoughts. The names became my own memories. I felt myself expanding, stretching, becoming part of something vast and ancient and utterly terrifying. I was no longer Mark. I was a whisper, a name in the chorus, a fragment of a story. I was a longing for connection, the fear of being lost, the echo of a life abruptly ended. I was one of the countless voices humming around the black, stone structure, forever waiting. And then a new thought, a new impulse, not mine, but ours, emerged in the collective consciousness. A new name, a new call, Emily. And the cycle, eternally, horrifyingly, continued. The world outside my apartment had become a predator, and I, its terrified prey. After Mark, after the sickening discovery of those photos, my life simply stopped. I did not just lock my doors, I barricaded them. Furniture against the main door, a heavy chest against the back. Every window was covered. Thick blankets taped over the blinds, plunging my apartment into a perpetual twilight. The light from my phone and the TV became my only connection to a reality that felt increasingly distant, increasingly dangerous. Jessica called me constantly. Her voice, usually so bright and reassuring, now sounded strained, laced with anxiety that mirrored my own. "Are you okay? Have you called the police again? What about a shelter? You can't stay cooped up like this." But what could the police do? They would take in my statement, looked at the blurred photos I would manage to snap of Mark's chilling collage before I fled. They would promise to investigate, but their faces told a different story. Another crazy woman with a stalker. They did not understand the depth of it, the feeling that Mark was just one tooth in a much larger, unseen maw. They were still out there. The chilling reflection, the dating apps. Mark. It was all connected. I told Jessica I was fine, that I was just taking a few days to process. Lies. My processing involved staring at shadows, jumping at every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren. Sleep was a battle I rarely won, and when I did, it was plagued by nightmares. Mark's face, charming then predatory, morphing into the unblinking eyes of a reflection that was not mine. Buster, my sweet dog, was a constant comfort, but even his presence felt like a vulnerability. What if they came for him? The thought was a cold spike in my gut. Days bled into weeks. I ordered groceries online, but even the delivery drivers felt suspicious. I would peek through the peephole, heart hammering, before cracking the door just enough to snatch the bags. Every unfamiliar car on the street set me into a panic. My phone, once a lifeline, now felt like a tracking device. I turned off location services, deleted all my social media. I was trying to erase myself, to become invisible, but invisibility came at a cost. The isolation was a suffocating blanket. My mind, once sharp, felt dull, coated in a thick layer of fear. I was losing weight, my skin pale, my eyes perpetually tired. Jessica, bless her heart, even offered to come stay with me, but I refused. I could not put her in danger. Besides, the thought of another person in my space, another set of eyes that might be their eyes, was too much. One night, the hunger became unbearable. Not just the physical gnawing in my stomach, but a hunger for something real, something normal. I would have been living on microwave meals and instant coffee. My kitchen, once a place of comfort, was now just a collection of unopened boxes. I craved the greasy, salty comfort diner food. A burger, real fries, a thick milkshake. It was a desperate, irrational craving, a tiny act of rebellion against the terror that held me captive. There was a diner, the Comet, about 30 minutes away on the outskirts of town. It was not my usual spot, had not been there in years. It was old school, a relic, the kind of place that stayed open late and probably had the same regulars for decades. It felt safe because it was so unconnected to my current life. No dating app profiles would lead them there. No digital footprint. It was a long shot, a foolish risk, but the alternative was another night of staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence, and feeling myself slowly unravel. I dressed in old clothes, a baseball cap pulled low, sunglasses even though it was dark. I looked like a paranoid recluse, which, ironically, I was. My hands trembled as I unlocked the door. Then again, as I relocked it from the outside. The night air, usually a welcome breath, felt heavy, watchful. Buster whined softly from inside, sensing my distress. "Be a good boy," I whispered, pressing my face against the door for a moment. "I will be back soon." The drive was agonizing. Every car that passed me felt like it was following. Every set of headlights in my rear-view mirror felt like them. I took circuitous routes, doubled back, even pulled over once to let a car pass, convinced it was tailing me. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. By the time I finally saw the neon glow of the comet sign, a faded, flickering red, I was a bundle of frayed nerves. The parking lot was mostly empty, just a few beat-up sedans and a pickup truck. I parked as far away as possible under a dim street lamp and cut the engine. For a long moment, I just sat there, hands gripping the steering wheel, eyes darting around. No movement, no suspicious figures. Just the hum of the old neon sign and the distant drone of the highway. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the car door. The cold night air hit me, a shock. I walked quickly, head down, towards the diner's entrance. The bell above the door jingled, a cheerful, anachronistic sound that momentarily cut through my fear. The inside of the Comet was exactly as I remembered it. Worn red vinyl booths, a long counter with swivel stools, checkered floor tiles that had seen better days. The air was thick with the comforting smell of frying onions, coffee, and stale grease. A jukebox in the corner, thankfully silent, glowed softly. It was late, maybe past midnight, but there were a surprising number of people inside. A few scattered couples in booths, a lone man at the counter nursing a coffee, a family with 2 restless kids. At first glance, it felt normal. A wave of profound relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought tears to my eyes. This was it. A tiny pocket of normalcy, a brief respite from the nightmare. I slid into an empty booth near the back. Facing the door, a habit born of my recent paranoia. The worn vinyl side under my weight. I pulled off my cap and sunglasses, letting my eyes adjust to the dim, warm light. A waitress, a woman with tired eyes, and a name tag that read Brenda, shuffled over. She had a kind, weary smile. "What can I get for you, Han?" she asked, her voice raspy. "Just a cheeseburger, fries, and a chocolate shake, please," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The words felt foreign, exhilarating. It had been weeks since I would ordered food in person. Brenda nodded, scribbling on her pad. Coming right up. She shuffled back toward the kitchen, the clatter of plates and the sizzle of the grill providing a soothing backdrop. I took a deep breath, letting the smells fill me. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could get through this. Maybe I could carve out a new normal, one where I was not constantly looking over my shoulder. The food arrived quickly, a greasy, glorious beacon of comfort. The burger was perfect, the fries crisp, the shake thick and cold. I ate slowly, savoring each bite, feeling a physical and emotional hunger being sated. As I ate, my gaze drifted around the diner. It was still busy for this time of night. The family with the kids, a couple sharing a milkshake, the lone man at the counter. My eyes lingered on them for a moment, a casual, almost unconscious survey. And that is when it started. It was not immediate, not a sudden, jarring revelation. It was a creeping realization, a subtle whisper of wrongness that began to prickle the hairs on my arms. The family, the kids were not restless anymore. They were sitting perfectly still, their small hands resting on the table, eyes wide. They were looking at me, not just glancing, but staring. Then the couple, they were not sharing a milkshake. They were both holding their own, untouched, their faces turned slightly in my direction. Their eyes, dark and unblinking, were fixed on me. My heart gave a little skip. I tried to dismiss it. Paranoia. I told myself, you are just seeing things, projecting your fear onto innocent people. I looked down at my plate, picked up a fry, but the taste had gone bland. I risked another glance. They were still staring. Every single person in the diner. The lone man at the counter. His coffee cup was halfway to his lips, frozen in place. His eyes, dark and flat, were locked on me. The couple in the booth directly across from mine. A man and a woman, both middle-aged. Their food sat before them, untouched. Their heads were slightly tilted, their gazes unwavering. And Brenda, she was standing by the kitchen door, holding a tray of clean glasses. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she had been about to say something, but her eyes, usually so weary, were wide, unnaturally bright, and fixed on me. No one was moving. No one was talking. The clatter from the kitchen had stopped. The gentle hum of the refrigerator, the distant drone of the highway, these sounds seemed to intensify in the sudden, absolute silence of the diner. It was as if someone had pressed pause on the entire scene, and I was the only one still in motion. My hand started to shake. I slowly put down my burger. The comfortable warmth of the diner had turned cold, oppressive. The air felt thick, heavy with unspoken attention. I could feel their eyes on me, an almost physical weight. It was like being under a spotlight, completely exposed, completely vulnerable. I tried to rationalize again. Maybe I had something on my face. Maybe my clothes were strange. I discreetly wiped my mouth with a napkin, ran a hand over my hair. Nothing. No reason for this collective, silent, unblinking scrutiny. Unblinking. The word echoed in my mind, a fresh wave of dread washing over me. That was it. No one was blinking. Their eyes were wide, fixed dry, like dolls, like mannequins. Panic began to coil in my stomach, a cold, hard knot. I wanted to scream, to demand what they wanted, to tell them to stop. But the words would not come. My throat was tight, constricted. My breath hitched in my chest. I tried to look away, to focus on the checkered floor, on the salt shaker on my table. But the pressure of their gaze was too intense. It pulled my eyes back up, forced me to meet their collective stare. Their expressions were blank. Not angry, not curious, not even hostile. Just empty. Yet, beneath that emptiness, I felt something else, something predatory and knowing. It was like looking into a dozen still ponds, each reflecting the same terrifying truth. My mind raced, try to find an explanation, any explanation that did not involve the supernatural or them. Was it a prank? Some kind of flash mob? But the intensity, the absolute stillness, the lack of any discernible humor or playfulness ruled that out. This was something else. Something far more sinister. My eyes darted from face to face. The family, the kids still as statues, their small features unervingly still. The couple, their hands still on their milkshake glasses, knuckles white. The lone man, coffee cup still suspended. And Brenda, by the kitchen door, tray of glasses held aloft, a silent, unmoving sentinel. I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my temple. My skin crawled. Every nerve ending screamed at me to run, to flee, to get out of this place. But my body was frozen. My legs felt like lead. What if I stood up? What would they do? Would they move? Would they follow? The thought was paralyzing. I fumbled. For my phone, my fingers clumsy. I needed to call Jessica. I needed to call someone. Anyone. But as my fingers grazed the screen, a new fear gripped me. What if they knew? What if they were watching my phone, too? What if this was a trap? And calling for help would only confirm I was caught. I slowly, deliberately, placed my phone back on the table. My eyes, wide with terror, scanned the room again. This time, I noticed something else. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift in their eyes. The pupils, they seemed dilated, and there was a faint, unnatural sheen to them, as if they were coated in something. It was not natural. It was not human. The silence grew heavier, pressing in on me, amplifying the frantic pounding of my heart. It felt like an eternity, though it could have only been a minute or two. The air grew colder, despite the lingering warmth of the fryers. Then, from the booth directly across from me, the man moved. It was not a sudden, jarring movement. It was slow, deliberate, like a puppet on strings. His head tilted just a fraction of an inch, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile, thin and cold, stretched his lips. It was not a smile of warmth or amusement. It was a predatory smile, a knowing smile, a smile that said, "We have been waiting for you." My breath caught in my throat. This was it. This was the match. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This was not just a random diner full of strange people. This was them. This was another trap. They knew I would come here. They knew I would break. The man's eyes, still unblinking, seemed to bore into my very soul. He did not speak, but his gaze conveyed a chilling message. You can't hide. You can't escape. A primal scream clawed at my throat, but it remained trapped. Pure, unadulterated terror flooded my senses, overriding everything else. My fight or flight instinct, dulled by weeks of isolation, suddenly roared to life. I had to get out. Now, with a sudden surge of adrenaline, I shoved myself out of the booth. The vinyl shrieked in protest, a jarring sound in the absolute silence. My chair scraped loudly against the floor. Every sound I made felt amplified, a deafening clamor in the stillness. As I stood, my eyes darted toward the door. It felt miles away. My legs were wobbly, threatening to give out. I stumbled, catching myself on the edge of the table. And then they moved. Not all at once, not a sudden lurch. It was a slow, synchronized turning of heads. Every single person in the diner, from the small children to Brenda by the kitchen, slowly, deliberately, turned their heads to follow my movement. Their unblinking eyes remained fixed on me, like a macabre audience watching a play. The man from the booth across from me was now standing. He was tall, broader than I would realize, and his blank expression was still etched with that thin, knowing smile. He did not take a step toward me, but his presence filled the space, a silent, menacing barrier. We knew you would come here, a voice said. It was not the man's voice. It was Brenda's. Her voice, usually raspy and tired, was now smooth, even devoid of any warmth. It was a voice that did not belong to her. You always crave comfort when you are afraid. Predictable. My blood ran cold. Brenda, the kind waitress. She was one of them. My gaze snapped to her. She was still holding the tray of glasses, her arms still raised, but her head was tilted at an unnatural angle, her eyes gleaming with that same unnatural sheen. You can't hide from us, the voice continued, this time seeming to emanate from the lone man at the counter, his coffee cup still suspended in midair. Not anymore. The voices were overlapping, coming from different people, but it felt like a single, unified entity speaking through them. It was a chorus of dread, a chilling symphony of my worst fears. I could not stay. I could not. Every instinct screamed for escape. I spun on my heel, ignoring the man standing in the aisle, ignoring the dozens of unblinking eyes tracking my every move. I bolted. My legs, despite their earlier weakness, now moved with desperate, frantic energy. I stumbled past empty tables, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I did not look back. I could not. The thought of those unblinking faces, those knowing smiles, spurred me forward. The bell above the door jingled again, a terrifying clang that signaled my escape, or perhaps my entry into another layer of hell. I burst out into the cold night air, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. I did not stop. I ran across the parking lot, fumbling for my car keys, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped them. I yanked open the car door, threw myself inside, and slammed the door shut, locking it instantly. My hands trembled as I jammed the key into the ignition, twisting it with desperate force. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse, tires squealing as I backed out of the parking spot, then peeled out a lot, not caring about speed limits or traffic laws. As I sped away, my eyes darted to the rearview mirror. The Comet Diner, its red neon sign flickering, receded into the distance. But it was not the diner that held my gaze. In every single window, pressed against the glass, were faces. Dozens of them. The family, the couples, the lone man, Brenda, all staring out into the night, all unblinking. And in the center window, standing perfectly still, was a man from the booth, his thin, knowing smile visible even from this distance. He was not chasing me. He did not need to. He had made his point. I floored the accelerator, the highway blurring past me. Tears streamed down my face, not of sadness, but of pure, unadulterated terror. The world was no longer just a terrifying wilderness. It was a cage, and they had just shown me how wide its bars truly were. Mark was just a foot soldier. The reflection, the dating apps, the diner, it was all part of a vast, unseen network. And I was their prey, lost and utterly alone, with nowhere left to run. The game had just begun, and I had truly met my match. You know, I always thought I was pretty good at spotting red flags. Call it an instinct, or maybe just years of navigating the wild west of online dating. I would see my fair share of guys who were a little too intense, a little too eager, or just plain weird. But Mark was different. He was everything you would want on paper, and in person, he had this easy charm, a smile that crinkled at the corners of his eyes, and a way of making you feel like you were the most interesting person you knew. We had been chatting for a couple of weeks, and I was genuinely excited for our first date. Before Mark, though, things had been off. For about a month, I would have been experiencing these strange little moments. Like, I would be walking down the street or sitting at my desk, and I would hear it, a whisper. Not like someone was talking next to me, more like a thought that was not mine, just brushing the edge of my consciousness. Sometimes it was just a murmur, a jumble of sounds I could not quite make out. Other times, it felt like a name, just on the tip of my mental ear, but it would vanish before I could grasp it. I would chalk it up to stress, or maybe just too much caffeine. My job as a graphic designer could be pretty demanding, and my sleep schedule was, let's just say, a suggestion rather than a rule. I even wondered if I was just getting sick. You know, some kind of auditory hallucination from a fever. But deep down, a tiny, cold knot of dread was starting to form. It felt personal, like something was reaching out. Anyway, Mark, he suggested a new place for our first date, a restaurant called the Gilded Cage. He said it was an experimental spot, really pushing the boundaries of modern cuisine. I was a little apprehensive. I am more of a comfort food kind of gal, but he described it so enthusiastically, and honestly, his enthusiasm was infectious. Plus, it sounded fancy enough for a first date. The restaurant itself was unique. It was tucked away on a side street I would never notice before, even though I would lived in this city for years. The exterior was sleek, black, and minimalist, with no visible sign, just a single, glowing golden symbol on the door that looked like a stylized, intricate cage. Inside, it was dimly lit, almost to the point of being oppressive. The walls were a deep, velvety crimson, and the tables were heavy, dark wood, spaced far apart, giving each diner an unsettling sense of isolation, even with other people around. Strange, abstract art adorned the walls, all sharp angles and muted colors. There was no background music, just a low hum that vibe I could feel in my teeth, and the hushed murmurs of other patrons, which only seemed to emphasize the quiet. It felt less like a restaurant and more like a very exclusive, very strange club. Mark, however, seemed completely at ease, his smile unwavering as he led me to our table. He looked even better in person than in his photos, a kind of rugged charm that was hard to resist. "What do you think?" he asked, his voice a low rumble that cut through the strange quiet. "It is atmospheric," I said, trying to sound positive, but a shiver ran down my spine. The whispers would have been mostly absent since I had left my apartment. Seemed to pick up again, a faint, almost imperceptible rustling just at the edge of my hearing. I tried to ignore it. We sat down, and a waiter, dressed in a stark black uniform that seemed to swallow the light, appeared silently at our table. He did not speak, just presented two menus, bound in heavy leather. The menu itself was bizarre. No traditional appetizers or entrees, just a list of poetic, almost cryptic descriptions. Essence of the deep, whispers of the soil, the verdant embrace. I scanned through it, my eyebrows raising higher with each item. There were no ingredients listed, no prices, just these evocative, unsettling names. Have you been here before? I asked Mark, trying to sound casual, but my voice felt a little tight. He chuckled, once or twice. It is an acquired taste, but truly unforgettable. Trust me, his eyes, a startling shade of green, seemed to hold a secret. I decided to play it safe. I picked something that sounded vaguely like it might contain vegetables. I think I will try the verdant embrace, I said, hoping it was not some kind of living salad. Mark nodded, a knowing look on his face. Excellent choice. For me, I will have the living harvest. My stomach did a little flip-flop at the name. The living harvest. I repeated, trying to keep my tone light. Sounds ambitious. Oh, it is, he said, and his smile broadened, showing a flash of teeth that seemed a little too sharp in the dim light. It is their signature dish. The waiter nodded once, impassively, and glided away. I tried to make small talk, but my mind kept drifting to the menu, to the strange atmosphere, and to those faint, persistent whispers that now felt like they were trying to coalesce into something coherent. It was like listening to a radio station that was just barely out of tune, all static and indistinct voices. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 15 minutes, the waiter returned. He placed my dish in front of me first. It was a bowl, a beautiful handcrafted ceramic bowl, filled with what looked like vibrant green moss and delicate fern-like fronds. It actually smelled earthy and fresh, like a walk in a damp forest after rain. It was odd, but not terrifying. I breathed a sigh of relief. Then he placed Mark's dish in front of him, and my breath caught in my throat. It was not food, not in any recognizable sense. It was a shallow, dark stone platter, and on it lay something that looked like a tangle of raw, glistening flesh. It was a deep, unsettling reddish purple, mottled with veins that pulsed faintly, like tiny, living wires beneath a translucent membrane. It was not neatly cut or arranged. It was organic, amorphous, like something that had just been torn from a larger, still living creature. And it was moving, not just jiggling from the waiter, setting it down. It was contracting, slowly, rhythmically, like a single massive muscle in a dying animal. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through it, sending ripples across its slick surface. I could swear I saw something like tiny, almost invisible tendrils, retracting and extending from its edges, probing the dark stone platter. A wave of nausea hit me so hard I had to clench my jaw. The earthy smell of my own dish was instantly replaced by a faint, metallic tang, like blood, and something else, something acrid and primal. My eyes darted from the monstrosity on Mark's plate to his face. He was smiling, a genuine, delighted smile. His eyes were bright, fixed on the pulsating mass with an almost reverent admiration. "Is not it magnificent?" he whispered, his voice full of a strange, possessive pride. I could only stare, my mouth slightly open. What is that?" The words came out as a strangled croak. "The living harvest," he repeated, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "They cultivate it specially. It is harvested right before serving, ensuring peak vitality." He reached out a hand, not with a fork, but with a small, silver implement that looked like a miniature curved scalpel. He gently tapped the pulsating mass. It twitched. A distinct ripple ran through it, and I could have sworn a faint, almost silent thump echoed in the quiet restaurant. The whispers in my head intensified, becoming a frantic cacophony, a jumble of desperate, overlapping voices. "No, do not run, help." Mark did not seem to notice my horror or the whispers. He carefully sliced off a small, glistening piece. The cut edge was even wetter, even more vibrant, and I could see tiny internal structures like sinews or organs shifting within it. He lifted the piece to his nose, inhaling deeply, his eyes closing in what looked like pure ecstasy. The aroma, he murmured, so raw, so pure, you can almost feel the life force within it. Then he put it in his mouth. He chewed slowly, deliberately, his eyes still closed, a look of profound satisfaction on his face. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as his jaw worked, the piece of whatever was disappearing into his mouth. I could almost hear the wet squelching sound, even over the frantic whispers in my head. My stomach heaved. I pushed my own bowl away, suddenly repulsed by the thought of anything entering my mouth. Mark, I managed, my voice barely a whisper. I can't. What is it? It is moving. He opened his eyes, those unnervingly green eyes, and looked at me, a slight frown creasing his brow. Of course it is moving. Emily, it is alive. That is the point. It is fresh. You would not want to eat something dead, would you? He chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. The whispers screamed alive in my head, a chorus of terror. It is not food. It is not food, but it is not even cooked. I stammered, trying to find some logic. It is raw. It looks like an organ. It is raw. Mark said, taking another bite. This time, he looked at me expectantly, and it is, in a sense, an organ, a very special one. It is part of a larger organism, sustainably harvested, of course, for optimal flavor. One must experience it in its most natural state. He gestured with his scalpel, like utensil towards a pulsating mass. You really should try a bite. Emily, you are missing out on an unparalleled sensory experience. The idea of putting that thing in my mouth made by a rise in my throat. My hands were shaking, trembling so badly I had to clench them under the table. The whispers were a roar now, a deafening tide of frantic, desperate pleas and warnings. Do not touch it. Do not eat it. Run. They are watching. They are here. I looked around the restaurant, desperate for some confirmation that I was not losing my mind. Other diners were eating, chatting quietly. Some had dishes that looked like mine, artistic, but recognizable. Others had dishes that looked suspiciously similar to Mark's, though perhaps not as overtly animated. No one seemed to be reacting to his meal. No one was staring. No one was recoiling. It was as if this was completely normal. I did not think so. Mark, I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to project an image of polite refusal, not utter terror. I am really not that adventurous with food. He tilted his head, his smile slipping just a fraction. Are you sure? It is truly exquisite, a taste of pure essence. He cut another piece, a larger one this time, and held it out toward me on the tip of the silver tool. The piece quivered. I could see tiny, almost microscopic filaments twitching on its surface. It was like a piece of raw, living heart tissue. My entire body recoiled. No, thank you, I said, my voice sharper than I intended. I am really not hungry anymore. My gaze fell on the thing on his plate again, and I saw it. A tiny, almost unnoticeable indentation, like a miniature mouth, forming and reforming on its surface, as if it were trying to speak. Or breathe. The whispers in my head suddenly coalesced. A single, horrifying thought echoing louder than the rest is calling to you. A cold dread seeped into my bones, far deeper than just revulsion. This was not just a weird date. This was not just experimental cuisine. This was something else entirely. Something monstrous. The whispers, the feeling of being watched, the strange restaurant. Mark's unsettling calm, it was all connected. I think I need to use the restroom, I said, pushing my chair back with a scraping sound that seemed deafening in the quiet room. I needed to get away, to think, to call for help. Mark's hand shot out, not touching me, but resting on the edge of the table, blocking my path. His smile was gone. His eyes were no longer charming, they were cold, assessing. Leaving so soon. Emily, we have barely begun. I just need a minute. I insisted, my voice trembling now. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. There's no need to be shy, he said, his voice dropping to a low, almost hypnotic tone. We are all family here. And you, Emily, you have been called. You are part of the harvest now. My blood ran cold. Called. The word hit me like a physical blow. It echoed the whispers, the name that had been trying to form in my mind for weeks. It was the same word, the same chilling implication as the stories I would vaguely heard, the news reports of missing people that always seemed to end with no trace. I tried to stand up again, but his gaze seemed to pin me to my seat. The hum in the room intensified, vibrating through my bones, making my teeth ache. The whispers were an unbearable roar, 1,000 voices screaming, pleading, crying out in unison. Sarah, the conduit. It is happening. Sarah, the name slammed into me, not as a whisper, but as a memory that was not mine. A flash of an ancient forest, a locked car, a monstrous transformation, a black stone structure, a collective consciousness. It was like a dam had, broken in my mind in a torrent of fragmented, horrifying memories, not my own, flooded in. I saw through another's eyes, felt another's fear, heard another's last conscious thought, the conduit's desperate apology. My own name, Emily, was being chanted now by the collective, by the whispers, by Mark. His eyes glowed with an eerie green light, reflecting the pulsing thing on his plate. The restaurant, the crimson walls, the silent diners, it all seemed to shimmer, to shift at the edges of my vision, losing its solid form. The air grew thick, heavy with an unseen presence. You are one of us now. Emily, Mark said, his voice no longer his own, but a chorus of voices, layered and distorted, echoing the thousands of whispers in my head. He reached out, not with a scalpel, but with his bare hand, towards a pulsating mass on the platter. The mass quivered violently. Then, with a sickening squelch, it began to expand. It did not just grow larger, it seemed to unfurl, revealing more of its internal structure, more of those glistening, vein-like tendrils. It rose from the platter, a mound of living, throbbing flesh, reaching towards me. I screamed, or I tried to. No sound came out. My throat was constricted, my lungs frozen. I stumbled back, knocking my chair over, but there was nowhere to go. The walls of the restaurant seemed to melt, dissolving into an endless, twisting darkness, filled with the same ancient, earthy smell I would notice earlier. The other diners were gone, replaced by shadowy, indistinct figures, their faces blurred, their forms wavering, like ghosts caught in perpetual loop of terror. They were the whispers. They were the lost. The pulsating mass, now enormous, loomed over me. It was not just a piece of food anymore, it was a living, breathing entity, a dark, vibrant purple, veins throbbing with a sickening rhythm. It was a mouth, a stomach, a vast, hungry void. Its tendrils, now thick and rope-like, snaked out, wrapping around my ankles, my wrists, pulling me closer. I fought, thrashed, kicked, but it was like struggling against an invisible current. My strength was nothing against its relentless pull. The whispers surged, overwhelming my every thought, every sensation. My own memories, my life. My name they began to unravel, to fragment, to dissolve under the crushing weight of the collective consciousness. I felt my identity slipping away, like sand through my fingers. Mark, or whatever entity had possessed him, stood over me, his face a mask of serene, terrifying contentment. Welcome, Emily, the chorus of voices whispered through him. Welcome to the harvest. You are home now. The tendrils pulled me closer, closer to the living, breathing maw of the entity. The metallic tang of blood and something else, something ancient and foul, filled my nostrils. I saw flashes of other faces, other lives, other last moments of terror, all swirling within the depths of the pulsating mass. I was becoming part of it, part of them. My last conscious thought, before my own name became just another whisper in the endless chorus, was a desperate, silent plea. Do not let them call another name. Please, do not let the cycle continue. But even as my identity dissolved, as my consciousness became one with 1,000 of others, a new name began to form, not from me, but from the collective, from the entity itself, echoing through the endless darkness, a new call into the unsuspecting world. Jessica. So, it has been months now since that night in the woods with Cassandra, and I still do not sleep. Not really. The doctors, they call it PTSD. They prescribe pills, suggest therapy, tell me to process my trauma. But how do you process something impossible? How do you explain to a well-meaning therapist that you saw things that defy physics, that something was taken from you, and now you just feel hollow? They would just nod and up the dosage. Jessica, bless her heart, she tries. She does not fully believe me, not in the way I need her to, but she listens. She let me talk about the cold dread, the phantom touch, the way the world feels thinner now, like a veil pulled taut over something monstrous. That is why she told me about Sarah. Sarah, Jessica's co-worker. Bright, normal, just like me before. She met Leo on Hinge. Hinge, the same app where I found Cassandra. That detail alone, it made my stomach twist into a knot so tight it felt like a physical wound. Sarah's story was a mirror to my own, but somehow even more grotesque. Leo, charming, intellectual, that same hypnotic intensity. The first dates, perfect. Then the third, an exclusive restaurant deep in the woods. A strange, old stone building. A foul, metallic smell like blood and rust and something ancient. Inside, silent hunch patrons. Vacant faces. And then Leo ordered the living feast. A pulsating, purplish-red mass. Undeniably alive. Sarah's horror, seeing others tearing at these writhing things with empty rapture. She feigned illness, fled through an archway, and found a corridor of cages. Grotesque living entities. The true source of the food. She bolted, pushing past the gaunt waiter. Marcus and a furious Leo running blindly through the dark woods until Jessica found her. The next day, the restaurant was gone. Vanished. Sarah is a survivor, like me, haunted by nightmares, unable to eat normally, constantly looking over her shoulder. We have not met yet, but I feel her presence, her shared terror, like a distant echo. We share a chilling understanding now the world holds hidden horrors, impossible roads, vanishing buildings. Once you have glimpsed them, you are marked, and they know where to find you. Knowing Sarah's story, it did not make me feel better. It did not make me feel less crazy. It just confirmed that I was not crazy, or, if I was, at least I had company in this particular hell. It confirmed that these things, whatever they are out there, and they use the mundane, the everyday, to lure us in. Hinge, a dating app, a search for connection, for normal human intimacy. That is their doorway. Jessica, ever the pragmatist, saw my spiraling. She kept pushing me to try and find some semblance of normal. You can't just hide in your apartment forever. Alex, she would say, her voice gentle but firm, you need to try, to live. And I knew she was right, in a way. I could not just exist in a state of suspended animation, waiting for the next impossible thing to crash into my life. So, I tried. I went back to work, forced myself into social situations, even considered dating. The thought made my skin crawl, but the loneliness was a cold, constant ache. Maybe, just maybe, if I dipped my toe back into the shallow end of the pool, I could convince myself that the monsters only lived in the deep. I reactivated my Hinge profile. My heart hammered with a mixture of dread and desperate hope. I scrolled through faces, each one a potential trap, a potential gateway to another nightmare. I swiped left more often than right, my gut clenching at the slightest hint of intensity in someone's eyes. A too perfect smile, anything that reminded me of Cassandra or Leo. Then I saw her, Elara. Her profile picture showed her laughing, a genuine, unforced smile, sunlight catching in her reddish-brown hair. She liked hiking, old movies, and had a surprisingly witty bio about her love for terrible puns. She seemed normal, comfortingly, beautifully normal. Her eyes were a warm hazel, kind. There was no intense, predatory glint, just a gentle sparkle. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. Her first message was a terrible pun, and I found myself genuinely laughing for the first time in months. We messaged back and forth for a few days, the conversation flowing easily. She was smart, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. I did not talk about my trauma. Of course. I just kept it light, focused on the present. We decided to meet for coffee. I chose a well-lit, busy cafe, a place where I felt safe, surrounded by other people. I arrived early, my heart doing its usual anxious flutter. When she walked in, I recognized her immediately. She was even prettier in person, a little taller than I expected, with an easy grace in her movements. "Alex," she asked, her voice soft, melodic. "Elara," I confirmed, standing up, offering a small, nervous smile. The date was good, really good. We talked for hours, about everything and nothing. There was no awkwardness, no forced conversation. It was just easy. She had a way of looking at me when I spoke, a direct, engaged gaze that made me feel truly seen. For a few hours, the constant hum of anxiety in my chest quieted. I almost forgot about the shadows lurking at the edges of my vision. We went on a second date, dinner this time. Again, it was wonderful. She told me about her job as a graphic designer, her dream of traveling, her quirky family. I found myself opening up more than I had intended, sharing bits and pieces of my life, carefully avoiding the parts that would make me sound like a lunatic. She seemed to genuinely enjoy my company, and I, hers. I started to feel a spark, a fragile tendril of hope unfurling in the desolate landscape of my recent existence. Maybe, just maybe, I could have a normal life again. Maybe the monsters were done with me. It was our third date. We decided to go to a new art gallery opening, followed by drinks at a quiet, atmospheric bar a few blocks away. The gallery was bustling, filled with people, the air thick with the murmur of conversation and the clinking of glasses. Elara looked stunning in a simple black dress, her hair pulled back, accentuating her delicate features. She pointed out pieces she liked, her enthusiasm infectious. I felt almost happy, almost normal. After the gallery, we walked to the bar. It was a cozy place, dimly lit, with dark wood paneling and a long, antique-looking bar. There were a few other couples scattered around, their voices low and intimate. We found a small booth in the back, tucked away, offering a bit more privacy. "This is nice," Elara said, settling in, her eyes scanning the room. "I like the vibe." "Me too." I agreed, feeling a warmth spread through me. This was it. This was normal. This was what I would have been craving. We ordered drinks. I had a beer, she had a gin and tonic. We talked about the art, about our day, about upcoming plans. The conversation flowed effortlessly, punctuated by easy laughter. I felt a sense of peace I had not experienced in ages. Then it happened. The booth we were in was directly opposite a large, ornate mirror. It was old, with a slightly tarnished silver frame, reflecting the dim lights of the bar and the blurred figures of the patrons. I would notice it when we sat down, but had not paid it much mind. Elara was in the middle of telling a funny story about a disastrous camping trip she had once taken. She gestured with her hands, her face animated, her lips curved into a wide, genuine smile as she recounted a particularly embarrassing moment. I was looking at her, enchanted, truly present in the moment. And then my gaze drifted, almost involuntarily, to the mirror. Ilara's reflection was there, sitting opposite me. But something was wrong. Her face in the mirror, it was not smiling. Her actual face, sitting across from me, was still alight with laughter, her eyes crinkling at the corners. But the reflection's mouth was a thin, straight line. Her eyes, in the mirror, were fixed on me, wide open, unblinking. And there was a subtle shift in her posture, a stiffness that was not present in the real Ilara. My breath hitched. My heart, which had just begun to calm, lurched into a frantic rhythm. My blood ran cold. No, I must be tired. Sleep deprivation. My brain playing tricks. The dim lighting, the alcohol. I blinked hard and looked back at Ilara. She was still smiling, her story winding down. Her reflection, too, now mirrored her smile. It was just a trick of the light. I told myself, a momentary distortion. My mind, still raw from Cassandra, from Sarah's story, was hypervigilant, seeing things that were not there. I took a slow, deliberate sip of my beer, trying to steady my nerves. Ilara finished her story, a light laugh escaping her lips. You should have seen it. Alex, my tent ended up in a tree. I forced a laugh, a little too loud, a little too strained. Sounds memorable. Oh, it was, she agreed, taking a sip of her drink. But enough about my outdoor misadventures. What about you? Any epic failures you'd like to share? I tried to focus on her words, to engage, but my mind was reeling. I could not shake the image of that reflection. The unblinking eyes, the flat mouth. I made a conscious effort to avoid looking at the mirror, but the knowledge that it was there, directly behind her, directly reflecting her, was like a physical weight in my chest. I felt a cold prickle on the back of my neck, the familiar sensation of being watched, not by Ilara, but by something else. We talked for another half hour, but my attention was fractured. I kept my eyes on Ilara, trying to reassure myself that everything was normal. Her expressions were natural, her movements fluid. There was nothing amiss. It had to be my imagination. Then, she leaned forward slightly, her hand reaching across the table to gently touch my arm, her expression one of genuine concern. Alex, are you okay? You seem a little distant. Her touch was warm, comforting. I looked into her hazel eyes, and for a moment, I almost believed myself. Yeah, I am fine. Just a long day at work. I guess. My apologies. No apologies needed, she said, her smile soft. You just looked a little lost in thought. As she spoke, her hand still resting lightly on my arm, my eyes darted to the mirror again. This time, the reflection of her hand was not on my arm. It was hovering just above the table, fingers slightly splayed, twitching almost imperceptibly. And the reflection's eyes, they were not looking at me with concern. They were looking past me, into the darkness of the booth, into some unseen corner of the room, with an expression of cold, detached amusement. And then, slowly, deliberately, the reflection's lips curved into a smile. A thin, predatory smile that stretched too wide, showing too much gum, too many teeth. It was not Ilara's smile. It was something else entirely. Something ancient and hungry. My blood ran to ice. My heart hammered, so hard I thought it would burst through my ribs. The air in the room suddenly felt thin, suffocating. I could feel the individual hairs on my arms standing on end. I snatched my arm away from her touch almost violently. Ilara flinched, her eyes widening in surprise, her real hand retracting. Alex, she asked, her voice now laced with genuine worry, confusion. What is wrong? I could not speak. My throat was dry, constricted. I stared at the mirror, then back at her. Her face was now a mass of concern, her beautiful hazel eyes searching mine. The reflection, too, mirrored her worried expression, but there was a subtle, almost imperceptible delay. Like a puppet on strings, a fraction of a second behind the puppeteer. I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair back with a loud scrape that drew a few glances from other patrons. I have to go. I stammered, my voice a hoarse whisper. My gaze darted from her face to the mirror and back again. The reflection was now perfectly in sync, but the memory of that predatory smile, those twitching fingers, was burned into my mind. Ilara stood up too, her brow furrowed. Alex, what is happening? Are you sick? I can't. I mumbled, fumbling for my wallet, desperate to get out, to escape, to run. The metallic smell, that familiar, awful scent of blood and rust and something ancient, was suddenly faint in the air, or maybe it was just in my head, a phantom echo of Sarah's restaurant, of my own night in the woods. I need to go, I repeated, pulling out some cash and slapping on the table. I am sorry. I have to go. I turned and practically fled, pushing past the surprised waiter, ignoring Ilara's bewildered calls behind me. I burst out of the bar and into the cool night air, gasping. My lungs burned, my legs felt like jelly. I did not know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away. Away from Ilara, away from the mirror, away from the thing that wore her face in the reflection. I walked, then ran, through the unfamiliar streets, my mind a chaotic storm of fear and disbelief. It was not a trick of the light. It was not sleep deprivation. I had seen it. I had seen her. The reflection, it was separate. It was alive. And it was malevolent. I finally hailed a cab, practically throwing myself into backseat. Just drive. I croaked, giving him my address, my voice still trembling. The ride home was a blur. I stared out the window. Every shadow a potential threat. Every passing face a possible disguise. My apartment felt like a fortress, but also a cage. I locked the door, bolted it, then added the chain. I turned on every light, trying to banish the shadows, but they seemed to cling to the corners of my vision. I paced my living room, my mind racing. What was it? A doppelganger? A possession? Was the real Ilara trapped inside, a prisoner in her own body, while some other entity controlled a reflection? Or was the reflection the real one, and the Ilara I saw was just a perfectly crafted illusion, a lure? The thought of Ilara, the real Ilara, the one who laughed and told funny stories, and touched my arm with such warmth. Being a victim, it twisted my gut. But the predatory smile in the mirror, the twitching fingers, the eyes that looked past me with cold amusement, that was no victim. That was a hunter. I slumped onto my couch, burying my face in my hands. This was it. This was the mark. Once you glimpse them, they know where to find you. They do not just vanish and leave you alone. They come back. They find new ways, new faces, new doorways into your life. Hinge, a dating app, a search for connection. They prey on that. They prey on our loneliness, our desire for normalcy. I pulled out my phone, my fingers trembling. There were 3 missed calls from Ilara, and a text message. Are you okay? Alex, please tell me what happened. I am really worried. I stared at the message, my thumb hovering over the reply button. What could I say? I saw your reflection smile differently than your face, and it looked like it wanted to eat me. She would think I was insane. She would think I was a monster. But what if she was not the monster? What if the thing in the mirror was? What if she was just as much a victim as Sarah, as me? I remembered Ilara's genuine concern, her bewildered expression, the way her hand flinched when I pulled away. Was that the real Ilara, genuinely confused and hurt? Or was it part of the act, a well-rehearsed performance by the entity that wore her skin? I scrolled through my contacts and found Jessica's number. I needed to talk to someone who would not instantly dismiss me. Someone who had, at least, heard Sarah's story. Hey, Jessica's voice was sleepy when she answered. Everything okay? It is pretty late. No, I whispered, my voice raw. No, Jessica, it is not okay. It happened again. Something impossible. I told her everything. About Alara, about the bar, about the mirror, about the smile that was not a smile, the eyes that were not her eyes, the hand that moved independently. I poured out my terror, my confusion, my renewed sense of utter helplessness. Jessica listened patiently, not interrupting, just letting me talk until my voice finally gave out. Alex, she said softly after long silence. Are you you absolutely sure you saw what you think you saw? Yes, I insisted, my voice gaining strength, fueled by the memory of that predatory grin. I know what I saw. Jess, it was not a trick of the light. It was real. It was separate. Another silence stretched between us. I could almost hear her processing it, trying to reconcile my story with the logical, rational world she inhabited. Okay, she finally said, her voice a little shaky now, no longer just sleepy. Okay, Alex, I do not know what to say. It sounds terrifying. It was, I agreed, a shudder running through me. And it is connected. Jess, it has to be. Cassandra, Leo, Sarah, now this. They are all using dating apps. They're all these charming, intellectual people. And then something impossible happens. The mark, Jessica murmured, her voice barely audible. You said you were marked. We are. I confirmed. All of us. And they know where to find us. I hung up, feeling a cold comfort in the shared fear. Jessica might not fully believe me, but she was listening. And that was something. I did not sleep that night. I just sat there in the harsh glare of all the lights, staring at my own reflection in the darkened window. My eyes were wide, bloodshot, filled with a haunted weariness. My mouth was a grim, tight line. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to bone, that this was not over. I had escaped Alara, or whatever entity wore her reflection. But they were out there. They were still hunting. And I was still marked. Every shadow held potential threat. Every stranger a possible lure. The world had irrevocably changed for me. It was no longer just a place of people and places. It was a hunting ground. And I was prey. And the worst part, a small, insidious voice whispered in the back of my mind. A voice that sounded suspiciously like my own deepest fear. What if the reflection was not just mirroring Alara? What if it was mirroring me? What if one day I looked in the mirror and my own reflection smiled back with that same predatory, ancient grin? What if the mark was not just on me, but in me? The thought made me gag. I knew without a doubt that I would never look at a mirror the same way again. You know, Tinder's a weird place. Most of the time, it is just a graveyard of bad photos, worse pickup lines, and people who look nothing like their profile pictures. I would have been on and off it for years, mostly off, because my dating life was less a roller coaster and more of a broken merry-go-round stuck on the same sad, slow rotation. I was about ready to throw in the towel, delete the app, and embrace my destiny as a crazy cat man when I matched with Lena. Her profile was different. Most people put up smiling selfies at brunch or flexing at the gym. Lena had a picture of herself silhouetted against the setting sun, standing on what looked like a crumbling rooftop. Another one showed her in a dimly lit, dusty room, holding an old film camera, a faint, almost mischievous smile playing on her lips. Her bio was short tired of the usual, looking for someone who is not afraid of a little adventure, or a lot. Intriguing, right? I swiped right. Instant match. Her first message was not the usual hey, or how's your Tuesday? It was, so, what is the most interesting place you have ever snuck into? My initial thought was, okay, this is either going to be really cool or really weird. I responded with some story about sneaking into an abandoned amusement park when I was a teenager, which, looking back, was probably a bad idea to share with someone who clearly had a penchant for urban exploration. Her reply was a single word amateur, followed by a winking emoji. We chatted for a few days, and Lena was unlike anyone I would ever met. She was witty, sharp, and her replies often came at odd hours, like 3 a.m., sometimes just a cryptic sentence or a photo of a moonlit, decaying building. I found myself genuinely hooked. I was used to dates that felt like job interviews, but Lena made everything feel like a puzzle. Finally, I asked her out for coffee. You know, the standard, safe first date. Her response was a screenshot of my message with a sarcastic red circle around coffee. She typed, "Seriously, coffee. Alex, I thought you were the adventurous type. Let us do something memorable, something unique." My stomach did a little flip. Part of me, the logical part, screamed, "Red flags, man. Red flags." But the other part, the part that was bored with routine and secretly craved a bit of excitement, was intrigued. "Okay," I typed back. "Lay it on me. What do you have in mind?" Her reply came almost instantly. There is an old abandoned hospital on the outskirts of town. It has been closed for decades. They say it is haunted. Meet me there, midnight. Bring a flashlight and maybe a spare change of underwear. My blood ran cold for a second. An abandoned hospital. Midnight. Haunted. This was not just a little adventure. This was a scene straight out of a horror movie. My mind immediately conjured up images of flickering lights, ghostly nurses, and things jumping out of the shadows. I almost backed out. I really did. But then I looked at her profile again, at that intriguing, slightly unsettling smile, and the curiosity got the better of me. Besides, what was the worst that could happen? It is just an old building. She is probably just trying to be edgy. You are serious. I texted. Always, she replied. So are you in or out? I hesitated for a long minute. I am in. The drive out, there was a blur of nervous energy and second guessing. It was a clear, moonless night, the kind where the stars usually pop. But tonight, they seemed swallowed by the darkness. The hospital was a good 30-minute drive outside the city, down a winding, unlit road that eventually turned to gravel. My headlights cut through the inky blackness, illuminating skeletal trees and overgrown weeds that clawed at the sides of the road. When I finally pulled up, the sight of the hospital hit me like a physical blow. It was massive, a hulking, Gothic silhouette against the slightly lighter sky, its broken windows like empty, staring eyes. Vines snaked up its brick facade, reclaiming it piece by piece. A rusted chain-link fence, long since breached, sagged around the perimeter. The air was heavy, still, and unnaturally cold, even for a late autumn night. A shiver that had nothing to do with the temperature ran down my spine. Lena was already there, leaning against her beat-up sedan, a small backpack slung over her shoulder. She was wearing dark jeans, a thick hoodie, and combat boots. Her hair, which was a wild tangle of dark curls, was pulled back in a messy bun. She looked exactly like someone you would expect to find exploring an abandoned building at midnight. And she looked even better than her pictures, which somehow made the whole situation even more unsettling. "You actually came," she said, her voice a low, throaty murmur that cut through the silence. She had a small, knowing smile. "You think I would back down from a challenge?" I tried to sound confident, but my voice cracked a little on challenge. She laughed, a short, dry sound. "Let us go amateur. Do not want to miss the midnight show." We squeezed through a gap in the fence, the rusted metal scraping against my jacket. The ground inside was littered with broken glass and fallen bricks. The smell hit me first a potent cocktail of mildew, dust, and something else, something faintly metallic, like old blood, or perhaps just rust. It was a smell of decay, of things left to rot. Lena led the way, her small flashlight cutting a narrow path through the darkness. She seemed to know exactly where she was going, navigating around piles of rubble and collapsed sections of the building with an unnerving familiarity. We found an open entrance, a gaping maw that led into the hospital's reception area. The double doors were gone, torn from their hinges, leaving only empty frames. Stepping inside felt like walking into a freezer. The air was instantly colder, thick with a palpable sense of stillness. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, like tiny, ghostly particles. The reception desk was overturned, chairs scattered, and medical records lay strewn across the floor, yellowed and brittle. I knelt to pick one up. It was a patient file from 1968. The name was illegible, but the diagnosis was chillingly clear: severe melancholia. Delusions of persecution. Careful where you step, Lena whispered, her voice echoing unnaturally in the vast space. There's some nasty surprises around here. We moved deeper through the main corridor. On either side, doors stood ajar, revealing glimpses of patient rooms. Each one was a tableau of desolation: overturned beds, ripped mattresses, for poles lying on their sides like fallen soldiers. The walls were peeling, revealing layers of paint pale green, institutional beige, and under that, a faint, almost blood-red color. This place was built in the 1920s, Lena said, her voice surprisingly calm. It was originally a sanatorium for tuberculosis patients. Then it became a general hospital, and later, a psychiatric facility. Closed down after a series of incidents. Incidents? I asked, my own voice barely above a whisper. She just shrugged, a shadow of a smile on her face. You know, unexplained deaths, staff going missing, patients having visions, the usual. My heart pounded a little faster. You have been here before, have not you? A few times, she admitted. It has got a certain energy. We reached a stairwell, the steps groaning under our weight. The banister was rotten, crumbling at the touch. We ascended to the second floor, which seemed even darker and more oppressive than the first. Here, the patient rooms were smaller, more cramped. The air felt heavier, like it was pressing down on my chest. As we walked, I started to hear things. Not loud, dramatic noises, but subtle ones. A faint scratching sound from behind a closed door. A distant creak that was not from our footsteps. A whisper, so soft it could have been the wind, or my imagination playing tricks. I kept telling myself it was just a building settling, the wind whistling through broken panes. But my skin prickled. Lena, however, seemed completely unfazed. She moved with a strange grace, her flashlight beam dancing across the walls, illuminating unsettling graffiti crude drawings, desperate messages, dates scrawled in what looked like dry blood, though I quickly dismissed that as rust or old paint. We entered what looked like a nurse's station. A rusty chart rack stood in the corner, its contents scattered. A dusty, old rotary phone sat on the counter, its cord long since severed. Lena picked up a tattered logbook. Listen to this, she said, her voice taking on a theatrical tone. October 14th, 1971. Patient 307 reported seeing the man with no face standing at the foot of her bed. Patient 308 claimed to hear children crying in the walls. Patient 309 became violent, claiming they were trying to take his voice. She looked up, her eyes glinting in the dim light. Sounds like a fun night, right? I forced a weak laugh. Yeah, real fun. I was starting to regret this. My adventure spirit had officially tapped out. We continued our exploration. Lena leading the way, her enthusiasm growing with every creaking floorboard and every shadowy corner. We went through the operating theater, where a single surgical lamp hung precariously from the ceiling, its reflectors shattered. Then the maternity ward, which was perhaps the most unsettling. Tiny cribs, overturned and twisted, lay scattered like forgotten toys. A faded mural of cartoon animals on one wall seemed to mock the desolation. I swore I heard a faint, almost imperceptible whimpering sound, like a baby crying, but when I spun around, Lena was just standing there, watching me, that unsettling smile on her face. getting a little jumpy. Are we? She asked. It is just this place is creepy. Okay. I admitted, my voice a little shaky. Can we maybe head back? I think I have had enough adventure for one night. Lena's smile faded. Her expression became serious, almost stern. Oh, we are just getting started. Alex, we have not even visited the best part. Before I could protest, she turned and headed down another corridor, this one even narrower and darker than the others. Where are we going? I asked, my voice laced with genuine apprehension. The psych ward, she replied without looking back. It is on the lowest level. They used to keep the really difficult patients down there. The ones who heard things, did things. My gut screamed at me to turn around, to run, but a strange paralysis had set in. It was like I was caught in a current, being pulled deeper and deeper into something I could not escape. Or maybe it was just Lena's sheer force of will. She had a way of looking at me, a silent challenge in her eyes, that made me feel like a coward if I did not follow. The psych ward was accessed via a separate, crumbling staircase that spiraled downwards, leading into absolute darkness. The air grew colder, heavier, and the smell of decay intensified, mixed with something else, a faint, acrid scent, like old urine and disinfectant. My flashlight beam struggled to penetrate the gloom. The cells down here were small, with heavy, rusted metal doors that had small, barred windows. Some of the doors were ripped off their hinges. Others were still eerily shut. The walls were covered in faded, disturbing drawings and scratched out words. Help me. They are watching. It is not real. They used to do electroshock therapy down here. Lena said, her voice a low drone. Lobotomies too. This place has seen a lot of suffering. Alex, a lot of fear. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Why are we here? Lena, what are you trying to prove? She turned to face me, her eyes reflecting the beam of my flashlight, making them seem unnaturally bright. Prove? I am not trying to prove anything. I am just showing you around, sharing a piece of history, a piece of myself. Even, her words sent another chill down my spine. A piece of yourself. She smiled again, but this time, it was not mischievous or intriguing. It was unsettling, a slow, knowing curl her lips that did not quite reach her eyes. This place, it speaks to me. Alex, it always has. I feel at home here. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed from deeper within the ward, like a metal door slamming shut. I jumped, my heart leaping into my throat. What was that? Lena did not react. She just kept staring at me, her smile widening. Probably just the wind. There's no wine down here. I whispered, my voice trembling. Maybe not, she conceded, her gaze unwavering. Or maybe some of the old residents are still checking in. That is when I saw it. In the beam of my flashlight, just past Lena's shoulder, a shadow flickered in one of the cells. It was too fast, too indistinct to be anything solid, but it was there. A human-shaped void in the darkness. Okay, that is it, I said, my voice firmer now, fueled by genuine terror. I am leaving. Right now. You can stay if you want, but I am out. I turned to go, but Lena grabbed my arm. Her grip was surprisingly strong, her fingers digging into my flesh. Not so fast. Alex, the tour is not over yet. Let go of me. Lena, I tried to pull away, but she held on tight. Her eyes, usually so expressive, were now flat, vacant, and utterly devoid of warmth. They were the eyes of someone who was not truly seeing me. We have one more stop, she said, her voice taking on a strange, almost sing-song quality. The records room, where all the secrets are kept. She started pulling me, dragging me deeper into the psych ward. I stumbled, my feet slipping on the dusty, debris-strewn floor. No, I do not want to go. Let me go, I shouted, my voice cracking with desperation. Another shadow darted across my peripheral vision, closer this time, accompanied by a faint, guttural moan that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The air grew even colder, so cold that I could see my breath. Lena's grip tightened, her nails digging into my skin. Do not struggle. Alex, it will only make it harder. We reached a heavy metal door at the very end of the corridor. It was thick, reinforced like a vault door. Lena fumbled with a rusty key she produced from her pocket, her movements strangely practiced. The lock groaned, a sound like a dying animal, and the door creaked open, revealing an even blacker void beyond. "Welcome," Lena whispered, pulling me inside. The room was small, cramped, and lined with shelves filled with old medical records, patient files, and what looked like jars of preserved organs. The smell was overpowering here: formaldehyde, decay, and something else, something sweet and sickly like rotten fruit. My flashlight beam bounced off glass eyes in jars, yellow bones, and dusty surgical instruments. "This is where I found everything," Lena said, her voice now a low, chilling whisper that seemed to come from all around me. "My history, my family, my purpose." I finally managed to wrench my arm free. "What are you talking about?" She turned to me, and that is when I saw it. Her eyes. They were not just bright from the flashlight. They were glowing a faint phosphorescent blue. And the smile, that unsettling smirk, seemed to stretch too wide, too far across her face. Above her left eyebrow, a tiny faint scar, almost invisible, but now, in the dim, eerie light, it seemed to pulse. "Do not you recognize me?" "Alex," she asked, her voice no longer Lena's. It was deeper, older, with an ancient, echoing quality that resonated in my very bones. "After all these years, you still do not remember." My mind raced, trying to make sense of her words, of her terrifying transformation. I do not know you," I stammered, backing away until my back hit a shelf, sending old files tumbling to the floor. "Oh, but you do," the voice hissed, and Lena's form seemed to shimmer, to waver in the darkness. Her skin grew paler, almost translucent. Her dark hair seemed to grow longer, wilder, obscuring her face, but not enough to hide the shifting, distorting features. We played together. "Alex, when you were just a boy, you called me Barnaby." The name hit me like a physical blow, a forgotten memory surfacing from the deepest, darkest corners of my childhood. Barnaby, my imaginary friend, the one with the pale blue eyes and the unsettling smirk, the one I would have forgotten, dismissed as a childish fantasy. But he knew things only Barnaby knew. My fear of the dark, the way I used to hide under my bed when I was scared, the secret spot in the woods where I buried my dead hamster. "No," I whispered, shaking my head, my eyes wide with a horror far beyond anything I would ever imagine. "That is impossible. You are Lena. You are just a girl." Lena's form solidified again, but it was not quite Lena anymore. It was a distorted, grotesque parody of her, her face contorted into a malevolent grin, her glowing blue eyes fixed on me. Lena was just a vessel. "Alex, a way to reach you, a way to manifest, just like Sarah was. But she was not strong enough. Not truly. She did not have the hunger." "Sarah," I gasped, remembering the news reports from months ago, a woman who'd vanished, leaving behind only strange, unsettling drawings. "What did you do to Sarah?" The creature that was once Lena laughed, a guttural, wet sound that scraped against my eardrums. She became a part of me, a willing participant, in the end, a partner in our endeavors. But I needed more. I needed someone stronger, someone with a stronger spirit, someone who could truly appreciate what we could become. It took a step towards me, and another and another. I could feel the cold radiating from it, a bone-deep chill that seeped into my very marrow. The air grew thick, heavy, suffocating. My lungs burned, struggling for breath. You have been lonely, have not you? Alex, it whispered, its voice now layered, a chorus of malevolent whispers, searching for connection, craving something real, something memorable. Stay away from me, I screamed, finally finding my voice, though it was raw and choked with terror. I scrambled backwards, trying to find an exit, but the heavy metal door was now shut, sealed tight. You agreed to come here. Alex, it said, its glowing eyes unwavering. You wanted adventure. You wanted unique. And now you were going to get it. Its hand, long and skeletal, reached out, its fingers tipped with what looked like razor-sharp talons. I could see the pale, almost translucent skin, the faint blue veins beneath. It was Barnaby, my childhood imaginary friend, twisted into a nightmare. We are going to be whole again. Alex, it hissed, its voice filled with a chilling, predatory hunger. We are going to do so much together. This hospital, it is just the beginning. There are so many lonely souls out there. So many places to explore. So many people to connect with. I felt a paralyzing cold spread through my body as its fingers brushed against my cheek, sending a searing pain through my skin. I could feel it draining something from me, something vital, something warm. My vision blurred, the room spinning around me. And you, Alex, it whispered, its face now inches from mine, its breath cold and fetid. You are going to be the best part yet. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me completely was that unsettling smirk, those pale blue eyes, and the faint, pulsing scar above its left eyebrow. And then, as the world dissolved into a cacophony of whispers and chilling laughter, I heard an ancient, hungry voice echo in my mind, a voice that was both Lena's and Barnaby's, and something else, something far older and more terrible. Welcome home. Alex, we have been waiting. All right, so, you know how it is. You hit a certain age, you've churned to the same old dating apps 100 times, and you start to feel like you are just swiping through a catalog of disappointment. Every profile starts to blur together the gym selfies, the travel photos, the bios that all sound like they were written by the same AI. It gets old fast. But then, every now and then, something piques your interest. Something just different enough to make you pause. That is how it was with Amelia. Her profile picture was not some expertly staged shot, it was a candid, slightly blurry photo of her laughing, a strand of dark hair falling across her face. Her bio was short, quirky, and did not mention liking long walks on the beach or being a foodie. It just said, seeking someone who appreciates the quiet hum of city at 3 a.m. and believes in the magic of a perfectly brewed cup of coffee. Yeah, I know, a little pretentious maybe, but it stood out from the sea of adventure seekers and dog lovers. I swiped right. We matched. Our initial chats were great. She was witty, intelligent, and had this way of making even the most mundane topics sound fascinating. We talked for a couple of weeks before finally deciding to meet up. We picked a relatively low-key spot, a gastropub downtown that had decent food and a relaxed atmosphere. I figured it was a safe bet for a first date, not too fancy, not too dive-wide. I got there a little early, grabbed a table, and ordered a beer. My phone buzzed a text from Amelia, saying she was almost there. A few minutes later, she walked in. She was even prettier in person, with sharp, intelligent eyes and a smile that reached them. She was wearing a simple dark dress and a worn leather jacket, looking effortlessly cool. We exchanged greetings, a quick, slightly awkward hug, and she sat down opposite me. The first hour flew by. We talked about everything and nothing: our jobs, our favorite obscure movies, the ridiculousness of modern pop culture. She had a dry sense of humor that perfectly matched mine, and I found myself genuinely enjoying the conversation. I remember thinking, okay, maybe this is not going to be another bust after all. It was right around the time our appetizers arrived, a plate of loaded tater tots, that I first noticed something odd. The pub was not super loud, but there was a steady background hum of conversations and clinking glasses. Amelia was mid-sentence, telling me about a bizarre incident at her work. When she paused, her eyes unfocusing for a split second, she leaned in slightly, as if to hear something, and then, so softly I almost missed it, I heard her whisper, "Sarah Jenkins." I blinked. "I am sorry, what was that?" I asked, leaning forward a bit. She blinked back, her eyes clearing. "Oh, nothing. Just I lost my train of thought for a second. You know, sometimes I just zone out. What was I saying?" She gave a small, embarrassed laugh. I shrugged it off. Something about work. A bizarre incident. I prompted. She picked up the story seamlessly, and I forgot about the whisper. People zone out. They mumble. It happens. The beer was good, the tots were delicious, and Amelia was charming. No red flags, just a minor quirk. We ordered our main courses. I got a burger. She got some kind of fancy salad. The conversation continued, flowing easily. We were talking about travel, specifically a trip I would take into Southeast Asia a few years back. I was describing the chaos of a market in Bangkok, the smells, the sounds, the sheer sensory overload. Amelia was listening intently, a slight smile playing on her lips. Then it happened again. This time, it was clearer, a little more pronounced. As I paused to take a bite of my burger, she shifted in her seat, her gaze drifting past my shoulder towards a crowded bar area. Her lips moved, barely, and I distinctly heard, "Michael Chun." This time, I was sure. It was not background noise. It was her. "Amelia," I asked a little more directly this time, "did you just say something?" She turned back to me, a slightly puzzled expression on her face. "Did I? I did not think so." Was I talking to myself again? My apologies. I sometimes do that when I am really thinking about something. It is a bad habit. She smiled, a little too brightly. "I thought. No, it is just I thought I heard you say a name. Michael Chun." I pressed, trying to keep my tone light, like I was just curious, not weirded out. Her smile faltered for a fraction of a second. "Oh, no, I did not think so. Maybe you misheard. It is pretty loud in here." She gestured around the pub. "Or maybe I was thinking about a character from a book I am reading. He is called Michael, or something similar." She waved a dismissive hand. "Anyway, you were saying about Bangkok." I let it go. It was loud, and maybe I did mishear. Or maybe she was just thinking aloud. It was a first date, after all. You do not want to be the guy who interrogates his date about mumbling. That is a surefire way to kill any potential second date. But a tiny seed of unease had been planted. Sarah Jenkins, Michael Chun. Why those names? And why the slight defensiveness? We finished our dinner. Everything else felt normal. We talked about movies, music, our weirdest pet peeves. She seemed perfectly sane, perfectly charming. Maybe I was just overthinking things. I paid the bill, and we decided to grab one more drink at a quieter bar a few blocks away. The second bar was definitely quieter, dimly lit. With soft jazz playing, we found a cozy booth in the corner. This was where the real weirdness started to ramp up. We were talking about our families, sharing funny anecdotes about our siblings. I was telling her about my younger brother's disastrous attempt at cooking Thanksgiving dinner. She was laughing, a genuine, warm laugh. Then, as I reached for my drink, her eyes darted to the empty seat opposite me, just past my shoulder. Her head tilted almost imperceptibly, as if listening to something, and then, barely above the jazz music, she whispered, "Emily Peterson." This time, there was no denying it. I looked directly at her. "Amelia," I said, my voice low, you just said another name. "Emily Peterson." She met my gaze, her expression unreadable for a moment. Then she smiled, a little too wide, a little too fixed. "Did I? Wow." I really need to get that checked out. Huh? My brain just wanders off sometimes. It is like I have a whole other conversation going on in my head. She laughed, but it sounded a bit brittle. It is just those are pretty specific names. I pointed out, trying to keep my voice calm, but my heart had started to pick up speed. Sarah Jenkins, Michael Chun, Emily Peterson. Do you know anyone with those names? She shook her head, her smile still plastered on. Not that I can think of, no. Just random thoughts. I guess. You know how it is. Sometimes your brain just pulls words out of nowhere. Like when you get a song stuck in your head, but it is just a name. She took a sip of her drink, avoiding my eyes. The explanation felt flimsy. Too convenient. My gut was screaming at me now. This was not just a quirky habit. This was something else. I tried to change the subject, to steer the conversation back to normal, but my mind kept replaying the names. Sarah Jenkins, Michael Chun, Emily Peterson. I pulled out my phone under the table discreetly and opened a search engine. I typed in Sarah Jenkins missing. My thumb hovered over the search button. I hesitated. What if I was just being paranoid? What if it was just a coincidence? But the feeling would not go away. I tapped search. The first result made my blood run cold. Local woman Sarah Jenkins reported missing. Last seen 3 months ago. There was a picture. A smiling woman, dark hair, kind eyes. Not dissimilar to Amelia, actually. I quickly minimized the browser. My hand felt clammy. I took a deep breath. Okay, one name could be a coincidence. A really, really unsettling coincidence. Amelia was talking about her cat, a fluffy Persian named Chairman Meow. She seemed completely oblivious to the internal panic attack I was having. I forced myself to nod to make appropriate responses, but my mind was racing. Then, as she described Chairman Meow's latest antics, her eyes flickered again. This time, they settled directly on me, but they were not seeing me. They seemed to look through me or past me into some other space. Her lips parted, and a whisper, colder and more distinct than before, escaped. David Miller. My breath hitched. I could not pretend I did not hear it. I could not pretend she was not looking right at me when she said it. The hair on my arm stood on end. Amelia, I said, my voice barely a whisper myself. Stop. What are you doing? She blinked, her gaze snapping back into focus. Her smile returned, but it was a little too wide, a little too innocent. Doing? Nothing. Just enjoying our conversation. Why? Is everything all right? No, everything is not all right. I said, my voice gaining a bit of an edge. You just said David Miller. Who is David Miller? Her eyes darted away, towards a wall behind me. I do not know what you are talking about. I did not say anything. Her voice was soft, almost childlike, but there was a tremor in it. Yes, you did. I insisted, trying to keep my voice down, but the fear was making it hard. You have been whispering names all night. Sarah Jenkins, Michael Chun, Emily Peterson, and now David Miller. And every time I ask you about it, you deny it or give some flimsy excuse. Her face went pale. The fixed smile vanished, replaced by a look of genuine distress. I do not know why I would do that. I would not. I promise. I do not know any of those people. She looked genuinely upset, almost on the verge of tears. For a moment, I almost believed her. Maybe she had some kind of dissociative episode. Or Tourette's. But then the image of Sarah Jenkins's missing person poster flashed in my mind. I need to use the restroom. I said abruptly, standing up. I needed a moment to myself, to process this, to check the other names. As I walked away from the booth, I could feel her eyes on my back. The walk to the men's room felt like an eternity. Once inside, I locked the door and pulled out my phone again. Michael Chin missing. Search. Emily Peterson missing. Search. David Miller missing. Search. Every single one. All local. All reported missing within the last year. The faces on the posters. The dates they were last seen, they swam before my eyes. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst through my ribs. This was not a coincidence. This was impossible. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to calm down. What was going on? Was Amelia a serial killer, listing her victims? But she seemed so genuine, so distressed when I pressed her. Or was she something else? A medium? Possessed? A victim herself? Somehow connected to these disappearances. I knew I had to get out of there. Immediately. No polite goodbyes. No explanations. Just leave. But then, a terrifying thought struck me. What if she was not whispering the names? What if the names were whispering through her? What if they wanted something? I took a deep breath, trying to collect myself. I could not just bolt. That would be rude, and potentially put me in more danger if she was, in fact, unstable. I had to play it cool. Go back. Pretend everything was fine, and then make my escape as smoothly as possible. I walked back to the booth, forcing a casual expression onto my face. Amelia was still sitting there, stirring her drink, her face still pale. She looked up as I approached. Feeling better, she asked, her voice quiet. Yeah, just needed a minute. I lied, sitting back down. Look, I am sorry if I came on too strong. It was a bit unsettling. She nodded, still not looking me in the eye. I understand. I really do not know why I do it. It is not something I can control. Not something you can control. I repeated, my voice betraying my apprehension. She finally looked at me, her eyes wide and a little frightened. Sometimes I hear things. Whispers. They are not always clear, but sometimes they are. And then I just find myself saying them. It is like a reflex. My blood ran cold. You hear whispers. She nodded slowly. Yeah, always. Names. Sometimes I feel cold. Or like I am not entirely myself. It is usually when I am relaxed or when I am really focused on something else. She looked around the bar, as if expecting to see something. It started a few months ago. I have tried to ignore it, but it is getting harder. And the names, are they the ones you have been saying tonight? I asked, my voice barely audible. She bit her lip. I think so. I do not always remember them clearly after I say them. It is like a fog. This was a whole new level of terrifying. She was not a killer. She was a conduit. Or something was trying to communicate through her. And those names were the missing people. Have you looked any of them up? I asked, testing the waters. She shook her head, her gaze distant again. No, I was too scared. I did not want to know. I just hoped it would go away. A shiver ran down my spine. The thought of these missing people, their spirits or echoes, using this woman as a mouthpiece, it was too much. But why her? And why was it happening now on our date? Just as I was trying to formulate an exit strategy, she flinched. Her eyes widened and she gasped softly. She leaned forward, her head tilted, as if straining to hear something I could not. Her lips parted, and a name, clearer and louder than any before, filled the small space of our booth. Jessica Rodriguez. This time, it was not a whisper. It was a desperate plea, an urgent cry. And her eyes, when they met mine, were no longer her own. They were wide, unblinking, filled with a raw, ancient terror that made my stomach clench. Before I could react, before I could even process the new name, her body stiffened. Her head snapped to the side, her gaze fixed on something behind me. Her face contorted into an expression of pure, unadulterated fear. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. Instead, her body began to tremble violently. Then, her eyes rolled back into her head, and she slumped forward, hitting the table with a soft thud. Her drink spilled, soaking the tablecloth. My heart leaped into my throat. Amelia! I cried, reaching across the table, my hand shaking as I touched her shoulder. She was unresponsive, limp. Panic seized me. I quickly checked her pulse. It was there, faint but steady. She was breathing, shallowly. She had not fainted, not exactly. It was more like she had been knocked out or something had left her. A few people at nearby tables looked over, startled by the noise. Is she all right? Someone asked. I do not know. I stammered, my mind racing. I needed to call for help. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling with the screen. Just as I was about to dial 911, a voice, cold and clear, spoke directly into my ear. It was not Amelia's voice. It was not male or female. It was just a voice. He is next. I froze. Every hair on my body stood on end. I whipped my head around, looking for the source. There was no one behind me. No one close enough to have whispered directly into my ear. My gaze fell back to Amelia. Her eyes were still rolled back, her body still slumped. But her lips, very slowly, began to move. They formed a silent word. Then another, and another. My own name. The blood drained from my face. It was not Amelia whispering names. It was not even the missing people using her. It was something else. Something that had been listening. Something that had been collecting. And now, it had found its next target. I scrambled out of the booth, knocking over my chair. I did not care about the stares, the whispers, the spilled drinks. I had to get out. I left Amelia there, slumped over the table, and ran. I ran out of the bar, into the cool night air, not looking back. I hailed the first taxi I saw, jumped in, and yelled my address. The driver looked at me funny, but I did not care. I just needed to be away. As the taxi pulled away from the curb, I risked a glance back at the bar. Through the window, I could see a small crowd gathering around our table. But I also saw something else, standing just inside the doorway, silhouetted against the dim interior lights, was a figure. It was tall, slender, and seemed to shimmer slightly, like heat haze. It was too indistinct to make out any features, but I felt its gaze on me, even from a distance. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that it was not Amelia. I spent the next few days in a haze of fear and paranoia. I did not sleep much. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a footstep. I kept my phone close, constantly checking the news, searching for Amelia's name. I never found it. No report of a woman collapsing in a bar. No missing person report. It was like she had just vanished. I wanted to call the police, to tell them what happened, but what would I say? My date whispered names of missing people, then collapsed, and I heard a disembodied voice tell me I was next. They would think I was crazy, or on drugs. The names, though, they haunted me. Sarah Jenkins, Michael Chun, Emily Peterson, David Miller, Jessica Rodriguez. I searched for them constantly. Their faces, their stories became ingrained in my mind. And then, a week later, it started with me. I was at home, trying to distract myself by watching some dumb sitcom. The apartment was quiet, the only sound the laugh track from the TV. I was reaching for my remote when I heard it. A faint whisper, like dry leaves skittering across pavement, right by my ear. Kevin O'Connell. My blood ran cold. I dropped the remote. I froze listening. Nothing, just the TV. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination, the stress getting to me. But I knew it was not. The next day, it happened again. I was in the shower, the water drumming against the tiles. Amidst the white noise, a new whisper, clearer this time. Lisa Kim. I practically jumped out of the shower, my heart hammering. I stood there, dripping wet, Listening, my eyes darting around the bathroom. Nothing. It continued. Every day, sometimes multiple times a day. A new name, always a whisper, always close, always in a moment of quiet or distraction. Brian Lewis, Ashley Davis, Robert Johnson. I looked them all up. Every single one was a missing person. From my city, from surrounding areas. All of them vanished without a trace. I was living in a nightmare. I could not escape the whispers. They followed me everywhere. I stopped going out. I barely ate. I was a wreck. I felt like I was losing my mind. One night, I was sitting in my living room, the lights off, just staring into the darkness. I had not heard a whisper in hours, and I was starting to feel a false sense of security. Maybe it was over. Maybe it had moved on. Then, a chorus of whispers erupted around me. Not just one voice, but many. A cacophony of desperate, pleading sounds, all overlapping, all saying different names. The room grew cold, colder than anything I would ever felt. The air grew heavy, thick with a palpable presence. I huddled on my couch, my arms wrapped around myself, trembling uncontrollably. I could feel them all around me, the missing, and they were not just whispering names anymore. They were whispering to me, "Help us. Find us. Do not let it take you." Their voices were thin, reedy, like echoes from a great distance. But they were clear enough to understand. They were trapped, and they knew what was coming for me. Then, the chorus of voices abruptly ceased. The cold receded slightly. The air lightened, and one voice, distinct and chillingly familiar, spoke. It was the same voice I had heard in the bar. The voice that had told me, "He is next. They are trying to warn you." The voice hissed, right next to my ear. "Foolish, pathetic things. They do not understand. They are just echoes. I am the collector." I squeezed my eyes shut, tears streaming down my face. "What do you want?" I choked out, my voice raw with terror. The voice chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that seemed to scrape against my very soul. "What I always want. More. They try to cling to life, even in their absence. Their names, their memories, they are delicious. And you, my friend, have a particularly vibrant hum." I opened my eyes. The room was still dark, but I could see a faint, shimmering outline in the corner. It was the same tall, indistinct figure I had seen at the bar. It was slowly, deliberately moving towards me. Amelia was a vessel. The voice continued, its tone casual, almost conversational, as if explaining a simple fact of nature. A temporary conduit, useful for a time, but ultimately, she could not contain the hunger. The whispers grew too loud for her. She broke. My mind flashed back to Amelia, slumped over the table. Her eyes rolled back. She had not fainted. She had been overloaded. Broken. "But you," the voice purred, "closer now, you are different. You hear them, yes, but you also feel them. You empathize. You search for them. That makes your essence exquisite. A much richer collection." The shimmering figure was directly in front of me now. I could almost make out its form, a tall, gaunt silhouette, constantly shifting like smoke. I could feel an intense cold radiating from it, a cold that seeped into my bones. "No," I whispered, trying to push myself back into the couch, but I was paralyzed by fear. "Oh, yes," the voice said, closer still, right in my ear. "And the best part, you have already done half the work for me. You have gathered the names. You have brought them closer. You have prepared yourself for the grand symphony of silence." A skeletal hand, shimmering and transparent, reached out from the figure. It was long, with impossibly thin fingers tipped with sharp, non-existent nails. It reached for my face. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted, my lungs burning. I felt a piercing cold as its fingers touched my cheek. It was not just cold, it was a draining, an emptying sensation. My vision began to blur around the edges. My body felt heavy, numb. As its touch intensified, the whispers returned. But this time they were all around me. Inside my head, a desperate, frantic chorus of names and pleas. He is taking you. Fight. Do not let him. But I could not fight. I was weakening, fading. The cold was spreading through my entire body, a profound emptiness. My life force, my very essence, was being pulled out of me. The shadowy figure leaned closer, and I could almost see its face now, a swirling vortex of darkness, with two pinpricks of light that seemed to be eyes. Do not worry, the voice whispered directly into my dying mind. You won't be forgotten. Your name will be added to the collection. And perhaps one day, you too will whisper to the next one. The last thing I saw was a shimmering hand, closing around my face, pulling me into the endless, silent void. The last thing I heard was my own name, whispered by 1,000 voices, slowly fading into the chilling hum of the collector. You know, I always thought I had a pretty good handle on things. I am not some wide-eyed kid, fresh out of college. You know, I have been around the block a few times, seen some weird stuff, but mostly just normal weird stuff. Like your buddy's cousin who thinks aliens build the pyramids, or that one girl who only ate raw vegetables and insisted on bringing her own filtered water to every restaurant. Harmless, eccentric stuff. Nothing that makes the hairs on your arms stand up and your stomach clench into a knot of pure, unadulterated fear. But then I met Jessica, and everything I thought I knew about reality, about people, about what is possible and what is not all just got turned on its head. And I am telling you, even now, months later, I still can't quite shake the feeling that she is out there, or it is whatever the hell it was. It all started like any other Tuesday night. I would been swiping on a dating app for a while, mostly just for kicks, not really expecting much. It is a pretty bleak landscape out there, let's be honest. But then I matched with Jessica. And man, she was something else. Her profile picture was stunning bright, intelligent eyes, a genuine smile, and this kind of effortless beauty that just radiated off the screen. She had a great bio too, witty and smart, talking about her love for indie films and obscure history podcasts. Basically, she checked all the boxes. Too many boxes, honestly. I remember thinking, no way this is real. This is probably some bot or a catfishing scam. But I messaged her anyway, and she messaged back, and we hit it off. Our conversations flowed so easily, jumping from one topic to another, like we would known each other for years. It was refreshing, genuinely. I would have been on so many dates where it felt like pulling teeth, trying to keep the conversation alive. With Jessica, it was like breathing. After about a week of texting and a couple of phone calls that lasted way longer than I intended, we decided to meet up. We picked a pretty popular spot downtown, a place called the Copper Kettle. It is one of those gastropubs that tries to be fancy, but still has a chill vibe. Plenty of people, good lighting, not too quiet, not too loud. Basically, a perfect first date location. I got there a little early, ordered a beer, and tried to calm my nerves. I am not usually this nervous for a first date, but with Jessica, there was something different. I had a really good feeling about her. Then she walked in, and let me tell you, she was even more beautiful in person. Her hair was this rich, dark brown, falling in soft waves around her shoulders. She had on a simple but elegant dress, and those eyes, they sparkled. She saw me, gave me that same genuine smile from her profile, and my heart did that stupid little flip-flop thing. I stood up, pulled out her chair, and we started talking. And just like over phone, it was effortless. We talked about our jobs. She was a graphic designer, which totally fit her creative vibe, our families, our travel dreams. She was funny. She was smart. She was engaged in conversation. She listened when I spoke, really listened, not just waiting for her turn to talk. I found myself laughing more than I had in weeks. This was it. I thought, this could actually be something special. We had been talking for maybe an hour, hour and a half. Our food had arrived. I had a burger. She had a salad. Pretty standard stuff. I was mid-sentence, telling her about this ridiculous road trip I took with my buddies back in college. And she was looking at me, her head tilted slightly, that lovely, warm smile on her face. And that is when I saw it. Behind her, on the wall directly opposite us, was a large, ornate mirror. It was one of those old, slightly tarnished pieces, meant to look antique, probably just mass-produced. It reflected the whole room, including us. And as I was talking, my gaze just sort of drifted past her shoulder to her reflection in that mirror. She was still smiling. The real Jessica, sitting across from me, had that gentle, attentive smile. But her reflection was different. It was not a huge, dramatic change, not at first. It was subtle, like the corners of the reflection's mouth were pulled just a fraction wider, a fraction higher. And the eyes of reflection's eyes, while still bright, had a kind of glint to them that was not in the real Jessica's. It was almost predatory, like the smile was a mask, and underneath, something else was lurking. I blinked, hard, shook my head a little, just enough to be imperceptible. Sorry, where was I? I mumbled, trying to refocus. Jessica's smile did not falter. The part where you almost ran out of gas in the middle of the desert with a bag of lukewarm burritos, she said, her voice light and amused. I chuckled, trying to play it off, but my eyes flickered back to the mirror. Her reflection was still there, still smiling. But now, it almost seemed to be mocking me. The glint in its eyes was more pronounced. It felt like it was looking at me, not just reflecting her. Oh, right, the burritos, I said, forcing a laugh. I took a gulp of my beer. My heart had started to pick up a little. This was weird, really weird. I told myself it was the lighting, the dim, warm glow of the pub, the way the mirror was angled, maybe a smudge on the glass. Or maybe I was just tired. I would have had a long day at work. Yeah, that had to be it. My brain was just playing tricks on me. It happens. I tried to ignore it. I really did. I went back to telling my story, tried to focus entirely on the beautiful woman in front of me. She was so engaging, so easy to talk to. This was going so well. Do not ruin it. Alex, I told myself, do not be weird. But every now and then, my eyes would just drift, and every time, the reflection seemed off. Not always in the same way, either. Sometimes the smile was just a little too wide. Sometimes the eyes seemed to hold a flicker of something cold. Once, I swear, the reflection's head tilted a fraction of a second before Jessica's did. I started to feel a cold knot of dread forming in my stomach. This was not just a trick of the light anymore. This was something else. I decided to test it. Subtly, of course. I took a sip of my beer, then placed the glass down, making sure to do it slowly. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I watched the reflection. Jessica did the same, her movements fluid and natural. But the reflection seemed to hesitate for a split second, a tiny, almost imperceptible lag, before mimicking her. And for just a moment, as her reflection lowered the glass, its eyes seemed to dart directly to mine, a knowing, unsettling gleam in them, before snapping back to mirror Jessica's focus. My blood ran cold. I almost dropped my glass. Everything okay? Alex, Jessica asked, her voice soft, a hint of concern in her tone. You look a little pale. I forced a smile. Yeah, totally fine. Just as suddenly remembered, I left the stove on. It was the lamest excuse I could come up with, but my brain was scrambling. She chuckled. Are you serious? You want to run home and check? No, I am sure it is fine. I said quickly, trying to wave it off. Just a momentary brain fart. I tried to laugh, but it sounded hollow even to my own ears. I could not stop looking at the mirror now. It was like a morbid fascination. Jessica continued talking about something, probably asking about my job, but I barely registered her words. My entire focus was on that reflection. The smile on the real Jessica's face was still charming, still warm, but the reflection smile, it was slowly, subtly becoming something else. It was stretching, just a fraction at a time, but enough that it no longer looked human. It was too wide, too thin, like a cut carved into a pumpkin. And the eyes in the reflection, they were now fixed on me, unblinking, unmoving, even as the real Jessica gestured with her hands, looking away for a second to emphasize a point. The reflection's eyes stayed on me. It was like the reflection was a separate entity, trapped behind the glass, but fully aware, fully sentient. And it was trying to communicate. Or maybe it was just trying to scare me. A shiver ran down my spine. This was not just a weird date anymore. This was a nightmare. I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe I was having some kind of psychotic break. Maybe I was hallucinating. But everything else felt real. The chatter of the restaurant, the clinking of glasses, the taste of my beer, the warmth of the pub. It was all real. Only Jessica's reflection was wrong. I decided to try something else. I needed to know if she could see it, or if she was it. "Hey, Jessica," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "That is a pretty cool mirror, is not it?" I gestured vaguely towards it with my chin. She glanced over her shoulder, a brief, dismissive look. "Oh, that old thing. Yeah, I guess so. Adds a bit of character." She turned back to me, her smile still perfect. "Why, you thinking of redecorating?" My heart sank. She did not see it, or she was pretending not to. I risked another glance. The reflection smile was now a grotesque rictus, stretched impossibly wide, showing too many teeth, teeth that looked sharper, longer than human teeth should be. And its eyes, they were no longer just glinting. They were black, bottomless pits, full of something ancient and malevolent. It was no longer a reflection of Jessica. It was a monster, and it was staring directly into my soul. And then it did something that solidified the terror. The real Jessica was mid-sentence, talking about her love for old horror movies. Ironically, her hands were folded on the table. But in the mirror, the reflection's hand slowly, deliberately lifted. Its index finger, long and skeletal, raised to its lips in a shushing motion. Silence. My breath hitched in my throat. I could feel the blood draining from my face. My hands started to tremble uncontrollably. Jessica stopped talking. "Alex, what is wrong?" Her voice was suddenly laced with genuine concern. She reached across the table, her hand hovering over mine. I flinched back instinctively. "And nothing." I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. I just need to use the restroom." I pushed my chair back, a little too quickly, almost knocking it over. I needed to get out of there. I needed to get away from that mirror, away from her. As I stood up, I could not help but glance back one last time. The reflection was no longer shushing. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, its mouth still stretched in that horrifying grin. And as I met its gaze, it slowly, deliberately winked. A cold, agonizing dread washed over me. This was not a hallucination. This was real. And whatever it was, it knew I could see it. I practically ran to the men's room, fumbling with the door. Once inside, I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head, try and make sense of what I was seeing. I looked at my own reflection in the restroom mirror. It was just me, pale, wide-eyed, terrified, but undeniably me. No distorted grins, no black eyes. Just me. So it was not me, it was her. or something with her. My mind raced. What the hell was going on? Was she possessed? Was this some elaborate prank? But no, the fear was too real, too visceral. This was not a joke. I could not go back out there. I just could not. The thought of sitting across from her, knowing that monstrous thing was grinning at me from the mirror, was unbearable. I had to leave. I had to get out of there, right now. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling. I typed out a quick, apologetic text to Jessica. Something about a sudden emergency, a sick relative, anything to justify my abrupt departure. I did not even wait for a reply. I just shoved my phone back in my pocket and headed for the exit. As I walked past our table, I kept my head down, refusing to look at the mirror, refusing to look at Jessica. I could feel her eyes on me, though. I could feel a presence, a cold, unsettling awareness in the air. I did not look back. I just walked out of the copper kettle into the cool night air and did not stop walking until I was blocks away. My heart was pounding like a drum against my ribs. My palms were slick with sweat, and I felt a profound sense of terror that I had never experienced before. I got home, locked my door, double-checked it, even triple-checked it. I pulled the blinds down, turned on every light in my apartment. I did not sleep a wink that night. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps. I kept seeing that reflection's grotesque smile, its black, knowing eyes, the shushing finger, the wink. It was burned into my mind. The next morning, I tried to convince myself it was all a dream, a really vivid, unsettling dream, but the memory was too sharp, too detailed. And the cold dread was still there, a constant companion. I checked my phone. No text from Jessica. That was weird. Most people would at least ask if everything was okay, or express some confusion. Nothing. It was like I had just vanished, and she had not even noticed. A few days later, curiosity, or maybe just a desperate need for answers, got the better of me. I logged back onto the dating app. Her profile was gone. Completely. Not just unmatched, but like she had never even existed on the platform. No pictures, no bio, nothing. I tried searching for her on social media, using the name she gave me, the details about her job. Nothing. It was like the real Jessica, the one I had talked to, the one who seemed so perfect, had simply evaporated. But the reflection, that horrifying, malevolent reflection, it felt more real than anything. I have spent the last few months trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe she was a performance artist, pulling some kind of elaborate psychological experiment. Maybe it was some kind of highly advanced visual projection, a prank gone too far. But none of it fits the sheer, raw terror I felt. The way it looked at me, the way it moved independently of her, the way it seemed to know I was watching. I have not been on a date since. Every time I see a mirror, a window, a reflective surface, I can't help but glance at my own reflection, just to make sure it is still me. And every time I meet someone new, I find myself subtly scanning the background for reflections, a nervous habit I can't seem to break. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and my mind starts to wander, I wonder about Jessica, the real Jessica. Was she a victim? 2. Was she just a puppet, her body inhabited by whatever entity was grinning from a mirror? Or was she in on it, a willing participant in some horrifying charade? I do not know, and honestly, I do not think I want to know. All I know is that I saw something that night that fundamentally changed me. It showed me that there are things out there lurking just beneath the surface of our reality, things that defy explanation, things that can wear a human face and smile a human smile, while something else entirely grins back from the shadows, watching, waiting, and knowing exactly what you see. And sometimes, when I am alone in my apartment, I swear I can still feel its eyes on me. I swear I can still see that impossibly wide, cruel smile in the periphery of my vision, just for a split second before it vanishes. And I wonder if it is still looking for me. or if it has found someone else, someone new, to show its other face to. Someone new named Jessica. You know, after that night at the Comet, after seeing all those faces, that knowing smile, watching me speed away like a terrified animal of the world, did not just shatter. It evaporated. What was left was a suffocating void, a black hole where my life used to be, and I was just floating, or rather, sinking in the middle of it, driving away from that diner. I was not just escaping a trap. I was escaping the last shred of hope that I could ever find a safe space again. Every car on the road became a potential tale, every shadow a lurking presence. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I thought it would burst. But it was not just fear anymore. It was a cold, absolute despair. They knew. They knew I would come there, which meant they knew where I lived. They knew everything. I made it back to my apartment. Somehow, the barricades I would painstakingly erected, the bolted door, the furniture pushed against it, the thick curtains, they felt like tissue paper now. A pathetic, childish attempt to keep out a force that was clearly everywhere. They were not just outside my door, they were in the fabric of the world itself. The weeks that followed blurred into a sickly, perpetual twilight. I stopped turning on most lights, preferring the gloom, as if the darkness could somehow hide me even within my own walls. My mind, already frayed, began to unravel completely. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford, haunted by the unblinking eyes from the diner, by Mark's twisted smile, by the chilling reflection that was not my own. When I did manage to drift off, it was into nightmares so vivid, so terrifying, that waking up felt like a temporary reprieve, only to be plunged back into the waking nightmare. I stopped eating properly. The thought of cooking, of going to the fridge, felt like an insurmountable task. The few times I did, the food tasted like ash, and I would often just stare at it, my appetite gone, replaced by a gnawing emptiness. My body, already thin from the initial shock, started to waste away. I could feel my bones beneath my skin, sharp and brittle. My hair felt lank, my skin pale and clammy. I was a ghost in my own apartment, a shadow of the person I used to be. Jessica called, sometimes multiple times a day. Her voice, always laser concern, would break through the haze of my paranoia, but I could not bring myself to answer. What could I say? Hey, my imaginary friends from childhood are trying to kill me, and everyone in this town is in on it. She would not understand. No one would. And besides, I could not risk her. If they were watching me, they were probably watching who I interacted with. My isolation was the only shield I had left, however porous it might be. The police, bless their naive hearts, had been useless. They would listen to my initial, frantic pleas about Mark, about the photos, about the feeling of being watched. They would done their due diligence. I suppose, but they had not understood. How could they? How could anyone comprehend a threat that was so pervasive, so insidious, so supernatural? They saw a traumatized woman, not a hunted one. One particularly bleak afternoon, I found myself staring at my reflection in the darkened window. It was not the chilling, distorted reflection I had seen before, but it was not me either. It was someone gaunt, hollow-eyed, a stranger, and a thought, perverse and terrifying, bubbled up from the depths of my despair. What if I just stopped fighting? It was not a suicidal thought. Not exactly. It was more like a surrender, a morbid curiosity. If they were everywhere, if there was truly nowhere to run, what was the point of hiding? What was the point of existing in this living tomb? Maybe, just maybe, if I stopped resisting, if I re-engaged with the world, I could find an answer. Or at least, a different kind of ending. It was a desperate, illogical leap, born from utter exhaustion and a mind teetering on the brink. The idea of normalcy still held a perverse allure, even after Mark and the diner. Maybe it was a twisted form of defiance. Maybe I wanted to prove that they had not completely broken me, even though I knew deep down they had. Or maybe, and this is the most honest answer, I was just so profoundly, terrifyingly lonely. The silence in my apartment had become a monster, whispering doubts and fears, amplifying the sound of my own ragged breathing. And that is how I found myself. One night, doing the unthinkable. I picked up my phone, the device that had brought me so much terror, and opened a dating app, Tinder. The irony was not lost on me. It was the same app Mark had used, the digital fishing net they would cast to reel me in. But this time, I told myself I would be smarter. I would be cautious. I would be aware. It was a lie, of course. I was just a moth drawn to a flickering, dangerous flame, desperate for warmth, even if it meant getting burned. My profile was sparse. Just a few recent photos where I tried to look less like a haunted scarecrow and a generic bio. I swiped through faces, a detached, almost robotic motion. Most were blurs, indistinguishable. Some made me flinch, a certain smile, a glint in the eye. I was looking for what? A normal person. A distraction. Another trap. I did not know. I just kept swiping, my finger numb, my eyes scanning, my heart a dull thud in my chest. Then, I saw him. His name was Liam. His profile picture showed him smiling, a genuine, easy smile, in what looked like a coffee shop. He had kind eyes, a scattering of freckles, and light brown hair that fell just so. His bio was witty, talking about his love for hiking and obscure indie films. He seemed normal, unthreatening, the opposite of Mark. I hesitated. My finger hovered over the screen. Every instinct screamed at me to close the app, to throw the phone across the room, to retreat further into my self-made bunker. But another part, the desperate, lonely, self-destructive part, pushed me forward. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. A notification popped up. You and Liam have matched. My stomach lurched. This was it. The first step back into the shark-infested waters. He messaged first. Hey, love your taste in movies. Any recommendations? His message was innocuous, friendly. I stared at it for a long time, my fingers trembling slightly. This was a test. I told myself. A game. I had to play it carefully. I typed a response, something about a French New Wave film, keeping it light, impersonal. We chatted for a few days. His messages were consistent, thoughtful. He did not push for a meeting, did not ask anything too personal. He seemed genuinely interested in conversation, in getting to know me. It was so different from Mark, whose messages had quickly veered into unsettling territory. Liam was safe, or he played the part incredibly well. A tiny, fragile tendril of hope, something I had not felt in months, began to unfurl in the desolate landscape of my mind. Maybe, just maybe, I could find a connection. Maybe this was not another trap. Maybe he was just a guy. After a week of back and forth messages, he suggested meeting for coffee. No pressure, he wrote, just thought it would be nice to chat in person. My heart pounded. This was it. The moment of truth. My first real interaction with another human being outside of my apartment in months. The thought terrified me, but also thrilled me. It was a chance to reclaim a sliver of my life, to prove to myself that I was not completely broken. And if it was a trap, well, I was already caught, was not I? What more could they do? I chose a coffee shop far from my neighborhood, a busy, bustling place with large windows and plenty of light. I arrived early, sitting by the window, watching people, trying to blend in, trying to appear normal. I wore clothes that were clean, simple, trying to hide the gauntness beneath. I even put on a little makeup, a desperate attempt to look like myself again. Then he walked in. He spotted me immediately and smiled, that easy, genuine smile from his profile picture. He walked toward my table, his movements confident, relaxed. He looked exactly like his photos, maybe even a little better in person. He was taller than I expected, with a warm presence. "Hey," he said, his voice a pleasant baritone. You must be my name. I managed a small, shaky smile. Hi, Liam. Nice to finally meet you. He pulled out the chair opposite me and sat down. For a moment, we just looked at each other, a flicker of polite awkwardness in the air. Then, he ordered a coffee from the counter, and we started to talk. The conversation flowed surprisingly easily. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, our shared love for bad horror movies. He was funny, intelligent, and seemed genuinely engaged. I found myself relaxing, a little, just a tiny bit. The constant tension in my shoulders eased. The knot in my stomach loosened. Maybe, just maybe, I had been wrong. Maybe I was just overly paranoid, and the world was not entirely made up of them. He told me about his childhood, about growing up in a small town, about his quirky family. He mentioned a scar on his knee from a bike accident when he was 7. He even joked about having an imaginary friend as a kid, a weird little dude who always knew where I hid my candy. I laughed, a genuine, unforced laugh that surprised even me. It felt good, a release. As he talked, he gestured with his hands, a small, distinctive movement, and then he tilted his head slightly, a familiar quirk. And then he smiled again, that easy, kind smile, but this time, something about it, something about the way his eyes crinkled at the corners, the slight asymmetry of his lips. A chill, colder than any I would felt since the diner, began to spread through my chest. It was not a sudden shock, but a slow, creeping dread, like ice water seeping into my veins. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at him, my smile faltering. My mind was scrambling, trying to put pieces together, pieces I did not even know were scattered. "Is everything okay?" he asked, his brow furrowing slightly, concern in his eyes. I could only nod, a tiny, jerky movement. My mouth felt dry. Suddenly, he continued talking, oblivious, but I was not listening anymore. My gaze was fixed on his face, tracing the lines, the curves, the specific way his hair fell. And then it hit me, like a physical blow. It was not just a resemblance. It was exact. The shape of his nose, the curve of his chin, the way his ears tucked back, the precise shade of his brown eyes, the subtle dimple that appeared when he laughed. Every single feature was a perfect match. My childhood imaginary friend. His name was Leo. I had not thought about Leo in years, decades even. He was my constant companion from the age of 4 until I was about 8 or 9, when my parents gently encouraged me to grow out of him. He was always there, sitting beside me at the dinner table, whispering secrets during story time, playing hide and seek in the backyard. Leo. He had light brown hair, just like Liam. He had freckles, just like Liam. He had that exact same kind smile, the slight asymmetry, the crinkle at the corners of his eyes. He even had that same small scar on his left knee, a detail I would completely forgotten until Liam mentioned a scar, and a flash of memory showed Leo showing me his own, proudly declaring it was from a battle with a dragon. My blood ran cold. My entire body went rigid. The bustling coffee shop, the chatter, the clatter of cups, it all faded into a distant hum. All I could see was Liam's face, and superimposed over it, the ghostly image of my childhood imaginary friend. Leo was always a little strange. He knew things he should not. He knew where my mom hid the cookies, even though I had not told him. He knew about the fight I had with my best friend, even though I would have been alone in my room when it happened. He would sometimes just appear, silently, in my bedroom, even when the door was closed. I used to think it was just imagination, a child's mind making up stories. But now, I remember the way his eyes would sometimes linger on me, a little too long, a little too knowing, even for a child's imaginary friend. I remember the peculiar, almost predatory glint that would sometimes flash in them when he thought I was not looking. I remembered the way he would sometimes whisper things, not quite words, just a low, guttural sound that would make the hairs on my arm stand up. Liam was still talking, his voice a gentle drone. So I ended up backpacking through Southeast Asia for 6 months. It was incredible, but definitely tested my limits. Tested his limits. My stomach clenched. My imaginary friend. My childhood confidant. The one who knew all my secrets, all my fears, all my innocent dreams. He was not imaginary at all. He had been real, or rather, he had been them. They had not just found me after Mark. They had not just started watching me with the dating apps. They had been there in my life since I was a child. They had been inside my head, my most intimate companion, observing, learning, grooming. Mark was a pawn, yes. The diner was a trap, yes. But Leo was a first step, the infiltration, the long game. Every normal conversation I would had with Liam in the past week, every shared laugh, every moment of relief I would felt crashed down on me, tainted by this horrifying realization. He knew everything about me because he had known me my entire life. He knew my preferences, my insecurities, my deepest desires, because he had been there when they were formed. The world did not just feel like a cage anymore. It felt like a meticulously constructed diorama, and I was the tiny, unwitting doll at its center, controlled by unseen hands, performing for an audience I could not comprehend. Liam paused, noticing my silence, my frozen expression. "Are you really okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I looked at him, truly looked at him, and saw not a kind stranger, but a chilling reflection of a past I had unknowingly shared with my tormentors. His kind smile now seemed like a mask, his gentle eyes like windows to an ancient, calculating intelligence. He reached across the table, his hand hovering near mine. "You are really pale. Maybe we should get you some water." I flinched back, pulling my hand away as it burned. The movement was involuntary, primal. His smile did not falter, but something in his eyes shifted. A flicker, a knowing. The same knowing I would seen in the man at the Comet Diner. The same knowing that had been in Leo's eyes when I was a child. A knowledge far beyond what an imaginary friend should possess. "No," I whispered, my voice a thin, reedy sound. "No, I have to go." I pushed my chair back, the screech of metal on the floor echoing in my ears like a scream. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to stand, to turn, to flee. "Wait," Liam said, his voice still gentle, but with an underlying current that sent shivers down my spine. "We just met. Do not you want to catch up?" Catch up. The words twisted in my gut. Catch up on two decades of my life that he had already been privy to. I did not answer. I just stumbled out of the coffee shop, pushing past people, not looking back. I could feel his gaze on my back, a tangible weight, even through the crowd. I did not dare look to see if his smile had widened, yet his eyes held that unblinking, predatory stare. I did not know where I was going. My apartment was no longer a sanctuary, it was a surveillance hub. The world was no longer just a cage, it was a stage. And I was the unwitting star of their twisted, lifelong play. They were not just hunting me, they had been cultivating me. My entire life, every memory, every experience, every secret whispered to an imaginary friend had been recorded, analyzed, used against me. There was nowhere left to run, because there was nowhere I had not already been watched. And the most terrifying thought of all what was the next act in their play. And what role was I truly meant to play in the end? You know, I swore off dating apps after my last relationship imploded in a spectacular fashion that involved a lot of passive-aggressive texts and a very public argument over a dog that was not even ours. But loneliness is a persistent little demon, and eventually it wears you down. So there I was, back on Tinder, swiping through the usual parade of gym selfies, fish pictures, and bios that read like bad poetry. It was soul-crushing, honestly. Every swipe felt like another step closer to embracing a future filled with cats and microwave dinners. Then, I saw her profile. Lena. It stood out. Her main picture was not a filtered selfie or a group shot. It was a candid, slightly blurry photo of her standing in front of what looked like an ancient, crumbling Gothic building, maybe an old church or a hospital, with a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on her lips. Her eyes, even in the low resolution, seemed to hold a mischievous glint. Her bio was not a list of hobbies or a demand for a stable partner. It just said seeking someone who appreciates the beauty in decay and is not afraid of what lurks in the shadows. Bonus points if you can tell me your most interesting secret. My logical brain, the one that usually screams serial killer, was temporarily silenced by the sheer novelty. It was intriguing, unsettling, and utterly captivating. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. Her first message was exactly what I expected so. Chloe, what is your most interesting secret? I did not have a sneaking story like Alex did, but I responded with a tale about accidentally getting locked in a museum overnight when I was a teenager, which, to be fair, was pretty exciting at the time. She loved it. We chatted for days, then weeks. Lena was incredibly witty, sharp, and her messages were always perfectly timed to catch me off guard, sometimes late at night, sometimes in the middle of a boring workday. She had a way of making me feel like she truly saw me, saw the adventurous, slightly dark part of me that I usually kept hidden. It was intoxicating. She never suggested coffee or a casual drink. Every time I hinted at it, she would deflect with a cryptic remark about how mundane meetings rarely reveal true character. I was hooked, drawn into her orbit like a moth to a very intriguing, potentially dangerous flame. One evening, after a particularly long and intense conversation about urban legends and forgotten places, she finally proposed a meeting. My place. She typed, tomorrow night. I have something I think you'll find. Illuminating. It is more private, and I promise it will be far more interesting than any overpriced latte. A shiver ran down my spine. Meeting at someone's apartment for a first date. Every alarm bell in my head screamed. This was the kind of thing they made true crime documentaries about. But the thrill, the sheer pull of Lena's mysterious charm, was too strong to resist. I typed back. Sounds intriguing. What time? Midnight, she replied. The shadows are best appreciated then. I know. I am an idiot. Looking back now, the red flags were not just waving, they were practically doing the Macarena. But I was so starved for something different, something that broke the monotony of my life, that I ignored every single one of them. I told myself it was just Lena being Lena, theatrical and unconventional. I convinced myself that even if it was a little weird, it would at least be a story to tell. The next night, I drove to the address she would given me. It was in an older part of the city, a neighborhood characterized by brick buildings with fire escapes clinging to their sides like skeletal vines. Her building was nondescript, 3 stories high, with a faded green awning over the entrance. There was a faint, sickly sweet smell in the air around the building, like decaying flowers mixed with something metallic, but I dismissed it as city smells. Probably a dumpster nearby. I buzzed her apartment, 3B, and the lock clicked open with a harsh, grating sound. The hallway inside was dimly lit, smelling faintly of dust and something else I could not quite place, something earthy and damp, like a basement after long rain. My heart was thumping a little faster than usual as I climbed the creaky stairs. When I reached her door, it was already ajar. I pushed it open slowly, my hand trembling slightly. "Lena," I called out, my voice barely a whisper. She was standing in the middle of the living room, bathed in the soft glow of a single lamp in the corner. She looked exactly like her profile picture, but also subtly different. Her eyes, those captivating eyes, seemed a little too wide, a little too still. Her smile, while present, did not quite reach them. She wore a simple dark dress, which only made her pale skin seem even paler. "Chloe," she said, her voice a low, melodic hum that sent another shiver down my spine, this one not entirely unpleasant. "Welcome. Come in." I stepped inside, and the first thing I noticed after Lena herself, where the cage is. They lined one entire wall of the living room, maybe 5 or 6 of them, tall and wide, made of dark metal bars. Each one was covered by a heavy, opaque sheet, draped over it like a shroud. They were too large to be pet cages, unless Lena had a very unusual collection of exotic animals. They were human-sized. My breath hitched in my throat. "What are those?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light, casual, as if I was not suddenly terrified. My eyes darted from the covered cages back to Lena, who was still smiling that unsettling, unmoving smile. "Oh, those," she said, gesturing vaguely with one hand. Her movements were fluid, almost too graceful. Just a little project of mine. My collection. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Maybe she was an artist, and these were part of an installation. Maybe she was into taxidermy, and these were her latest acquisitions, waiting to be worked on. The possibilities my brain offered were all equally disturbing. The air in the apartment, I now realized, was thick with that strange, metallic, earthy smell, much stronger here than in the hallway. It was cloying, almost suffocating. A collection of what? I managed to ask, my voice cracking slightly despite my best efforts. Lena's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too long. "Patience, Chloe, all in good time. First, let us talk. Tell me more about your fascination with forgotten places. Do you ever wonder what secrets they hold? What echoes linger in their empty halls?" We talked for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes. Lena steered the conversation, asking me probing questions, her gaze never leaving mine. She spoke of the beauty of things left behind, of capturing moments of preservation. Every word she uttered, every slight tilt of her head, only amplified the growing sense of dread in my gut. I tried to answer her questions, but my mind kept drifting back to the covered cages, to the ominous shapes beneath the sheets. My heart was pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. The apartment was sparsely furnished, otherwise a minimalist couch, a small coffee table, and that one dim lamp. No personal touches, no photos, no books. It felt less like a home and more like a waiting room or a display case. I could not take it anymore. The silence between her unnerving questions, the constant awareness of those shrouded objects. It was suffocating. "Lena," I said, my voice firmer than I expected, "I really need to know what is under those sheets. It is making me uncomfortable." Her smile did not waver, but her eyes, those two wide eyes, seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. Curiosity. A beautiful trait. It is what brought you here, is not it? She pushed herself up from the couch with an unnerving smoothness, her movements almost serpentine. "Very well. You have been patient. It is time for the unveiling." She walked slowly towards the nearest cage, her dark dress swaying around her ankles. Each step she took felt like a hammer blow to my chest. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to run, to bolt out the door, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. A morbid fascination, a terrifying need to know, held me captive. She reached the cage and paused, her back to me. The silence in the apartment was absolute, broken only by the frantic drumming of my own heart. The air suddenly felt colder, much colder, and that sickly sweet metallic smell intensified, making my stomach churn. Then, with a deliberate, almost theatrical slowness, she reached up and pulled back the heavy sheet. The sound of the fabric rustling was deafening in the stillness. And then I saw it. My gasp was a choked, guttural sound, swallowed by the terror that seized me. It was not an art installation. It was not taxidermy. Inside the cage, hunched over, its head tilted at an impossible angle, was a human figure, or what used to be a human figure. Its skin was leathery and shriveled, pulled taut over visible bones, a grotesque parody of life. Its eyes, wide and glassy, stared out with an expression of eternal, silent horror. Its mouth was agape, frozen in a scream that would never be heard. Its limbs were contorted, as if it had struggled violently against its confines before finally succumbing. It was dressed in tattered, faded clothing that looked like a man's shirt and trousers. It was mummified, preserved, and utterly, horrifyingly real. My vision blurred at the edges. My stomach lurched violently, and I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to keep from vomiting. This was not a joke. This was not art. This was a nightmare made flesh, displayed for my viewing pleasure. Lena turned back to me. Her smile now stretched wider, revealing more of those unnaturally sharp teeth. Her eyes were glowing distinctly now, a faint, cold blue light emanating from their depths. The beautiful woman I had matched with was gone, replaced by something ancient and monstrous. Beautiful is not she. Lena purred, her voice subtly shifting, deepening, gaining a guttural resonance that sent shivers down my spine. It was not Lena's voice anymore. It was deeper, colder, layered with an unsettling echo. A fine specimen. From a rather uncooperative soul named Sarah. She put up quite a fight, but ultimately, she contributed beautifully to my collection. Sarah, the name hit me like a physical blow. Alex's story, the previous victim. It was not just a story. It was real. And Lena was not Lena. She was it. Barnaby. My mind finally caught up to the horror. This was not a date. This was an execution. I was looking at my potential future. You are not Lena. I stammered, backing away slowly, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. You are Barnaby. The creature in Lena's skin let out a low, pleased chuckle, a sound that grated on my nerves like fingernails on a chalkboard. Ah, so Alex did speak of me. A shame. He was a particularly vibrant specimen, though a little too resistant in the end. But he helped me become whole, to regain my form, and to expand my understanding of preservation. Her eyes glowed brighter, casting an unholy blue light across her face, highlighting the sharp angles of her features, making her seem less human, more predatory. The air around her seemed to shimmer, distorting her outline slightly. I could almost make out a faint, skeletal quality beneath her skin. Lena was merely a vessel, she continued, her voice now a horrifying blend of Lena's melodic tones and that deep, guttural growl. A temporary shell, like Sarah and Alex. Each one contributes, you see. Each one makes me stronger, more complete. More myself. And now, Chloe, it is your turn to contribute. My blood ran cold. My feet, which had been sluggish moments before, suddenly found their purpose. I spun around, a desperate, animalistic scream tearing from my throat. I had to get out. Now, I lunged for the door, my hand outstretched, fumbling for the doorknob. But before my fingers could even brush the cold metal, Lena or Barnaby was there. She moved with impossible speed, a blur of dark fabric and pale skin. Her hand, cold and skeletal, shot out and clamped onto my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, like iron bands. A jolt of icy fear coursed through me. I screamed again, thrashing wildly, trying to tear myself free. But her grip was unyielding. Her fingers, long and thin, dug into my flesh, sending a searing pain up my arm. No, no, Chloe, she hissed, her face inches from mine, her glowing blue eyes boring into my soul. The metallic, earthy smell was overpowering now, mixed with something else, something fetid and ancient. Do not be so impolite. You have only just arrived. We have so much to discuss, so much to explore. I kicked, I clawed, I screamed, but it was useless. She dragged me away from the door, pulling me back into the dimly lit living room, toward the wall of shrouded cages. My mind was a whirlwind of terror, every rational thought replaced by a primal need to escape. I could feel my strength draining, my struggles becoming weaker. It was like fighting against a force of nature. You have such a vibrant aura. Chloe, Barnaby murmured, her voice a cruel caress. So much life, so much potential. You will make a magnificent addition to my collection. Perhaps the most beautiful yet. I saw another cage, still covered, next to Sarah's. It was slightly smaller, but still human-sized. My gaze fixated on it, a horrifying realization dawning on me. That was for me. My vision started to blur at the edges, the dim light of the apartment seeming to recede. A terrible coldness spread from her grip, seeping into my veins, chilling me to the bone. It was not just physical cold, it was a soul-deep chill, like life itself was being siphoned out of me. I could feel my energy draining, my consciousness fading. My struggle ceased, my limbs suddenly heavy and unresponsive. Barnaby's grip tightened and I felt a sharp, piercing sensation, as if something was being plunged into my very essence. A gasp escaped my lips, but it was weak, breathy. The world spun. The glowing blue eyes of the monster swam before me, distorted and terrifying. We are going to be whole again. Chloe, she whispered, her voice a triumphant, chilling symphony of Lena's melodic tones and Barnaby's ancient growl. Welcome home, to your new home. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me completely was Barnaby's stretched, triumphant smile and the image of her reaching for the sheet on the empty cage, ready to reveal my new permanent display. The metallic, earthy smell, the stench of decay and preservation, filled my nostrils one last time, a sickening lullaby to my fading consciousness. And then there was nothing, only the cold, the darkness, and the chilling promise of an eternal, silent display. All right, so I am just going to lay this all out exactly how it happened. I know it sounds insane, and believe me, I have replayed every single second of it 1,000 times, trying to find a logical explanation. The moment where I just misunderstood, but there is not one. There is just this, and I am still not sure if I am safe. My name is Sarah Miller, and like a lot of people these days, I have spent more than my fair share of time swiping through dating apps. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, you name it. It is a pretty depressing landscape out there, honestly. Endless profiles of guys holding fish, guys with their shirts off in gym mirrors, guys with baffling bios that make you wonder if they've ever had a conversation with a real human being. Most of the time, I would swipe left without a second thought. But every now and then, someone would pop up who seemed different. Normal, even. And that is where Mark Jensen came in. His profile was pretty standard, actually. A few good-looking photos a headshot, one of him hiking, another at a coffee shop looking contemplative. He had a decent job listed, something in it, which, whatever, it is not exactly thrilling, but at least it is stable. His bio was short and sweet, not trying too hard. Said he was looking for someone who could make him laugh. Enjoyed quiet nights in but also spontaneous adventures. Pretty generic, right? But after weeks of seeing nothing but red flags and questionable life choices, generic looked pretty good. He seemed safe, reliable, and I was tired of the wild cards. So, I swiped right. And to my surprise, we matched almost instantly. He sent a message right away, too. Hey Sarah, great to connect. You have an amazing smile. Standard but polite. I appreciated that. We chatted back and forth for a few days. He was engaging, asked good questions, and actually remembered things I would told him. He seemed genuinely interested, which, let's be honest, is a rare commodity on those apps. I started to feel a flicker of something resembling hope. Maybe, just maybe, this would not be another dud. Before we made plans to meet, I did what anyone would do. I scrolled through his photos again just to get a better feel for him. You know, trying to catch any subtle vibes, anything that might have slipped past my initial scan. He had 5 pictures total. The first 3 were the ones I would seen. The 4th was a blurry, slightly grainy shot of him standing next to a waterfall his back mostly to the camera, but his arm was visible resting on a rock. And that is when I saw it. It was faint, almost imperceptible in the low resolution. A tattoo on his forearm. I zoomed in, squinting, trying to make out the design. It looked like script, delicate, elegant lettering. My heart started doing this weird little flutter, a mix of curiosity and something else. Something I could not quite name. The more I zoomed, the clearer it became. And then the blood just drained from my face. It was my name, Sarah, right there on his forearm, in perfect, unmistakable script. I stare at my phone, my thumb frozen on the screen, my breath hitched in my throat. This was not possible. It could not be. I mean, Sarah is a common name, sure, but my name, on a guy I would just match with, who I had not even met yet, who had just messaged me. Hey, Sarah. My mind started scrambling, trying to rationalize it away. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe he had an ex named Sarah. Maybe it was his sister or his mom. But then, why would he have it tattooed on his forearm? And why would he keep that picture on his dating profile? It felt too specific, too intentional. A cold knot started forming in my stomach. This was not just a red flag, this was a giant crimson banner flapping wildly in a hurricane, screaming, danger. My first instinct was to unmatch him, block him, delete the app, throw my phone into the nearest body of water, just erase any trace of him from my life. But then, another feeling crept in, morbid curiosity, a strange, unsettling pull. What if it was just a coincidence? What if there was a perfectly innocent explanation? And what if by bailing now, I was missing out on something important? Or even worse, what if this was a test? A bizarre, elaborate prank? I went back to his profile, read his bio again, looked at his other pictures. Nothing. No other tattoos I could see. No other hints of anything out of the ordinary. He just looked like a normal, attractive guy. The kind of guy you would hope to meet on Tinder. Except for that one horrifying detail. I did not sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the elegant script of my name etched onto his skin. It felt like a brand, a claim. I kept replaying our conversation, searching for any subtle cues, any indication that he already knew me, that he was aware of the tattoo. But there was nothing. He would have been perfectly normal, perfectly charming. The next morning, I was still reeling. I almost canceled our coffee date, which we would tentatively set for that Friday. But something held me back. That morbid curiosity, that nagging need to understand. And a part of me, a very small, very foolish part, thought, what if it is just a funny story? What if he does have an ex named Sarah, and it is a hilarious anecdote? I know, it sounds ridiculous now, but in that moment, I was grasping for any semblance of normalcy. I decided to tell my best friend, Jessica. She is usually my voice of reason. I called her, my voice a little shaky. Jess, you are not going to believe this. I explained everything, detailing the profile, the match, the tattoo, the name. Her reaction was exactly what I expected. Sarah, no, absolutely not. You are not going on that date. That is beyond creepy. That is, turn your locks, check under your bed, change your identity, creepy. But what if it is just a weird coincidence? I argued, even though I did not really believe it myself. There are no weird coincidences like that on dating apps. Miller, not when it is your actual name on a stranger's body before you even meet him. That is stalker level 100. That is, he has already picked out your wedding dress and the names of your future children level. She was right, of course. Every fiber of my being screamed that she was right. But the curiosity was a powerful drug. I have to know. I confessed. I have to see if he mentions it. Or if I can somehow subtly bring it up. If he has an innocent explanation, then great. If not, then I will bail. Jessica sighed, clearly exasperately. You are an idiot, but fine. You go, but you text me when you get there. You text me every 20 minutes. And if you feel even one tiny bit of weirdness, you call me immediately and I will be your emergency exit. Got it. Got it. I said, a wave of relief washing over me, knowing I had a lifeline. The next few days leading up to the date were pure agony. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. Every shadow felt longer, every sound louder. I felt like I was being watched, like I was already part of some twisted game. I kept checking his profile, just to make sure I had not imagined it. But no, the tattoo was still there, a constant, chilling reminder. Friday arrived, and I was a nervous wreck. I picked out an outfit that was easy to move in, sensible shoes. I even wore my hair up, just in case. My emergency plan was solid if things went south. I would pretend I had to work emergency and bolt. I texted Jessica as I left my apartment, then again when I was a block away from the coffee shop. He was already there when I walked in, sitting at a small table by the window. He stood up as soon as he saw me, a warm, inviting smile on his face. Sarah, you made it. He looked exactly like his pictures, maybe even a little better in person. Taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a genuinely friendly demeanor. My initial fear began to waver, replaced by a strange sense of cognitive dissonance. This charming, normal man could not possibly be the same person with my name tattooed on his arm. Right? Hi, Mark. I said, trying to sound casual, my voice a little tighter than I would have liked. We ordered our coffees and then settled into conversation. He was just as engaging in person as he was over text. He asked about my work, my hobbies, my family. He listened intently, making eye contact. He laughed at my jokes. Everything felt normal, alarmingly normal. But beneath the surface, my mind was racing. I was subtly scanning him, trying to catch a glimpse of that tattoo. He was wearing a long-sleeve flannel shirt, so his forearms were covered. I kept trying to find a reason for him to roll up his sleeves, to gesture wildly, anything that would expose the tattoo. But he was perfectly composed. After about 20 minutes, the small talk started to feel agonizing. I needed to know. I needed confirmation. I decided to try to be subtle first. So, I began trying to sound nonchalant. I noticed you have a tattoo in one of your profile pictures. What is it? I could not quite make it out. He paused, taking a sip of his coffee. His smile did not falter, but something in his eyes shifted, just for a fraction of a second. A flicker of something I could not decipher. Oh, that old thing, he chuckled. Yeah, it is just a personal reminder. Nothing too exciting. Oh, really? I pressed, trying to keep my voice light. I am a big fan of tattoos. What kind of style is it? Script? A symbol? He shrugged, a casual, dismissive gesture. Just some script. It is pretty old. I do not even really think about it anymore. He then smoothly changed the subject, asking me about my favorite travel destinations. My heart sank. He was deflecting. He was not going to offer up the information. He was not going to explain. The knot in my stomach tightened. This was not a coincidence. This was something else entirely. I spent the next 15 minutes feeling a growing sense of dread. Every time he smiled, it felt less genuine, more like a mask. Every question he asked felt less like curiosity and more like an interrogation. I started noticing little things. How he seemed to know exactly when I was about to speak, anticipating my thoughts. How his gaze lingered just a little too long. How his hand, resting on the table, seemed unnaturally still. I had to see it for myself. Clearly, I had to confirm it was not just a trick of the light in a grainy photo. I needed undeniable proof. You know, I said, forcing a laugh, This coffee shop is surprisingly warm, even for fall. I am almost tempted to roll up my sleeves. It was a desperate, clumsy attempt. He just smiled. Yeah, it is a bit stuffy in here. He did not make a move to roll up his own sleeves. My panic was starting to rise. I needed an exit, but I also needed to see it. I made a mental note to text Jessica my emergency code word pineapple if I saw it. Then, as if he could read my mind, he leaned forward slightly, his eyes still locked on mine. You know, Sarah, he said, his voice dropping just a fraction. I feel like we have known each other for a long time. Do not, you. The way he said Sarah sent a shiver down my spine. It was not just my name, it was my name, imbued with a possessive, knowing quality. I guess so. I stammered, my heart pounding. He chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. And then he did it. Slowly, deliberately. He reached down and pushed up the sleeve of his flannel shirt. Not all the way, just enough. Enough for me to see it. There it was, on his inner forearm. The tattoo, perfectly clear this time. Elegant, flowing script. S-A-R-A-H. My name. My breath caught. It was not a coincidence. It was not an X. It was me. He had my name tattooed on his arm. Before we ever met. Before he even knew I existed. My gaze snapped from his arm to his eyes. His smile was gone, replaced by something cold, something ancient. His eyes were like black pits, devoid of warmth, devoid of humanity. They held a terrifying, knowing glint, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. You like it, he whispered, his voice no longer charming, but a low, guttural rasp that seemed to vibrate through the very air. It is for you. Pure, unadulterated terror seized me. My blood ran cold. My hands started to tremble uncontrollably. My mind screamed at me to run, to scream, to do anything. But I was paralyzed, frozen in my seat, caught in a stare. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy. I had to text Jessica. I had to get out. He saw it. His hand shot out, not touching me, but slamming down on the table just inches from my phone. The sudden, sharp sound made me jump. No need to run. Sarah, he said, his voice losing all pretense of normalcy, becoming a sibilant hiss. We have just begun. His eyes seemed to bore into my soul, and for a terrifying moment, I felt a strained connection, a pull, as if he was drawing something out of me. A cold, empty sensation bloomed in my chest. Then, a faint, almost imperceptible sound reached my ears. A whisper, not from him, but from somewhere else. A multitude of voices, barely audible, like rustling leaves or distant static. They seemed to be calling out names. Names I could not quite make out, but they sounded like a mournful chorus, a symphony of lost echoes. My mind flashed back to the previous story I had heard, about the collector, about voices, about names. This was not just a stalker. This was something far, far worse. With a surge of adrenaline I did not know I possessed, I ripped my hand away from the table, grabbed my phone, and scrambled out of my seat. I have to go. I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. He did not move. He just watched me, that cold, predatory gaze fixed on me. You can't escape what is already marked. Sarah, he said, his voice carrying an unnerving finality. Your name is already etched. I did not wait. I bolted. I pushed past startled customers, almost tripping over a chair, and burst out of the coffee shop, gasping for air. The cool autumn air hit my face, but it did nothing to calm the fire of terror raging inside me. I ran, not looking back, my legs burning, my lungs screaming. I fumbled for my phone as I ran, my thumb flying across the screen. Pineapple, pineapple, pineapple. I typed to Jessica, sending it multiple times. Then I called her, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Sarah, what is going on? Are you okay? Jessica's voice was frantic. He has it. Jess, my name. On his arm. He knows. He knows. I sobbed into the phone, still running, my eyes darting around, expecting to see him behind every car, every tree. Where are you? I am coming to get you. Stay on the phone. Where are you going? I kept running, not even sure where I was heading, just away. Away from him. Away from that coffee shop. Away from that chilling gaze and that whisper of lost voices. I finally reached my apartment building, breathless and shaking. I fumbled with my keys, my hands so unsteady I almost dropped them. I burst through the door, slamming it shut and locking it with every lock I had. I leaned against the door, sliding to the floor, my heart hammering against my ribs. Jessica was still on the phone. Sarah, are you home? Are you safe? I am home. I whispered, tears streaming down my face. I am home, but I do not think I am safe. She insisted on coming over immediately. I did not argue. I needed her. I needed someone. When she arrived, she found me huddled in a corner of my living room, blankets wrapped around me, still shaking. I recounted everything, every detail, every chilling word. She listened, her face growing paler with each sentence. Okay, she said, finally, her voice firm. We are calling the police. This is not okay. Sarah, this is a serious threat. What are we going to tell them? Jess, I asked, my voice hoarse, that a guy had my name tattooed on his arm before we met, that he gave me a creepy look and said I was marked. They will think I am crazy. We tell them exactly what happened. We show them his profile. We show them the picture with the tattoo. This is not normal. Sarah, this is not just a bad date. But even as she spoke, I knew it was futile. How do you explain the whisper of names, the cold, ancient look in his eyes? How do you explain the feeling of something being drawn out of you? We did call the police. They took my statement, looked at the Tinder profile, which, to my relief, was still active with the tattoo photo, and promised to investigate. They said they would send a patrol car by my building periodically. They were polite, professional, but I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They thought it was a misunderstanding, a jilted ex, or a paranoid woman. They did not understand the true horror of it. That night, I did not sleep at all. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, made me jump. I kept checking my windows, convinced I would see his face peering back at me. The next few days were a blur of fear and paranoia. I barely left my apartment. Jessica stayed with me, trying to keep my spirits up, but even she seemed unsettled by the whole ordeal. The police called to say they could not locate Mark Jensen. His profile had disappeared from Tinder. His phone number was disconnected. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. But I knew he had not. I could feel him. I could feel his presence, a cold shadow lingering at the edges of my perception. Then the whisper started. At first, they were faint, almost subliminal, just out of reach of my hearing, like a radio tuned to a distant broken station. But they grew stronger, clearer, and just like the previous story I would heard, they were names: Emily Carter, David Peterson, Maria Sanchez. Each name was a soft, mournful sigh, carrying an undertone of longing, of being lost. They came to me when I was alone, when the house was quiet, in the shower, when I was trying to fall asleep, even just sitting on the couch watching TV. They were always there, a chilling chorus just beneath the surface of my awareness. I started searching the names online, and just like in the other story, every single one was a local missing person. Some had disappeared years ago, others more recently. Each article, each police report, each desperate plea from a family member sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I was hearing the echoes of the lost. And then one night, as I lay in bed, desperately trying to find sleep, the whispers coalesced. They grew louder, more distinct, forming a chilling chorus around me. And then a new voice broke through, cold, ancient, and utterly devoid of emotion. The same voice I would heard in my mind at the coffee shop, the voice from the stories. She hears him now, it hissed, not from any direction, but from everywhere at once, inside my head and outside. A delicate instrument, drawn by empathy. A perfect new vessel. My blood ran cold. Vessel, that was the word from the other story. The collector. Amelia, the previous narrator's date. She was a vessel. And now, it was telling me I was one. The mark is a claim. The voice continued, its words weaving to the chorus of lost names. A promise. You are now attuned to the symphony of silence. Sarah Miller, you will feel their absence. You will hear their pleas. And you will lead me to others. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My body was rigid with fear. I could feel a cold, invisible presence in my room, pressing down on me, seeping into my very being. It felt like tendrils of ice, reaching for my mind, for my soul. Mark is merely a herald, the voice explained, its tone chillingly calm, as if discussing the weather. A signpost. He lays a claim. You, little Sarah, are the bridge, the one who will lead me to the richest collections, those who feel too deeply, those who grieve for the lost. A shimmering, almost translucent hand seemed to materialize in front of me, its fingers long and skeletal, reaching for my face. It was not a physical hand, but a manifestation of cold, pure dread. It was a collector. The whispers of the lost, the names of the missing, suddenly surged a cacophony of desperate cries. Fight it, Sarah. Do not let it take you. Run. But their voices were weak, fading, like distant echoes in a vast, empty hall. They were trying to warn me, try to help me, but they were powerless. As the shimmering hand neared my face, I felt a familiar sensation, the same one I would felt in the coffee shop, but amplified 1,000-fold. A draining and emptying. My essence, my very self, felt like it was being pulled from me, like a thread unwinding from a spool. A profound chill settled deep in my bones, spreading through every cell. And then, as the cold, ethereal fingers brushed against my forehead, I heard it, the last whisper, not from the chorus of the lost, but from the collector itself, a triumphant, chilling pronouncement. Sarah Miller, my own name, added to its chilling symphony of silence. I was gone, or at least a part of me was. The part that could resist. The part that was truly me. I was still here, still breathing, still conscious. But I was no longer just Sarah Miller. I was a vessel, a bridge, and the horror had only just begun. You know, after what happened with Jessica, I thought I was done. Done with dating apps. Done with trying to find normal. Done with trusting my own judgment. My grasp on reality, which I would always consider pretty firm, had been shattered into a million pieces, leaving me constantly scanning reflections, checking over my shoulder, and wondering if it was still out there, lurking just beyond the veil of what we call real. I spent weeks holed up, jumping at shadows, convinced every glint in a shop window held a monstrous secret. My therapist, bless her heart, suggested I try to re-engage with life, to prove to myself that the world was not entirely populated by sentient reflections and things that went bump in the night. She said exposure therapy, in a way. Re-enter the dating scene, but with caution. Caution, right? Like, I knew what that even looked like anymore. But the loneliness was a different kind of monster. The silence of my apartment, once a comfort, now felt like a vacuum waiting to be filled by the echo of a skeletal finger shushing me. So, against every screaming instinct, I reactivated my profile. My bio was bland, my photos carefully curated to show normal and approachable, not traumatized woman who sees demons in mirrors. I swiped with a detached numbness, almost hoping no one would match. Then came Mark. He was normal, handsome in a rugged, approachable way, with kind eyes and a smile that reached them. His profile mentioned hiking, craft beer, and a love for old movies, all things I genuinely enjoyed. Our initial conversations were easy, light, and refreshingly devoid of any existential dread or subtle hints of the supernatural. He seemed genuine, a little dorky even, in a charming way. He asked thoughtful questions, listened when I answered, and did not try to rush things. It was a stark contrast to Jessica's almost too perfect initial charm. With Mark, it felt real. Earthy. We decided on a casual coffee date. A public place, lots of light, no mirrors in sight. I chose a bustling cafe downtown, a place I knew well, with large windows looking out onto a busy street. My heart still hammered in my chest when I walked in, scanning every face, every reflection in the polished countertops. But Mark was already there, waving from a corner booth, looking exactly like his photos. He stood up as I approached, a genuine smile on his face, and pulled out my chair. The date was good, really good. We talked for hours, the coffee turning cold as we delved into everything from our favorite sci-fi series to our most embarrassing childhood memories. He made me laugh, a genuine, unforced laugh I had not realized I would miss so desperately. He had a way of looking at me when I spoke, a focused intensity that made me feel truly seen, not just observed. There were no strange glints in his eyes, no subtle shifts in his demeanor, no bizarre reflections. He was just Mark, a normal, kind, funny man. A wave of relief washed over me, so profound it almost brought tears to my eyes. Maybe, just maybe, I could come back from this. Maybe the universe was not entirely out to get me. We went on a second date, then a third. Each one was better than the last. He was attentive, sweet, and genuinely interested. He walked me to my door every time. Always a gentleman, never pushing for more than a chaste kiss goodnight. I started to let my guard down, to believe that maybe, just maybe, I would find someone who could help me forget the horrors of the past. Someone who could anchor me back to normalcy. After our fourth date, a cozy dinner at a quiet Italian place, he walked me home. The air was cool, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves on the trees. We lingered on my porch, talking, laughing, the easy rhythm of our conversation a balm to my frayed nerves. "Hey," he said, his voice soft. "I was thinking I have this great old movie, Rear Window, that I wanted to watch again, and I have some really good craft beer. Would you want to come back to my place? We could watch it, hang out a bit more." My stomach did a little flip, not excitement, but of that familiar, cold dread. My therapist's words echoed re-engage, but with caution. My mind screamed no, but my heart, desperate for connection, for normal, whispered yes. He was so sweet, so kind. This was a natural progression. It would be rude to refuse. It would be paranoid. I could not let my past trauma dictate every single decision. I had to push through it. "Yeah," I heard myself say, a little too quickly. "Yeah, I would love to." He smiled, a genuine, warm smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Great. It is just a few blocks from here." The walk to his place was short, filled with comfortable silence and the occasional brush of our hands. His apartment building was an older brownstone, charming and well kept. The hallway inside was dimly lit, smelling faintly of old wood and something herbal, like potpourri. My senses were on high alert, every fiber of my being screaming at me to pay attention, to notice every detail. But everything seemed normal. Old, a bit quaint, but normal. He unlocked his door, pushing it open with a soft creak. "Welcome to my humble abode," he said with chuckle, gesturing me inside. The living room was cozy, perhaps a little cluttered, but in a lived-in, comfortable way. Bookshelves lined one wall, overflowing with paperbacks and board games. A worn leather couch faced a large, old-fashioned TV. The air inside smelled faintly of coffee and something else, something I could not quite place, but it was not unpleasant. It was just distinct. "Make yourself at home," he said, heading towards the kitchen. I will grab those beers. What can I get you? IPA, stout, something lighter. IPA sound great. Thanks. I called out, trying to sound relaxed, even as my eyes darted around the room, taking everything in. This was it. The moment of truth. Was this where the other shoe dropped? Was this where the carefully constructed facade crumbled? I walked over to the bookshelves, pretending to browse the titles. My fingers traced the spines of old novels, classic literature. Everything seemed ordinary. I moved to a small side table, adorned with a few framed photos. A picture of Mark with an older couple of his parents. I assumed. Another of him hiking with friends. All perfectly mundane. My eyes drifted to a small, ornate wooden box on a lower shelf. It looked like an old jewelry box, intricately carved. I picked it up, admiring the craftsmanship. It was heavy, smooth beneath my fingers. I set it back down, my gaze lingering on the wall above the shelf. That is when I saw it, tucked between a travel poster and a framed, abstract print. Almost hidden was a small, unframed photograph. It was a candid shot, a little blurry, taken from a distance. My heart gave a strange lurch. It was me. I was at the local farmer's market, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, holding a basket of fresh produce. My back was mostly to the camera, but my profile was unmistakable as I turned to look at a stall. It was a photo I did not remember ever posing for. A photo I did not even know existed. My blood ran cold. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe he just happened to be at the farmer's market that day, taking pictures, and I just happened to be in the background. It was a public place, after all. People take photos all the time. But the chill did not dissipate. My skin prickled. I felt a familiar nausea bubbling in my stomach. Beers are ready. Mark's voice boomed from the kitchen, startling me. I quickly turned away from the photo, trying to compose myself. I plastered a smile on my face as he re-entered the living room, holding 2 frosty bottles. "Everything okay?" he asked, his brow furrowing slightly, his kind eyes looking at me with concern. "Yeah, absolutely." I chirped, perhaps a little too loudly. "Just admiring your book collection. You have great taste." He smiled, handed me a beer. "Thanks. Come, let us get comfy on the couch." I sat beside him, forcing myself to relax, to sip my beer, to engage in conversation about the movie. But my mind was racing, replaying the image of that photo, trying to find a logical explanation. It was just one photo. One. Do not be paranoid. He put on the movie, and the opening credits began to roll. "I am just going to run to the bathroom quickly," he said, getting up. "Be right back." As soon as the bathroom door clicked shut, I was on my feet. My eyes immediately went back to the photo. It was still there, mocking me with its casual placement. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and carefully pulled it from behind the poster. No, this was not a coincidence. The focus was clearly on me. My hat, the basket, the way my hair fell. It was unmistakably me, and it was taken without my knowledge. My gaze swept around the room again, now with a horrifying new lens. Every detail seemed to shift, to take on a sinister tint. Was that a camera lens glinting from the top of the bookshelf? No, just a decorative ceramic owl. Was that a shadow moving outside the window? Just the wind. But the seed of doubt had been planted, and it was growing rapidly, twisting into a thorny vine of terror. I had to check. I had to know. I moved quickly, silently, my heart hammering against my ribs. I started with the bookshelves, running my fingers along the spines, feeling for anything out of place. Nothing. I checked behind the framed photos, behind the travel poster. Nothing. My eyes fell on the small, ornate wooden box again, the one I would admired earlier. I picked it up, my fingers almost fumbling with the clasp. It clicked open. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, were more photos. A dozen of them. All of me, my breath hitched in my throat. I felt like I would have been punched in the gut. There I was, sitting alone at my favorite coffee shop, looking out the window, lost in thought. There I was, walking my dog in the park, laughing at something he did. There I was, leaving my apartment building one morning, carrying a reusable grocery bag. There I was, browsing books at the local bookstore, my face illuminated by the soft light. Each photo was candid, taken from a distance, clearly without my knowledge or consent. They were all from different days, different locations, but they all had one terrifying commonality to me. My life, my routines, captured in secret. A cold, sickening wave of realization washed over me. He had not just happened to be at the farmer's market. He had been watching me. He had been following me. This was not a coincidence. This was deliberate. This was stalking. My mind reeled, trying to process this new horror. Mark, the kind, charming, normal Mark, was a predator. He had meticulously documented my life, collected these fragments of me, before ever even matching with me on a dating app. The thought made my skin crawl, my stomach churn. Every polite conversation, every shared laugh, every gentle touch now felt like a violation. I heard the toilet flush in the bathroom. Panic seized me. I had to put them back. I had to pretend I had not seen anything. I quickly shoved the photos back into the box, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. I snapped the lid shut, replaced the box on the shelf, and spun around, trying to appear casual, my back to the shelf. Mark emerged from the bathroom, whistling a little tune. All refreshed, he said, heading back to the couch. "Everything okay? You look a little pale." "Oh, just a little cold." I stammered, forcing a weak smile. "Old buildings, you know." He nodded, oblivious, or pretending to be. I could not tell anymore. My mind was a whirlwind of suspicion and fear. Every gesture, every word, every glance of him now felt menacing. The kind eyes now seemed to hold a calculating glint. The warm smile now seemed like a mask. I sat back on the couch, my body rigid, my beer untouched. The movie was playing, but I saw none of it. All I could see were the photos, burned into my mind. All I could feel was a suffocating wave of his gaze, the knowledge that he had been watching me, collecting me, long before I ever knew he existed. "You know," he said, turning to me, his voice a little too casual, "I love Rear Window. The idea of watching people's lives unfold from a distance, piecing together their stories, it is fascinating, is not it?" My blood ran cold again, a deeper, more profound chill this time. Was he toying with me? Did he know I knew? Or was this just a horrifying coincidence, a sick irony? "Yeah," I managed to choke out, my voice barely a whisper. "Fascinating. I needed to get out. Now, you know," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I just remembered. I have an early morning meeting tomorrow. A really important one. I should probably head home." His smile faltered slightly. "Oh, really? It is still pretty early. I thought we could at least finish the movie." "I wish I could," I said, forcing a look of genuine regret onto my face. "But it is a big presentation. I need to get some sleep, go over my notes one last time." He looked at me for a long moment, his kind eyes now seeming to bore into me, searching for something. I held his gaze, trying desperately to project an image of polite regret, not sheer terror. "Right," he said finally, a strange, almost imperceptible shift in his tone. "Of course. Work comes first." He stood up. "Let me walk you out." "Oh, no, you do not have to," I said quickly, perhaps too quickly. "I am fine, really. I know my way." He paused, then smiled, a different kind of smile this time. A slow, knowing smile that did not reach his eyes. "Nonsense. It is late. I insist." My heart pounded like a drum against my ribs. I could not argue. That would be suspicious. I felt trapped. He walked me to the door, standing a little too close, his presence suddenly overwhelming. He opened the door, and the dim hallway seemed even darker than before. I had a really wonderful time tonight, he said, his voice smooth, almost purring. I really did. I am glad you came over. Me too. I lied, my voice cracking slightly. I tried to step past him, but he subtly shifted, blocking my path for a split second. You know, he continued, his eyes fixed on mine. I feel like we are really connecting. I feel like I know you in a way. My stomach lurched. The implied threat, the chilling double meaning, hung heavy in the air between us. He did know me. He knew me in ways I had not even known myself. He knew my routines, my habits, my secret moments. Yeah, I said, my voice barely audible. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I had to get out. Now, I took a deep breath, gathered every ounce of courage I had left, and forced myself to meet his gaze. Well, I really do need to go. Thank you for the beer. And the movie. I made a move to step past him again, this time with more determination, a subtle push of my shoulder against his. He did not move. His smile widened, becoming less a smile and more a baring of teeth. You know, he said, his voice dropping to a low, chilling whisper. I have a lot more photos. So many more. From places you would not even imagine. My blood ran cold, freezing in my veins. He knew. He absolutely knew. The mask had dropped. The kind, charming Mark was gone, replaced by something utterly terrifying. My mind screamed. Every instinct took over. I did not think. I reacted. I pushed past him with all my might, stumbling into the dark hallway. I heard a sound behind me, a low growl, or maybe a chuckle. I did not wait to find out. I sprinted down the hallway, my heels clattering loudly on the old wooden floor. My hand scrabbled for the doorknob of the main entrance to the building. It was locked. My heart leaped into my throat. Panic, raw and unadulterated, seized me. Hey, I heard Mark's voice behind me. Closer now, a hard edge to it. Where are you going? My fingers fumbled with the deadbolt, my nails scraping against the cold metal. It would not turn. It would not budge. I could hear his footsteps, getting louder, closer. Do not be silly, he said, his voice now right behind me, a breath on my neck. We were having such a good time. There is no need to rush off. I let out a strangled cry, abandoning the deadbolt and frantically twisting the main doorknob. It finally, miraculously, turned. I yanked the door open and burst out into the cool night air, gasping for breath. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran like my life depended on it, which I was certain it did. I ran down the street, my lungs burning, my legs aching, not caring where I was going, just needing to be away. Away from him. Away from that house. Away from the knowledge that I had been watched, stalked, collected. I did not stop until I reached a brightly lit intersection a few blocks away, where I frantically hailed a passing taxi. I scrambled into the back seat, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. Just drive. I choked out to the bewildered driver. Please, just drive. I called the police from the taxi, my voice shaking so badly I could barely explain what had happened. They took my statement, but without a clear threat of violence. And with me having fled the scene, they said there was not much they could do immediately. They would send an officer to check on the address, but they could not just barge in. I spent the next few days in a blur of fear and paranoia. I changed my locks, bought a security camera for my apartment, and deleted all my dating apps. Mark's profile, unsurprisingly, vanished. I tried searching for him online, but found nothing. It was like he had been wiped from the internet, just like Jessica. The experience with Jessica had shattered my perception of reality, leaving me terrified of the supernatural. But Mark had shown me a different kind of horror, a human horror, a methodical, calculated, deeply invasive horror that felt even more real, more terrifying, because it existed firmly within the bounds of what could happen. I still constantly check mirrors, but now I also scan every background, every window, every shadow corner for a hidden lens. I wonder if Mark was connected to Jessica, part of some larger, unseen network of horrors. Or if these are just two separate monsters, two different ways the world can reveal its teeth. I do not know which thought is more terrifying. All I know is that the feeling of it out there, watching, waiting, collecting, has never been stronger. And I am not sure I will ever truly feel safe again. You know how it is. You spend countless hours swiping, hoping to find someone, anyone, who is not a complete train wreck. My name's Mark, no. Wait, that is not right. My name is not important. Let's just say I am a regular guy, mid-30s, living in a decent suburb, working a decent job, and like a lot of people these days, I was knee-deep in the dating app scene. It is a jungle out there, full of questionable profile pics, and even more questionable bios. But every now and then, you stumble across a profile that just clicks. That is how I found Cassandra. Her pictures were stunning, but not in that overly filtered, Instagram model way. She had this genuine, almost mischievous smile in her eyes, even in a small profile picture, seemed to hold a hint of something deeper, something intriguing. Her bio was witty, intelligent, and mentioned a shared love for obscure horror movies and hiking. Bingo! I swiped right, and to my surprise, we matched almost instantly. Our initial conversations were effortless. We talked for hours, exchanging messages that felt more like letters and texts. She was smart, funny, and had this incredible way of making me feel like I was the only person in the world she wanted to talk to. We quickly moved from text to phone calls, and her voice was just as captivating as her words alow. Melodic tone that made even mundane topics sound fascinating. After about a week of this, we decided to meet in person. Our first date was at a cozy coffee shop downtown. She looked even more beautiful in person, if that was possible. She wore a simple, elegant dress, and her dark hair framed a face that was both striking and kind. We talked for hours, coffee turning into lunch, and then almost into dinner. There was no awkwardness, no forced conversation. It felt like we would known each other for years. By the end of the night, I was completely smitten. This was it. I thought this was finally it. The next few weeks were a blur of perfect dates. We went to a classic drive-in movie, hiked a local trail, and even attempted a cooking class that ended with us laughing hysterically as we ruined a perfectly good souffle. Cassandra was everything I would ever wanted in a partner, charming, adventurous, and genuinely interested in me. I was falling for her hard. One crisp autumn evening, after a particularly great dinner, Cassandra suggested something different for our next date. I know this incredible spot, she said, her eyes sparkling. It is a bit of a drive, way out past the usual trails. But the stars out there are unlike anything you have ever seen. No light pollution, nothing. Just pure, unadulterated night sky. And there is this little clearing perfect for a picnic. I was all for it. A romantic, secluded spot under a blanket of stars. Sounded like something out of a movie. Sounds amazing. I told her, should I drive? She smiled, a hint of that familiar mischief in her eyes. Oh no, I will drive. My car handles these kinds of back roads better, and besides, I know the exact way. It is a bit of a secret spot. You know, not many people know about it. I did not think anything of it at the time. It made sense. Some people prefer to drive, especially if they're familiar with the route. I trusted her completely. Why would not I? So, the following Saturday, I met Cassandra at her place, a charming little house on the outskirts of town. She had a picnic basket packed, a blanket folded neatly, and a thermos full of hot chocolate. We were both in high spirits, laughing and chatting as we set off. The drive started normally enough. We cruised through familiar streets, past the last few gas stations and convenience stores, until we hit the highway. Cassandra put on a playlist of some indie folk music, and the atmosphere in the car was warm and comfortable. I leaned back, enjoying the ride, looking forward to a perfect night. After about 45 minutes on the highway, Cassandra took an exit I did not recognize. It was a small, unmarked ramp that led onto a two-lane road, barely wider than an alley, flanked by dense woods on both sides. The trees here were different, older, their branches twisting into gnarled, skeletal shapes against the fading light. Wow, this is really off the beaten path. I commented, trying to sound lighthearted, but a flicker of unease had already started in my stomach. I would lived in this area my whole life, and I prided myself on knowing most of the local shortcuts and hidden roads. This one, however, was completely new to me. Cassandra just smiled, her eyes fixed on the road ahead. Told you it was a secret spot. Almost there. The road itself was surprisingly well maintained, considering its apparent remoteness. Smooth asphalt, no potholes, but it felt empty, eerily empty. We had not seen another car since we left the highway. The woods pressed in tighter, swallowing the last vestiges of daylight, plunging us into a premature twilight. The trees seemed to grow taller, darker, their leaves rustling with an almost whispering sound that was not quite the wind. I glanced at my phone. No signal. Not completely unexpected in such a remote area, but still a little inconvenient. I always like to have my maps handy, just in case. A few more minutes passed, and the feeling of unease intensified. It was not just the isolation or the fading light. It was something about the silence. The music was still playing, but it felt swallowed by the vast quiet outside the car. I tried to shake it off. It was probably just my imagination, me being a city boy unaccustomed to true wilderness. Then a thought struck me. I pulled out my phone again, even though I knew there was no signal. I opened Goo Maps. Even without a live connection, it usually showed the last downloaded map data, or at least a general outline of roads. I tapped the blued, trying to pinpoint our location. Nothing. The blued, which usually represented my position, was just a small, lonely circle floating in a blank gray expanse. No roads, no topographical features, just gray. I zoomed in, then zoomed out, swiped around. Still nothing. The highway we were just left was there, a faint blue line, but the road we were currently on simply didn't exist. My heart gave a little lurch. "Hey, Cassandra," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. My phone's acting up. "It is not showing this road. Is this like a new road or something? Or maybe it is so new it has not been mapped yet." She chuckled, a soft, musical sound that usually put me at ease, but this time it felt a little off. "Oh, that old thing. My GPS never picks this road up right. It is just a little shortcut, I know. Been here forever. I think, just unlisted. You know, like a private road. Almost." Her explanation was plausible enough, but it did not sit right with me. A road this well maintained, this long, just unlisted. In this day and age, every dirt track and goat path eventually makes it onto Goo Maps. But this, a perfectly paved, two-lane road, was invisible. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a private state road, or an old logging road that got paved over and never officially registered. But the sheer length of it, the way it twisted and turned deeper into the wilderness, did not fit. We had been driving on it for at least 15 minutes now. The trees outside were growing denser, their shadows stretching long and distorted in the weak beam of the headlights. I started feeling claustrophobic. The air in the car felt thick, heavy. I looked at Cassandra. Her profile was illuminated by the dashboard lights. Her eyes were still fixed on the road, but her smile was gone. Her jaw was set, and there was a strange intensity in her gaze. "So, How much further is the secret spot? I asked, trying to sound breezy, but my voice came out a little too strained. Not much further, she replied, her voice flat, devoid of its usual warmth. We are almost there. The music, which had been a comforting backdrop, now felt jarring. I wanted to turn it off, but I did not want to break the fragile silence in the car. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to stop, to turn back, to get out. But we were in the middle of nowhere, miles from anything recognizable, and Cassandra was still driving. I tried to remember the last sign we would pass, the last familiar landmark. Nothing. It felt like we were driven through a portal, stepping out of the known world and into something else entirely. The trees outside no longer looked like ordinary trees. They seemed to loom, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for us. The air grew colder, even inside the car. Cassandra, I said, my voice firmer this time. I am really not comfortable with this. Can we just turn around? We can find another spot closer to town. Maybe that park we went to last week. She did not respond immediately. The car kept moving, the headlights cutting a tunnel through the oppressive darkness. Then she let out a soft sigh, almost a whisper. Do not be silly. We are so close. It would be a shame to turn back now. You will love it. I promise. Her voice was different. Smoother, colder, like polished stone. The warmth that had been there for weeks was completely gone. I looked at her again. Her eyes, usually so expressive, were now wide and strangely vacant, reflecting the faint green glow of the dashboard. Her lips were curved into a faint, unreadable smile. It was not mischievous anymore. It was unsettling. A wave of pure dread washed over me. This was not my Cassandra. Or perhaps this was a real Cassandra, finally showing herself. I gripped the door handle, my knuckles white. My mind raced, frantically trying to find an escape plan. Should I try to grab the wheel? Yo, what if she just sped up? We were going at least 60 miles an hour on a narrow, unfamiliar road in pitch blackness. That would be suicide. Cassandra, I am serious. I said, my voice trembling slightly despite my best efforts. I want to turn back. Now, she just shook her head slowly, her gaze still fixed on the road. No, Mark, we are here now. There's no turning back. My blood ran cold. She had called me by my name, but it sounded alien, almost like a pronouncement. I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that this was not just a simple misunderstanding or a bad date. This was something far, far worse. Suddenly, the road curved sharply and the car lurched. We passed something in the headlights. It looked like an old, faded wooden sign, half covered in moss and vines. I caught only a glimpse, but it was enough. The lettering was ancient, carved rather than painted, in a language I did not recognize. But below it, almost obliterated by time, were what looked like crude, unsettling symbols. And then, a single, clear word etched deep in the rest away. The car slowed, turning off the paved road onto a narrow, unpaved track that was barely wide enough for a single vehicle. The trees here were even more ancient, their branches interwoven overhead, forming a dense canopy that blocked out the last sliver of the moon. It was utterly, completely dark, save for the car's headlights. The track was rough, the car bumping and rattling over roots and stones. My phone, which I had forgotten I was still holding, slipped from my grasp and clattered to the floor. I did not care. All my focus was on Cassandra, on the road, on the growing terror that was squeezing my chest. Where are we going? I whispered, the words barely audible. She finally turned her head, her gaze meeting mine. Her eyes were no longer merely vacant. They were dark, fathomless, reflecting the green dashboard light with an unnatural intensity. And that smile was wider now, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too long. To where you belong, she said, her voice now a low, guttural whisper that sent shivers down my spine. It was not her voice anymore. It was deeper, older, carrying an echo of something ancient and malevolent. The collector has been waiting. My mind flashed back to the stories I had heard, the urban legends, the whispers about people vanishing without a trace, about certain roads that led nowhere or somewhere far worse. The collector. The name resonated with a chilling familiarity, though I could not place why. It felt like a memory I would suppress, a nightmare I would try to forget. The car finally came to a stop in a small clearing. The headlights illuminated a scene that made my stomach churn. In the center of the clearing stood a structure that defied description. It was not a cabin, not a ruin, not anything I would ever seen. It was made of rough-hewn stone, dark and ancient, covered in the same strange, unsettling symbols I would seen on the sign. It looked like an altar, or perhaps a gateway. And around it, scattered on the ground, were what looked like bones. Animal bones, yes, but some seemed too large, too strangely shaped to be anything I recognized. And then I saw the cars. Not just one, but several, pushed into the shadows at the edge of the clearing. They were rusted, overgrown with vines, their tires flat, windows shattered. They looked like they would have been there for decades, perhaps centuries. Relics of other lost travelers, other unfortunate souls who had followed an unmapped road to an unseen destination. Cassandra turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, punctuated only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the impossibly ancient trees. The air was heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth, decay, and something metallic and cloying. She reached for the picnic basket, her movements slow, deliberate. She pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box, not the food we were supposed to have. Her eyes, still fixed on me, were now completely black, like bottomless pits. "It is time. Mark," she whispered, her voice a dry rasp, no longer even pretending to be Cassandra's. "The vessel is ready." Vessel, that word. It triggered another jolt of recognition, a cold dread that seeped into my bones. I would read about that in those same whispers, those same urban legends. People taken, not killed, but used. Used for something unspeakable. I knew I had to act. Now or never. My hand fumbled for the door handle, but before I could even grasp it, Cassandra's hand shot out, her fingers wrapping around my wrist with surprising strength. Her grip was like iron, cold and unyielding. "Do not be foolish," she hissed, her face inches from mine. Her breath was cold, smelling of damp earth and something else, something metallic and sweet. Her eyes widened further, revealing more blackness than iris. "You have come too far to resist. You have been chosen." I could feel my own pulse pounding in my ears, a frantic drumbeat against the overwhelming silence. I twisted my arm, tried to pull away, but her grip was unbreakable. Her other hand reached out, its fingers long and slender, tipped with nails that seemed a little too sharp. She traced a line down my cheek, her touch like ice. "Such a pure essence," she murmured, her voice a low purr. "The collector will be pleased." I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest, like a cold hand reaching inside me, squeezing. My vision blurred. I felt lightheaded, weak. It was as if something was being drained from me, slowly, steadily. The energy, the life, the very essence of who I was. No, not like this. With a surge of adrenaline born of pure, desperate terror. I lashed out. My free hand found the gear stick, yanking it into drive. At the same time, I stomped on the gas pedal with my foot, which had been hovering near it. The car lurched forward, throwing Cassandra back against her seat. Her grip on my wrist loosened for a split second. It was all I needed. I tore my arm free, flinging open the passenger door. The car was still moving, albeit slowly, bouncing over the uneven terrain. I did not care. I threw myself out, tumbling onto the rough ground, scraping my hands and knees on roots and stones. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain, ignoring the ringing in my ears. The car with Cassandra inside was still moving slowly toward the ancient stone structure, its headlights illuminating the gruesome sight. I did not look back. I ran. I ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. I could hear Cassandra's voice, a low, guttural roar that seemed to echo through the impossibly dense woods, calling my name. Or, rather, calling a name that felt like a curse. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away from that clearing, from that ancient structure, from her. The trees were a suffocating maze, the darkness absolute. I tripped, fell, got up, and kept running. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the image of Cassandra's black eyes and the draining sensation in my chest spurred me on. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only minutes, I burst out of the dense woods onto a narrow, paved road. It was the same road we had driven it on, the one that did not exist on any map. My heart soared with desperate, fragile hope. I did not dare stop. I ran down the middle of the road, gasping for breath, my eyes darting frantically, searching for any sign of civilization, any light, anything. The road was still dark, still empty, but it felt less oppressive than the woods. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing onto the cold asphalt, panting, sobbing. I lay there for a long time, listening. The forest was silent behind me. No car engines, no footsteps, no ancient whispers. Just the chirping of crickets, which now sounded almost normal. Slowly, carefully, I pushed myself up. My body ached all over. My clothes were torn, my skin scratched and bruised. I felt utterly drained, physically and emotionally. I pulled out my phone. Still no signal. The screen was cracked from the fall. I started walking, putting one foot in front of the other, moving away from the darkness, away from the unknown. I walked for what felt like hours, the road stretching endlessly before me. The moon, a sliver white, finally broke through the canopy, casting long, eerie shadows. Just as despair was about to consume me, I saw it, a faint glow in the distance, a streetlight, then another, and another. Civilization. I stumbled onto a familiar highway, the same one Cassandra and I had left hours ago. I recognized the exit sign, the distant hum of traffic. I was back, but I was not the same. I walked until I reached a gas station, its fluorescent lights a beacon in the night. The attendant, a bored-looking teenager, stared at me as I staggered in, looking like I had been dragged through a hedge backward. I mumbled something about getting lost hiking, needing to call for a ride. He gave me a landline. I called Jessica, my best friend. She picked up on the second ring, her voice groggy. "Mark, what the hell happened to you? It is almost 3 a.m. I tried to explain, but the words would not come out right. It sounded insane, even to me. A date, an unmapped road, a terrifying clearing, a woman who was not human, a collector, a draining sensation. Jessica, bless her heart, listened patiently, though I could hear the skepticism in her voice. She promised to come pick me up. When she arrived, her eyes widened at my appearance. She did not press for details, just got me into her car and drove me home. I showered, trying to wash away the grime, the fear, the lingering coldness in my chest. But it did not work. The feeling of being drained, of something having been taken from me, persisted. The next day, I tried to find the road again. I drove my own car, retracing the route, looking for that unmarked exit, that strange, ancient turnoff. I drove for hours, going back and forth on the highway, checking every small road, every hidden path. Nothing. The exit was not there. The road was gone. It was as if it had never existed. I tried to search online for the collector or unmapped roads or missing persons in the wilderness. I found some disturbing forums, some old urban legends, but nothing concrete, nothing that explained what had happened to me. The name Mark Jensen, the one Cassandra had uttered, kept echoing in my mind. Was it my real name? Or was it a name she had for me? A designation? A vessel? I never saw Cassandra again. I deleted all my dating apps, blocked her number, scrubbed her from my digital life. But I can't scrub her from my mind. Her black eyes, that ancient voice, the feeling of something being ripped from my very core is all burned into my memory. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows play tricks on my eyes, I feel it again, that cold, draining sensation in my chest. And I hear a whisper, carried on the wind, a low, guttural sound that is not quite human, calling my name. Or perhaps calling a name. I still do not know what Cassandra was, or what that road truly was. Was it a gateway? A trap? All I know is that I drove down a road that did not exist, and I barely made it back. But I did not come back whole. A part of me is still out there, in that ancient clearing, under those impossible stars, waiting to be collected. And I know, deep down, that one day, the road will find me again. And next time, there will be no escape. The image of Alara's reflection, a cold, predatory grin stretching across a face that was not hers, was seared into my mind. It was a brand, a mark, confirming everything I would feared since Cassandra. They were still out there. They were using dating apps. And I was unequivocally their prey. Fleeing that bar, leaving a bewildered Alara behind, was instinct. I did not care what she thought. All I knew was a primal urge to escape, to put distance between myself and that chilling glimpse into the abyss. I called Jessica, my voice a ragged whisper, the words tumbling out in a torrent of renewed terror. She listened, as always, her calm presence a solitary anchor in my spiraling world. But even her reassurances felt thin, unable to penetrate the thick fog of dread that had settled around me. The next few weeks were a blur of hypervigilance and profound isolation. Every mirror, every reflective surface a shop window, a polished table. Even the dark screen of my phone became a source of intense anxiety. I avoided them, or if I could not, I approached them with a cautious, sideways glance, my heart hammering, expecting to see something monstrous staring back. Sleep was fragmented, haunted by nightmares of unblinking eyes and silent, knowing smiles. Jessica, bless her persistent heart, kept pushing. "You can't let them win, honey," she would say, her voice firm but gentle. "You can't just stop living." She encouraged therapy. But how do you explain living feasts and independent reflections to a therapist? They would just diagnose me with extreme PTSD and recommend more meds. I was already on enough to sedate a small horse, and they did nothing to quell the certainty of what I would see. "You do not have to date," Jessica continued, "but you have to try to find some normalcy. Go out, meet people. Just be careful." Careful. The word felt like a cruel joke. How could I be careful when the danger was invisible, insidious, lurking behind charming smiles and seemingly normal profiles? But a part of me, a small, desperate part, yearned for that normalcy. I was so tired of being afraid. So tired of being alone in this terrifying secret. Maybe, just maybe, if I tried a different app, it would be different. Hinge had been the common thread between Cassandra and Alara. Maybe it was the app itself, a digital doorway they would learn to exploit. It was irrational. I knew, a desperate attempt to regain some semblance of control, but the idea took root. So, against every fiber of my being, I reactivated my Tinder profile. The act itself felt like a surrender, an offering to the very forces I was trying to escape. My fingers trembled as I scrolled through profiles, each face a potential monster, each bio a carefully constructed lie. I scrutinized every detail, every photo, every word, searching for the telltale flicker of something off. It was exhausting, terrifying work. Most profiles blurred into an indistinguishable mass of blandness, a depressing testament to the superficiality of online dating. I swiped left more often than not, a cold dread clinging to me with each potential match. Then I saw Mark. His profile was normal, almost too normal, which, ironically, immediately put me on edge. He was handsome, in a wholesome, outdoorsy kind of way. A warm smile, kind eyes that crinkled at the corners. His bio mentioned hiking, cooking, and a love for indie films. He was an architect, successful but not flashy. No red flags, no weird group photos, no cryptic quotes. He seemed like the kind of guy Jessica would approve of. The kind of guy who would not have a reflection that smiled independently. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the like button. My stomach churned with a familiar mix of fear and a fragile, foolish hope. Just try, a voice whispered in my head. Just one more time. I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. His first message was polite, engaging. He complimented my profile picture, asked about my interests, genuinely seemed to have read my bio. We chatted for a few days, the conversation flowing easily. He was attentive without being overwhelming, charming without being slick. He listened. He responded thoughtfully. He seemed normal. A tiny, almost imperceptible crack formed in the wall of my paranoia. Maybe this time. Maybe we decided to meet for coffee. A busy cafe. I insisted. Public, bright, plenty of witnesses. He readily agreed, which again felt like a good sign. The day of the date, my anxiety was a humming static beneath my skin. I went through my usual pre-date ritual, but with an added layer of dread. I checked my phone constantly, half hoping he would cancel, half terrified he would not. When I walked into the cafe, he was already there, sitting at a small table by the window. He stood up as I approached, a genuine smile on his face. He was even more attractive in person, his eyes truly kind, his demeanor relaxed. We ordered our coffees, and the conversation picked up right where it left off online. He talked about his work, his hobbies, his family. He asked about mine, and I found myself opening up more than I intended, sharing anecdotes about my job, my love for reading, even a little about my dog. I carefully avoided any mention of my recent experiences. I watched him constantly. His eyes, his hands, the way he held his coffee cup. I even subtly glanced at the window behind him, checking his reflection, my heart pounding. But there was nothing. No flicker, no predatory glint, no independent movement. He was just Mark, a normal guy on a coffee date. A fragile sense of hope began to bloom in my chest, warm and unfamiliar. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the universe was not entirely out to get me. Maybe this was it, a chance at normalcy. As the date wound down, he leaned forward, his smile softening. I really enjoyed this, he said, his voice sincere. Would you be open to a second date? I would love to cook for you sometime, if you are up for it. I make a mean lasagna. My breath hitched. His place. The thought sent a jolt of icy fear through me. Oh, that sounds lovely. I stammered, trying to keep my voice even. But maybe a restaurant first. It is a little soon for me to go to someone's house. He did not push, not aggressively. He just looked at me, a hint of understanding in his eyes. Of course, he said gently. No pressure at all. I understand. How about that new Italian place downtown? I hear their carbonara is incredible. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost made me dizzy. That sounds perfect. I said, a genuine smile finally reaching my eyes. We exchanged numbers, made plans for the following week, and parted ways. Walking home, I felt a lightness I had not experienced in months. Maybe this was it. Maybe Mark was the antidote, the normal, grounding presence I so desperately needed. I called Jessica, practically bubbling with cautious optimism. He is so normal. Jess, I gushed. He just feels safe. Jessica sounded relieved. That is wonderful. Honey, just take it slow, okay? I promised I would. But the seed of doubt, The deep-seated paranoia remained. It was a constant companion, a low thrum beneath the surface of my newfound optimism. I kept replaying the date, searching for anything I might have missed, anything that did not quite fit. But there was nothing. He was just Mark. The second date at the Italian restaurant was just as pleasant. Mark was charming, funny, and a great conversationalist. He made me laugh, a genuine, unforced laugh that felt foreign after so long. There were no strange reflections, no unsettling moments. He even walked me to my car, a perfect gentleman. As we said goodnight, he brought up the idea of cooking again. So, the lasagna offer still stands, he said, his eyes twinkling. I promise it is worth the risk. He chuckled, and I found myself chuckling with him. This time, the idea did not fill me with immediate dread. It felt natural, a normal progression. I was tired of being afraid. I wanted to trust. Okay, I said, surprised at myself. Okay, I would love that. He beamed. Great. How about Saturday? I will pick you up around 7. I agreed. The moment I said yes, a tiny alarm bell went off in the back of my mind. It was too soon, my gut screamed. This was exactly what I should not be doing. But the rational part of my brain, the part desperate for normalcy, argued back. He has been perfect. You are being paranoid. This is how normal people date. The days leading up to Saturday were a roller coaster of emotions. Excitement, fear, hope, dread. I called Jessica, my voice betraying my anxiety. I am going to Mark's place for dinner on Saturday. I confessed. Jessica paused. Are you sure, honey? You have only had 2 dates. I know. I sighed. But he just seems so good. And I want to try. I want to live. You said so yourself. She was quiet for a moment. Okay, but promise me you will text me when you get there and when you are leaving. And if anything at all feels off, you call me immediately, no questions asked. I will come get you, or I will call the police, whatever you need. I promise. I said, grateful for her unwavering support. Saturday evening arrived, bringing with it a nervous flutter in my stomach. I spent too long picking out an outfit, trying to look effortlessly chic, but also approachable. I tried to push away the lingering whispers of my past trauma, the chilling images of Cassandra and Alara. This is different. I told myself. Mark is different. He arrived promptly at 7, pulling up in a clean, understated sedan. He looked handsome, wearing a casual but stylish button-up shirt. He opened the passenger door for me, his smile warm and reassuring. The drive to his house was short, through a quiet, tree-lined suburban neighborhood. The houses were all well-maintained, with manicured lawns and blooming flower beds. Nothing out of the ordinary. His house was no exception. It was a modest 2-story home, painted a tasteful pale yellow, with a small porch and a welcoming porch light. It looked perfectly, reassuringly normal. Here we are, he said, turning off the engine. Welcome to my humble abode. He led me inside, and the first thing that hit me was the aroma of simmering tomato sauce and garlic. It smelled delicious, instantly making me feel a little more at ease. The house was tidy, tastefully decorated in a modern but comfortable style. There were books on shelves, a few framed prints on the walls, and a soft, plush rug in the living room. Nothing felt sterile or impersonal. It felt lived in, but well kept. Make yourself at home, he said, gesturing to the living room. Can I get you something to drink? Wine, sparkling water, beer. Wine would be lovely. Thank you. I replied, trying to project an air of casual confidence. He disappeared into the kitchen, and I took the opportunity to text Jessica. At Mark's. Seems normal. Smells great. I tried to convince myself that everything was fine, that I was being ridiculous. I looked around the living room, tried to find anything that might set off my internal alarms. But there was nothing. A comfortable looking sofa, a fireplace, a large flat screen TV, a few potted plants. It all looked normal. My gaze drifted to a built-in bookshelf filled with books, some familiar titles, some new. On top of the bookshelf, nestled between a small ceramic vase and a stack of art books, I noticed a framed photo. It was a landscape shot, a beautiful, sun-drenched park scene. My eyes skimmed over it, then snagged on something in the background. A figure, blurred by distance, walking a small dog. My heart gave a sudden, hard thump against my ribs. No, it could not be. I walked closer, my legs feeling heavy, my breath catching my throat. I picked up the frame, my fingers trembling slightly. I brought it closer to my eyes, squinting. The figure was small and distinct, but the dog looked exactly like Buster. My Buster, and the way the figure walked. The faint outline of her hair was me. It had to be. My mind reeled. Coincidence? No, it was too specific. Too clear, despite the blur. This was my park. This was my dog. This was me. A cold dread began to spread through my veins, pushing away the warmth of the wine and the smell of lasagna. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to put the photo back exactly where I found it. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to calm my racing heart. There has to be an explanation. I told myself, maybe he just happened to be at the same park, at the same time. Maybe he just liked the photo and did not even notice you. But the thought felt hollow, unconvincing. My paranoia, dormant for a brief, blissful period, roared back to life with a vengeance. This was not just paranoia, this was a tangible, undeniable piece of evidence. Mark's voice broke through my thoughts. Everything all right. You look a little pale. He was standing in the doorway, holding 2 glasses of wine, a concerned frown on his face. I forced a smile, tried to appear nonchalant. Oh, yes, just admiring your book collection. Some great titles here. I gestured vaguely at the shelf, avoiding eye contact with the photo. He smiled, a flicker of something in his eyes that I could not quite decipher. Glad you approve. Dinner's almost ready. Just a few more minutes. He handed me a glass of red wine, our fingers brushing. His felt warm, dry, perfectly normal. He went back into the kitchen, and I stood there, rooted to the spot, the wine glass feeling impossibly heavy in my hand. My eyes darted back to the photo on the shelf. It was still there, mocking me with its subtle horror. I had to check. I had to know. The urge was irresistible, a terrifying compulsion. My gaze swept around the living room, searching. My eyes landed on a small side table next to an armchair. Tucked beneath a stack of magazines, almost hidden, was another photo frame. With newfound resolve, my blood now a frigid river in my veins, I walked over and picked it up. This one was even more unsettling. It was a close-up, taken from a distance, through what looked like a car window. It was me, leaving my apartment building, my hair tied up in a messy bun, carrying a grocery bag. The quality was grainy, slightly distorted, but there was no mistaking it. My building, my face, my breath hitched. This was not a coincidence. This was not a random park shot. This was deliberate. This was stalking. A wave of nausea washed over me. My hands started to shake uncontrollably. I placed the frame down, my movements jerky. My eyes darted around the room again, now seeing everything through a new, terrifying lens. Every innocuous object, every decorative piece, seemed to hide a sinister secret. My gaze fell upon a small, antique writing desk in the corner. On it, among some papers and a pen holder, was a small, ornate silver frame. I approached it slowly, my heart thundering so loudly I was sure Mark must be able to hear it from the kitchen. Inside the frame was a picture of me, laughing at a cafe. The cafe where I often met Jessica. I remembered that day. I remembered laughing like that. It was taken from across the street, clearly with a zoom lens. My smile, usually a source of comfort, now seemed like an invitation to terror. And then I saw it, on the wall opposite the desk, partially obscured by a tall potted plant, was a collage. Not a prominent display, but a collection of small unframed photos, tacked haphazardly onto a corkboard that was painted the same color as the wall. They were all of me. Me walking my dog in the park. Me at the grocery store, pushing a cart. Me leaving my gym, my hair damp from a workout. Me sitting on a bench, reading a book. Me waiting for a bus, looking at my phone. Me through the window of my apartment, blurry, indistinct, but undeniably me. There were dozens of them. Some were recent. Some looked older, months old, maybe even a year. They were taken from different angles, different distances, different times of day. A terrifying, unsolicited visual diary of my life. The world tilted. My blood ran cold, then hot, then cold again. This was not just a stalker. This was an obsession. He had not just found me on Tinder. He had chosen me. He had been watching me for a long, long time. The thought that he knew my routines, my habits, where I lived, where I went was paralyzing. My mind flashed back to Cassandra, to the impossible things I would seen, to Alara, to the malevolent reflection. Was this connected? Was Mark one of them? Or was he just a horrifyingly human monster, and my past trauma was simply making it all the more terrifying? The line between the supernatural and the mundane had blurred completely. The entities used mundane apps as their doorway. Was this his doorway? A clatter from the kitchen. A pan hitting the stove jolted me. Mark. He was still there. He would be coming out soon. I had to get out. Now, my phone. It was in my purse, which I would left on the sofa. I needed to act normal. I needed to get to my phone. I needed to get to the door. I turned away from the collage, trying to compose my face, to push down the rising panic. My heart was a frantic drum, solo in my chest. I walked slowly, deliberately, towards the sofa, forcing myself not to run. Every step felt like wading through thick mud. As I reached for my purse, Mark appeared in the kitchen doorway again, a dish towel slung over his shoulder. He was smiling, but his eyes seemed to hold a new depth, a knowing glint that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. "Dinner's ready," he said, his voice cheerful, but it sounded distorted, echoing in my ears. Perfectly timed. "I think. You look like you need some food." I clutched my purse, my fingers fumbling for the zipper. Actually, Mark." I stammered, my voice thin and reedy. I just remembered I have an early morning meeting tomorrow. A really important one. I am so sorry, but I really should get going." His smile did not falter, but his eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. "Oh," he said, a hint of something cold creeping into his tone. "That is a shame. The lasagna is just out of the oven. And I was so looking forward to our evening." He took a step towards me, then another. He was not rushing, but he was slowly, inexorably closing the distance between us and between me and the front door. "I know. I am so sorry." I babbled, desperately trying to sound apologetic, not terrified. It completely slipped my mind. My boss just sent a reminder. I really have to go. My hand finally found my phone in my purse. I gripped it tight. He was standing directly in front of me now, blocking my path to the door. He was taller than me, broader. His presence, once comforting, was now suffocating. "But you just got here," he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper. "And I have gone to such trouble. You would not want to be rude, would you?" His eyes were fixed on mine, unblinking. The charming facade had cracked, revealing something unervingly calm and utterly predatory beneath. I could see the reflection of my own terrified face in them. "I really can't stay." I forced out, trying to push past him. My heart was a wild bird trapped in a cage. He did not move. He just stood there, a faint, unsettling smile playing on his lips. You know, he said, his voice still soft. I have learned quite a lot about you. From our chats, of course, but also from watching you. You have such a predictable routine. Always the same coffee shop on Tuesdays. Always the same aisle at the grocery store. Always that little park with your dog. Buster. He knew Buster's name. He had not just seen me, he had studied me. A scream clawed its way up my throat, but I bit it back. I could not scream. Not yet. I needed to think. I needed to move. My eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. The front door was behind him. The back door, I presumed, was through the kitchen. Too far. The windows were locked. Please, Mark. I whispered, my voice trembling. Let me go. His smile widened, a slow, chilling grin that stretched his lips taut. Oh, I do not think so, he said, his voice still unnervingly calm. Not yet. We have so much more to talk about, so much more to share. He reached out slowly, his hand moving toward my face. It was now or never. Adrenaline surged through me, bypassing all fear, all thought. Pure instinct took over. As his hand came closer, I did not flinch. Instead, I lunged forward, not at the door, but at him, catching him off guard. My elbow slammed into his chest hard, and he grunted, stumbling back a step. It was all the opening I needed. I did not look back. I sprinted. The front door was suddenly within reach. My hand fumbled for the doorknob, turning it frantically. It clicked open. I yanked the door open and burst out into the cool night air, gasping for breath. Hey, I heard his voice, sharp and angry from behind me. I did not stop. I ran down the porch steps, across the lawn, toward my car, which was parked at the curb a few houses down. My keys were already in my hand, thanks to my earlier fumbling. I could hear his footsteps pounding on the porch behind me. My hand shook violently as I jammed the key into the car door lock, missing twice before it finally clicked. I tore the door open, threw myself inside, and locked it with a desperate slam. My heart was a jackhammer against my ribs. I fumbled with the ignition, my fingers numb. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. I jammed the car into reverse, tires squealing, and peeled away from the curb, not even looking in the rearview mirror until I was several blocks away. When I finally dared a glance in the mirror, I saw nothing but the quiet, dark street. No running figure, no menacing shadow, just the dim glow of streetlights. I drove, fast, blindly, tears streaming down my face. My phone was clutched in my hand. I called Jessica, my voice a ragged sob. Jessica! He had pictures of me everywhere. I ran. Jess! Her voice was instantly alert, sharp with concern. Where are you? Are you safe? Do you need me to call the police? I do not know where I am. I gasped, trying to stifle the sobs. I just drove. I am out of there. I am safe, I think. The police. What would I tell them? That my date had pictures of me, taken without my permission. Yes, that was concrete. But how could I explain why I felt this was connected to the impossible horrors of Cassandra, to the unblinking reflection of Alara? They would see a traumatized woman, not a woman who had stumbled into a world of incomprehensible evil. And what proof did I have? I had not taken the photos. They were in his house. My mind raced, reeling from the fresh horror. He had been watching me for months, maybe even years. My life, my routines, my safe spaces, they were all compromised. The mark was not just attracting supernatural entities. It was attracting the all-too-human monsters too. Or perhaps, these human monsters were simply another facet of the same predatory design. A different kind of doorway. I drove to Jessica's place. Pulling up outside her apartment building, shaking uncontrollably, she was waiting for me, her face etched with worry. She wrapped me in a tight hug, her warmth a small comfort against the icy terror that had taken root in my soul. But even in her arms, I knew this was not over. The world was a hunting ground, not just for the impossible, but for the insidious, the obsessive, the all too human. I was prey, and they knew where to find me. They had always known. My apartment was not safe. My life was not safe. The line between the supernatural and the mundane had vanished, leaving only an endless, terrifying wilderness. And I was lost within it.